Chapter 31-31. The five elemental divine fire pulsated unceasingly. The sharpness in Jiang Chen's eyes caused Shinichi's entire body to turn cold. His soul was being burned by the five elemental divine fire. That kind of pain invaded the depths of his soul, making it incomparably difficult for Shinichi to die. Shinji Koxiang's body was in extreme pain. The soul fire in the depths of his soul was constantly suppressed by Jiang Chen's five elemental divine fire. It was a kind of fear towards life, because Shinji Koxiang's body was almost completely destroyed by Jiang Chen, turning into a pile of minced meat. Even his soul was suffering inhuman pain. The kind of pain was self-evident. He couldn't live, he couldn't die, he had no path to heaven and no door to hell. Shinichi kept begging for mercy, but Jiang Chen remained indifferent. His rage had already been ignited. The mistakes Shinichi had committed were unforgivable. This was also something Jiang Chen had no way to change. "I'm begging you, Grandpa Jiang Chen, please spare me. If I can't take it anymore, just kill me. Even if my soul dissipates, I'm willing to do so. I'm begging you." Shinichi kept begging Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen coldly laughed in his heart. "You caused me to lose the news of Sister Ning. Who will settle this debt? Right now I don't know anything about Sister Ning. Who can help me search for her? In a single day both Qingqing and Sister Ning left me. What did I, Jiang Chen, do wrong exactly? What were you thinking when you were trying to stop me? You want me to pity you? Do you even have the qualifications to do so? I don't want to kill you, I only want my Sister Ning. But in the end, even if I kill you now, it won't be able to make up for the fact that I lost Sister Ning." Jiang Chen roared, feeling incomparable self-blame in his heart. Qingqing's departure was because he was powerless to reverse the situation. Sister Ning's departure was because of Shinichi's obstruction. But who could understand the pain in the depths of his heart? "Let me ask you, do you know about the Martial Spirit Emperor? What exactly is the Jade Marrow Soul Seed?" I know. The Jade Marrow Soul Seed was his protective treasure back then. But I don't know what use that Jade Marrow Soul Seed has. Apart from nourishing the soul, it has no other use. I saw that it was unable to help me break through, so I bestowed it to my descendant. In the end it was taken by you. Even though that Jade Marrow Soul Seed isn't some rare treasure, it has already been viewed as the symbol of the Penglai Realm Lord," Shinji said in an incomparably painful tone. Jiang Chen's divine fire made Shinji not dare to lie. He didn't even want to live but to die. Only by dying would he be able to end all his troubles. Only by dying would he be able to live without the slightest bit of pain. That kind of pain that went deep into the soul was something that no one could bear. "Is that all?" Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. Shinji hurriedly said, "Since it has already come to this, is there still a need for me to lie to you? I really only know this. But what does this matter have to do with the Martial Soul Emperor? Didn't you already get the Jade Marrow Soul Seed? The Jade Marrow Soul Seed is gone. My sister Ning is also gone. She only left 2 words in the cave about the Martial Soul Emperor and the Jade Marrow Soul Seed. What do you think I should do? What can I do?" Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and said, Martial Soul Emperor, it doesn't matter who this Martial Soul Emperor is. What's important is where Sister Ning is now. Does she have an important entanglement with this Martial Soul Emperor? Could it be that the Jade Marrow Soul Seed has the Martial Soul Emperor's soul imprint? Shinji said. Jiang Chen's heart sank. Although he didn't want to believe it, Shinji's words were very important to him. If the Jade Marrow Soul Seed really has the Martial Soul Emperor's imprint, then it would be very troublesome for Jiang Chen. What the hell is the Martial Soul Emperor? Will it put Sister Ning in a dangerous situation? I hope it's not like what you said. Otherwise I will definitely make you my slave forever. Go to the great you soul-forming light and suffer for 100 years. If you can live for more than 100 years, then your life and death will be determined by fate. Jiang Chen said with a cold expression. At this moment, an extremely tragic scene suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Sister Ning seemed to be suffering from a terrifying oppression, struggling in agony. The pain she was experiencing was extremely difficult. She was in a state where she couldn't even beg for death. "No, Sister Ning. Qingqing. I'm sorry," Jiang Chen murmured. His heart was filled with self-blame, incomparably complicated, incomparably painful and incomparably entangled. He could even forgive Shinji, but the only person he couldn't forgive was himself. At this moment the thunder rumbled, the mountain wind whistled, the clouds were dense, the thunder rumbled and the rain poured down. Why is it like this? Why is the heavens always making fun of people? Why, I have to be controlled by the heavens. Why? Jiang Chen held his sword and soared into the sky. He used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps and pointed his sword at the sky, causing thunder to rumble. I can destroy mountains and rivers with a single hand, dry up rivers and seas with a single anger, shatter the void with a cold gaze, and cause thunder and lightning with a single thought, but I still can't protect the woman I love. What use do I have for this strength? When did the heavens open their eyes? Jiang Chen soared through the rain, amidst the rumbling thunder, causing thunder and lightning to rumble. His world-destroying might caused the countenances of millions of people to tremble. Jiang Chen brandished his sword wildly, his chi state was calm. In his heart, there was only boundless rage, there were no other emotions. His sword whistled through the air as the formless 13th sword slashed out unceasingly, causing the mountains and rivers to shatter as rain poured down. Jiang Chen wantonly waved his sword in the heavy rain, his sword intent unceasingly rose to a higher level. His limitless sword also became more and more like a fish in water. At this moment there was no longer any sword in his heart. There was only regret and self-blame for Sister Ning and Qingqing, as well as the rage of a proud sword challenging the heavens. After the 13th sword, the 14th sword came into being. The reincarnation of 100 swords caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Jiang Chen hated the heavens for being tyrannical. If the heavens had feelings, the heavens would also grow old. There would be a day when he would replace it. He wanted to make the heavens kneel before him, he wanted to make the 9 underworlds tremble. Jiang Chen's sword slashed out again and again. There was no return, there was no life and death. Limitless sword was better than limitless. At this moment Jiang Chen was using the sword to discuss the Tao under the heavy rain, comprehending the heavens and earth. When the wind blew he knew that the grass would move. When the swords flew about chaotically he felt the sorrow of the heavens. The great Tao in Jiang Chen's heart also wavered at this moment. That strand of silent Tao was born from the heavens and earth. The embryonic form of the great Tao had already undergone a qualitative change. Strand after strand of Tao was born in Jiang Chen's heart. Chapter 31-32. That's strange. Why is there such a huge change in this world? We can't even use our techniques here, said a young man in a white robe. His handsome face seemed to be filled with arrogance. His eyebrows were slightly raised, but he still looked very domineering. Behind the young man in a white robe were 3 people, 1 man and 2 women. They were all very strong. If this force was in Tianlai realm they could probably destroy a realm in an instant. Among the 4 the young man in black was the coldest. He wore a black robe and his aura was the strongest. His eyebrows were like stars and his eyes were like swords. He was very arrogant. He stood with his arms crossed. Obviously he was the strongest. However, the black-robed young man did not say a word. Apart from the blue-robed woman, everyone else seemed to be looking at him with a hint of fear in their eyes. Senior brother Ingjie is right. This world seems to be completely sealed. It's impossible to pass through. It seems that within 10,000 miles, all the divine origin chi has been sucked dry. The woman in purple agreed. She seemed to admire the senior brother Ingjie in front of her. Her beautiful eyes flickered with tenderness and affection. What do you think? Lan Luo. The young man in black didn't speak for a long time. Once he spoke, he looked at the woman in blue next to him. This person was Lan Luo. I don't know. This world seems to have been restricted by someone and it's impossible to use any techniques. No matter if it's techniques or divine origin energy, it's impossible to use them. I'm afraid we can only cross this mountain range on foot. Lan Luo said in a low voice. It's true. Lan Luo is right. This place seems to have been sealed by a powerful technique. It has completely become a barren land. There must have been a battle of life and death here. Lan Ingjie laughed. He didn't look at the woman in purple. Instead he looked at Lan Luo. The woman in purple was so angry that she snorted coldly. Lan Ingjie's expression changed. He looked at the young man in black embarrassedly and asked in a low voice, Second senior brother, what do you think is going on here? Is there really someone who has the ability to seal this area without relying on a formation? The young man in black shook his head and didn't say anything. However, this place was not normal. He didn't know what kind of place it was. After a moment of silence, the man in black finally said, This place is very similar to a pilgrimage grounds that I've once recorded in a book. In other words, it's the place where the great emperor passed away. Pilgrimage grounds? What is the pilgrimage grounds? Lan Yingjie asked again. The Tao of the martial monarchs moves unhindered, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color. Only in the pilgrimage grounds where the martial monarchs manifest the Tao of the heavens and earth, can the martial monarchs lose all the vitality of the heavens and earth, turning it into a barren land, which is the scene before us. However, after the ancient times, no more emperor stage experts have appeared in this world. Even whether or not there are any emperor stage experts left in this world is still a mystery. Lan Luo muttered in a low voice. No way. Could this really be the pilgrimage grounds? The purple-robed woman said in surprise. Lanzi let Lan Luo finish. Lan Yingjie frowned. Lan Luo shook his head and continued. That's all I know. The pilgrimage grounds doesn't look like it, but this place has indeed lost the vitality of the heavens and earth, turning it into a barren land. Lanzi snorted coldly and looked into the distance. However, she saw a man in ragged clothes standing on the peak of the towering mountain. His figure was like a hook, standing there as if it would never change. Look, there's someone there. Lanzi exclaimed. That person seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Lanzi did not think that there would be such a lonely silhouette standing on the peak of the mountain where they could not fly. That silhouette seemed to be filled with endless sorrow. Even the person they looked at had an indescribable sense of sorrow. Why does he feel so familiar? Lan Luo frowned. The figure was upright and plain-spoken, as if it had merged with the mountain. It was hard to describe, as if he had been there from the beginning to the end. You know him? The black-robed man said indifferently. I'm not sure. Let's go take a look. Lan Luo said. At that moment the four of them quickly rushed to the peak of the mountain. Even though they could not fly in the air, their agility and strength were still present. In the blink of an eye they sprinted up and climbed up the peak. It's really him. Lan Luo frowned. Jiang Chen's appearance surprised her. Why was he here? Could it be that everything here was caused by him? Lan Luo didn't believe it. Although Jiang Chen had extraordinary strength, he didn't have the ability to do so. He just stood there looking rather desolate and lonely. Everyone could empathize with him. A sorrowful chi could be felt across the entire ground. Jiang Chen, is that you? Lan Luo called out softly. The figure didn't move. His gaze didn't seem to change. He looked into the distance. Lan Yingjie said in a deep voice. Kid, I'm talking to you. Turn around and let me have a look. Jiang Chen's clothes were a little tattered and covered with dust. His back was facing the crowd, but his body was extremely straight and firm. Lan Yingjie took a step forward, trying to grab Jiang Chen's shoulder, but he was repelled by an extremely strong force. Lan Yingjie was forced to take 7 to 8 steps back before he could regain his balance. His face was filled with shock. Jiang Chen. Stop, Lan Yingjie. Lan Luo shouted in a deep voice and blocked Lan Yingjie's path. No one had expected this to happen. Jiang Chen's body was like an unshakable Buddha. Lan Yingjie was completely injured by the recoil. Not only him, even the black-clothed youth and Lan Luo were shocked. Because Lan Yingjie was a late Hierarch realm expert and was even close to the peak Hierarch realm. How could he be repelled by this blue-clothed youth? This fella made the black-clothed youth even more shocked and curious. The black-robed man's pupils shrunk. Leng Leng stared at Jiang Chen. This guy was like a dead man standing there without moving. However, he gave off an extremely dangerous aura. Step back, Yingjie. The black-robed man finally spoke. Lan Yingjie reluctantly stepped back. I'm Lan Luo. Do you remember me? Jiang Chen. Lan Luo said in a low voice. Jiang Chen slowly turned around and looked at Lan Luo. He nodded silently without any expression. At that moment, Lan Luo seemed to have seen Jiang Chen's eyes as if he was already dead. Lan Luo's eyes were slightly stunned. She didn't know what Jiang Chen had experienced. However, just like this barren land, his eyes were dead. His heart was dead. He had lost all signs of life. He was just like a walking corpse. His eyes were lifeless. Was this still the same high-spirited Jiang Chen who had dared to drag Heaven's Sovereign down from his high horse without hesitation? Lan Luo didn't know. At least at this moment she would remember his eyes. Jiang Chen might already be dead. What made him like this? Chapter 31-33. The Temple of All Lives. Lan Luo silently looked at Jiang Chen. His current clothes were tattered and his face was covered in dirt. It made people feel sad. Where did that all-powerful guy go? Sigh. Lan Luo lightly sighed. Everyone has their own ambitions. She couldn't understand Jiang Chen's world, but she felt sorry for Jiang Chen. It was puzzling that a peerless genius like him had fallen. You're just like a beggar. Middle hierarch realm. Hee. Interesting. You dare to step into this place with your strength? Lan Yingjie sneered and looked at Jiang Chen disdainfully. He never liked this guy. Moreover, he was pushed back just now. Of course he felt it was unfair. That's right. A beggar-like guy. Is he your so-called friend? Sister Luo. Lan Zi was also jealous and disdainful of Jiang Chen. This guy had messy long hair, no temperament and weak strength. He couldn't even be compared to her heroic senior brother. She had no idea why Lan Luo became friends with him. This was a disgrace to her family. Lan Luo remained indifferent. Lan Yingjie and Lan Zi obviously had a bad impression of Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen's strength might not be weaker than Lan Yingjie's. Women are the ones who can defeat a man and destroy his mind. The black-clothed young man said faintly. Jiang Chen remained calm and looked afar as if his heart was swaying along with the willow catkin, drifting along with the wind far away. However, the black-clothed young man did not know that it was not only one woman who defeated Jiang Chen but two. Lan Luo shook his head and sighed. It's fine if you don't want to say it. I won't force you. Although Jiang Chen didn't say anything, the black-clothed youth was certain that Jiang Chen was in his grasp. It must be because of the woman he loved, that's why he was acting like this. He also had that kind of deathly gaze before. However, after meeting Lan Luo again, his heart melted and became normal again. Do you know why this place became a barren land? Lan Yingjie looked at Jiang Chen and asked impolitely. No matter how the fellow in front of him was compared to him, he couldn't even be compared to him. Why should he be nice to him? Furthermore, he was infatuated with Lan Luo. He hadn't expected that Lan Luo would treat someone who looked like a beggar much better than him. How could Lan Yingjie not be angry? He once saved my life. I hope that you can be more courteous. This time we are heading to the All-Life Temple for an audience. I hope that you will not cause any unnecessary trouble. Lan Luo's expression also trembled slightly. She actually couldn't bear to see Jiang Chen again. Although she had used unscrupulous methods to achieve her goal, it was an indisputable fact that Jiang Chen had saved her. She had failed to complete her mission, so she no longer cared about the enmity between her and Jiang Chen. After all, she did not have a true life and death enmity with Jiang Chen. I know that you might hate me, but there is no life and death enmity between us. This time we are heading to the All-Life Temple for an audience to discuss how to deal with the reincarnated living Buddha. If you are interested, you can come with us, Lan Luo said indifferently. Lan Luo said faintly. She couldn't bear to see Jiang Chen's eyes that were filled with a deathly stillness. Jiang Chen slowly raised his head and glanced at Lan Luo. This was the only trace of emotion he had ever shown. Okay. Jiang Chen didn't say much. He only said a single word, okay. Lan Luo's heart calmed down slightly. This fella really made her curious. Previously she had said so much, but he was still indifferent. Now that she mentioned going to the All-Life Temple for an audience to deal with the reincarnated living Buddha, there was finally a ripple in his heart. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. His heart had no distractions now. There was only one belief, and that was to increase his strength, go to the Central Region Divine Land and find Yan Qingqing. As for Sister Ning, the most important thing for him now was to find information about the Martial Spirit Emperor. Only by finding information about the Martial Spirit Emperor would he be able to find traces of Sister Ning. If everything was because of the Jade Essence Soul Seed, then Sister Ning's disappearance might have been caused by him. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with self-blame. At this moment his heart was as calm as still water. Even if he had used the 13th sword and comprehended the 14th sword, the foundation of his Dao accumulation was becoming more and more solid. Even if the Dao accumulation was born in the Great Dao, Jiang Chen's heart was still unmoved. In the past, Jiang Chen was too optimistic. He thought that the divine world was only SOSO. He thought that there would be results as long as one worked hard. However, when he was truly tired of love, hurt by love, and felt powerless to reverse the situation, he suddenly realized that his world was too narrow. His strength was not enough to stand in the divine world. Not to mention a province, he couldn't even control a county or a realm. Only when one had truly lost something, Would one understand the pain and torture within? Jiang Chen's heart once again underwent a qualitative transformation. The disposition of an expert must be fought for by oneself. Only when one stood at the peak, could he look down on all living beings, could he cross the continents of the divine world, and could ignore the laws of the heaven and earth. At that moment the current Jiang Chen was still too far away. Lan Luo, are you really going to bring this fella along? Do you know where he came from? Do you know how important our mission is this time? What if something goes wrong along the way? How are you going to take responsibility? Lan Yingjie frowned and looked at Lan Luo. He disliked Jiang Chen very much. Moreover, Jiang Chen was going to follow them to the All-Life Temple. In other words, they were going to travel together. This fella suddenly appeared in a barren land. How would he know if it was someone else's doing or if it was him who did it on purpose? It was hard to tell if there was any conspiracy. I have my own choice. His strength is not necessarily weaker than yours. You should think about yourself first. If there's any danger, Jiang Chen will save your life. As for our mission, you don't need to worry about it. Lan Luo said coldly. You, Lan Yingjie wanted to say something, but the black-clothed young man glared at him. Lan Yingjie chose to keep his mouth shut. Let's not argue about this anymore. Let Lan Luo make the decision. He's just a mid-hierarch realm fella. What can he do? The family didn't send you guys here to join in the fun. It's for you to gain experience. Do you understand? The black-clothed young man said. These words made Lan Yingjie and Lan Zi speechless. They needed to do something now. They were not going to the All-Life Temple for sightseeing. The chaos that happened in the West Pole Divine region this time was all caused by the reincarnated living Buddha. Therefore they were safe and sound on their journey. The family sent them out to the West Pole Divine region to gain experience, especially for them to grow and become part of the family. The reason why Lan Luo's status was higher than theirs was because Lan Luo's experience and gains were better than theirs. This was something that Lan Yingjie and Lan Zi didn't have. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. Chapter 31-34. As they passed through the mountains, Lan Luo and the rest headed straight for the All-Life Temple. In order to obtain information about the monk, Jiang Chen decided to follow Lan Luo and the rest. This black-robed man was quite powerful and had been staring at him. Jiang Chen didn't mind. Fortunately, the black-robed man didn't have any killing intent towards him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown any mercy. As for Lan Yingjie and Lan Zi, he didn't bother to talk to them. Jiang Chen could kill them effortlessly. It wasn't that Jiang Chen couldn't defeat them, it was just that he didn't care. When one's strength reached a certain level, one would naturally feel pity for the weak. Every time Jiang Chen looked at him, there would be pity in his eyes. As for Lan Luo, Jiang Chen didn't plan to fight to the death with her. Since they had already left the great emperor's tomb, there was no grudge between them. Lan Luo even took the initiative to tell him about the monk. Jiang Chen wasn't a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He wouldn't offend others if they didn't offend him. Of course, if they offended him, he would return the favor tenfold or 100-fold. This was Jiang Chen's code of conduct. After half a year, they finally stepped into the territory of the All-Life Temple. The West Pole was vast and boundless. It was one of the largest divine regions in the divine world, comparable to the northern cold divine region. The main power of the West Pole was the Buddha world. The Buddha world's factions were complicated. In the entire divine world, it was hard to find a clan that could contend against it. During the peak of the Buddha world, even in the central region Divine Land, only 2 great clans could contend against it. In the ancient era, the war had ended. The Buddha world was completely fragmented. The Buddha world, which used to be the sole power of the West Pole, was now in shambles. However, the power of the West Pole was undeniable. Each of the great temples had their own inheritance from the ancient era. They were all evolved from the Buddha world. The All-Life Temple was one of them. We should reach the All-Life Temple in less than 100,000 li, Lan Yingjie said. Is the All-Life Temple very powerful? Lan Zi asked with a blank expression. I don't know much about this All-Lives Temple either. Lan Luo, do you know? Lan Yingjie looked at Lan Luo. The strength of the All-Life Temple is different from those small temples. In the West Pole Divine region, those that are able to be ranked in the top 10 are the true great clans of the Buddha realm. These temples all have an incomparably powerful foundation. Because when the Buddha realm fell apart, the foundation of these great temples was not something an ordinary person could imagine. It is said that the Buddhas, venerables and arhats were all attached to these great temples. The disappearance of the Great Laying Temple and the chaos of the Buddha realm are closely related to this. I'm afraid that only the people of the top 10 great temples know the true reason. Lan Luo said in a low voice. She frowned. That was all she knew. To a large extent, the disappearance of the Great Lightning Tomb Monastery was closely related to the ancient war back then. Most importantly, there was a traitor in the Buddha realm. Otherwise, it was impossible for someone as powerful as the Buddha ancestor to fall so easily. During the golden period of the Buddha realm, only the people from the heaven realm had the qualifications to challenge him. The black-clothed young man crossed his arms and stared into the distance. Heaven realm. This was the first time Jiang Chen had heard of this name. His heart skipped a beat. What kind of place was that? Heaven realm? Could it be that the legendary heaven realm really exists? Didn't even the heavenly race prove that the heaven realm doesn't exist? Those who know the truth all say that the heavenly race are the descendants of the heaven realm. The existence of the heaven realm has also been proven by others. It's not like what the legends say. Lan Luo said in disbelief. The words of the heavenly race can't be trusted. It's not that some things don't exist. It's just that their existence is not known by others. Even the Buddha ancestor fell. Do you think that the existence of the heaven realm shouldn't exist? Remember, existence is reasonable. It's just like billions of years ago, a different species, life forms or experts appeared. Things that we don't know about doesn't mean that they didn't exist. The legends of the heaven realm exist among the 8 great clans. Although the heavenly race denied it, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. The black-clothed young man said. He glanced at Jiang Chen. This fellow's expression was as cold as ever. It was as though he didn't care about anything. His strength was also the lowest. However, the black-clothed young man felt that there was something different about this fellow. He didn't seem to be that weak. Since the heaven realm is so powerful, why isn't the heavenly race willing to make it public? Lan Yingjie frowned, his heart was filled with suspicions. As a member of the 8 great clans, Lan Yingjie was born with incomparable arrogance. If the people of the Tian clan were stronger than him, he would find it hard to accept this fact. There are some things that aren't what you see on the surface. After saying that, the black-clothed young man turned around and stepped into the void above the 9 underworlds. The 8 great clans, the heaven realm, the heavenly race. These names appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. The black-clothed young man didn't avoid him and spoke bluntly. As for what clan the Lan family was, Jiang Chen still didn't know. However, their mysteriousness was even more unfathomable than a great force like the Zhou mansion. The Great Laying Monastery no longer existed. However, the Buddha venerables of the Great Laying Monastery still existed in this world. However, there were very few people who knew about them. After millions and millions of years, it was extremely rare for a Buddha to appear and a venerables to descend upon this world. Lan Luo glanced at Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression was still indifferent. It was as if he had seen through everything in the world. His calmness, his unruffled expression, and his indifference towards everything in the world made Lan Luo feel that there was a certain depth to this fellow. What are your plans for this trip to the All-Life Temple? Jiang Chen looked at Lan Luo. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to speak. Lan Luo was slightly startled. There was an indescribable joy in his heart. He couldn't describe what he was feeling. It seemed that because Jiang Chen had remained silent, he had become even more mysterious. What Lan Luo didn't know was that the Zhou mansion had already fallen apart. It was no longer the powerful force it once was. There should be a demon-slaying conference. 6 of the 10 great temples will be participating. You can tell how grand it is. Although he is the reincarnation of the living Buddha, many people think that he is the reincarnation of the heavenly demon. This is because he has killed too many people. Therefore, the 10 great temples are holding this conference. Many people are here for the legendary reincarnation of the living Buddha. Of course, the God-suppressing monument is what many people are looking for. Moreover, the reincarnation of the living Buddha has given many people a sense of crisis, including the 10 great temples. Lan Luo said with a solemn expression. This mission was extraordinary. It was even more challenging than the tomb of the great monarch. Chapter 31-35. Maybe it's because the West Pole Divine Land has been peaceful for too many years. Many people have forgotten the prosperity of the Buddhist world. The current top 10 temples are nothing compared to the Buddhist world. It's not worth mentioning. However, it's mostly because of the God-suppressing monument. A gentleman's wealth arouses the envy of others. Even the reincarnated living Buddha is not exempt from this custom. Because too many people want to get the God-suppressing monument. Even our clan's mission this time is the same. We must get the God-suppressing monument no matter what. Lan Luo said in a low voice. She knew that she was stupid and shouldn't tell Jiang Chen these words. However, Jiang Chen really didn't have the slightest intention to fight. She also didn't know what caused Jiang Chen to become like this. What a great irony Jiang Chen sneered. Seemed like his guess was right. The appearance of the God-suppressing steel was most likely Tyrant. This God-suppressing steel was considered a great treasure even in the divine world. Many major powers were fighting for it. As a result, Tyrant was now in a dangerous situation. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Although Jiang Chen wasn't sure whether it was Tyrant, the God-suppressing monument had always been in Tyrant's hands. With his temperament, if he wanted to snatch the God-suppressing monument, he would definitely fight to the death. He had no choice but to kill. After all, if someone wanted his treasure and his life, who would be willing to be captured without a fight? If I don't enter hell, who will? Perhaps even Buddha himself wouldn't believe this kind of nonsense. Jiang Chen himself was now in the West Pole Divine Land. He had just destroyed the Tianlai world, flattened the ethereal world, and suppressed the Penglai world. Jiang Chen didn't want to make too big of a commotion. A big tree is bound to attract wind. Moreover, ever since he lost the news of Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu, Jiang Chen's heart had become quiet again. He urgently felt that his strength was a little weak. He must improve his strength as soon as possible and find his brothers. The news of Tyrant was right in front of him. Jiang Chen didn't want to miss it. By the way, why didn't you come with the Zhou Xian mansion? It is said that the Profound Connection Divine Palace has also been invited to participate in the Grand Assembly of the 10 Great Temples. Lan Luo asked. I've already left the Zhou Xian mansion. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Lan Luo didn't ask any more questions. Jiang Chen didn't seem to be willing to say more. Just follow us to the Temple of Life this time. I know your strength, but don't provoke that guy in black. You're not his match. He might be hostile to you, but with me around he won't make a move. Don't worry about that. We will gather at the All-Life Temple. Half of the 8 great clans are here. The 4 great clans are here. The Battle God clan, Shen Yuan clan, Luoshan clan, and our Mu clan. Luo God clan? Will the Luo God clan also come? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. He suddenly thought of De Huang. That guy couldn't have forgotten about his home, right? He had completely forgotten about his existence. Ever since he entered the divine world, he had completely lost contact with him. Jiang Chen wanted to go to the God Luo clan to look for Big Yellow, but he bumped into the people of the God Luo clan. This time he must find out about Big Yellow's whereabouts from the God Luo clan. Jiang Chen missed the days when he and his dog roamed the 9-region immortal world. When would he be able to return to those days? Yes, do you know about the Luo God clan? Lan Luo didn't expect Jiang Chen to know so much about the 8 great clans. I'm not too sure, but I have a friend in the Luo God clan. I just don't know if he's doing well in the Luo God clan. Jiang Chen shook his head. You have enmity with the Battle God clan, you should be more careful. Lan Luo reminded. Jiang Chen was following them to the Temple of Life. It was very obvious that there would be a conflict if he encountered the people of the Battle God clan. Thank you. Jiang Chen nodded, feeling a trace of gratitude towards Lan Luo. Although they had a lot of grudges in the past, everything had faded away in his opinion. The Temple of Life was right in front of him. Jiang Chen had made all the preparations. Once he found Tyrant and someone was against him, what harm was there in becoming the enemy of the whole world? Although Jiang Chen was silent, it didn't mean that he would be depressed. He just knew how to endure and judge the situation. He knew how to take one step at a time to reach the peak. Everyone had their own stage of life. From Saint Origin world to the 9 continents immortal world, and then to the divine world, Jiang Chen had experienced too many ups and downs, joys and sorrows, but he had never disappointed his family and loved ones. However, since he entered the divine world, his progress had become more and more difficult. It was easy for a person to become weak but difficult to become strong. One must bear the weight of the crown. First, one must have the heart to rise up and an indomitable belief. He was once glorious, but he was also once lonely. He was once dazzling, but he also once fell into the abyss. He was once standing at the peak of the 9-region immortal world, looking down at the world like an ant. He had cried, he had laughed, he had felt pain, and he had also struggled. At this moment, Xianxia had long lost that flashy aura and he had become more reserved. His sharpness came from his heart and his cultivation came from his actions. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. The black-clothed youth glanced at Xianxia. He was quite dissatisfied with Lan Luo's treatment of him. However, as an expert he naturally had his own pride and self-esteem. He wouldn't fight with a mid-hierarch expert. Where would his dignity go if he did? Killing Xianxia was just a matter of a palm strike for him, but he was too lazy to do so. If he made Lan Luo unhappy, then he would lose his meaning. One must know one's place. You're not worthy of Lan Luo. Stay away from her in the future. You should know that if I want to kill you, you won't be able to escape. However, you're her friend, so I'll let you go. However, it doesn't mean that you can appear beside her without fear. You better behave yourself in the Temple of Life. The black-clothed youth said. Xianxia glanced at him and smiled. He had nothing to say to such a person. Moreover, he didn't have any feelings for Lan Luo. His heart was as calm as still water. It was undeniable that Lan Luo was very beautiful, but Xianxia wasn't the kind of man who would fall in love with anyone he saw. When the black-clothed youth looked at Xianxia, his eyes were filled with disdain. It was already a blessing for Xianxia that such a person could attract his attention. If he still dared to go against the black-clothed youth, it would be tantamount to courting death. Chapter 31-36. Xianxia wasn't interested in the black-clothed youth's words. At this moment he had no other thoughts in his mind. He only wanted to save the monk. This was the only thing he wanted to do. The All-Life Temple was located at the border of the West Pole Divine Region. However, no one dared to underestimate this force that was ranked amongst the 10 great temples. In the West Pole Divine Region, the Buddhist realm was the mainstream. There were millions of temples, but the All-Life Temple was one of the 10 strongest forces. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Just as Lan Luo had said, it was basically impossible for the All-Life Temple to stand out from the rest of the West Pole Divine Region. However, the All-Life Temple was a strong competitor for the reincarnated living Buddha and the God-suppressing monument. The 8 great clans were the strongest clans in the divine world. No one knew about them. The All-Life Temple was able to invite the 4 great clans to help them. This showed how powerful the All-Life Temple was. The mountain gate was 100,000 kilometers wide, and there were 9,000 zhang tall buildings. There were 800 pagodas and ancient bells stood in great numbers. Green trees towered into the sky. Sanskrit chants filled the air and the sound of bells rang. Incense was lit and all living beings knelt down. One of the cornerstones of the West Pole Divine Region. It was a well-deserved reputation. Within the mountain gate, a formation was protecting it. Golden light flickered and dazzled. Xianxia sighed in his heart. This protective formation was so powerful that even he couldn't break it. How powerful must the person who laid this formation be? This place was peaceful and tranquil. The All-Life Temple's name was majestic. The golden words flickered and its might was boundless. We're finally here. Lanzi said with a smile. She let out a long sigh of relief. After a long and arduous journey of thousands of miles, they had finally arrived at the place of pilgrimage, the All-Lives Temple. The strength of the 8 great clans should be above the All-Life Temple. However, due to the scarcity of their clansmen and the passage of time, the Shepherd clan's strength had declined compared to its former glory. It could no longer compete against the Xinyuan clan and the Luotian clan. It should be on par with the Battle God clan. Even so, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Shepherd clan should not be underestimated. Otherwise, why would they be invited by the All-Life Temple? In front of the All-Life Temple, there were 800 divine monks standing on the left and right sides. The Mu clan's arrival was naturally a big deal. More than 10 holy monks came from the All-Life Temple to welcome them. All of them were above the hierarch realm. The leader was wearing a golden kasaya, holding a Buddhist staff in his hand. He looked old, but his eyes were shining brightly. Xianxia only had 3 words in his mind: invincible. This person's strength had definitely reached the divine emperor realm. The powerful aura that he exuded made people feel extremely ferocious. He did not seem like a Buddhist at all. Amitba, the Shepherd clan has come from afar. I'm the chief of the All-Life Temple's commandment yard. Martial law, I apologize for my lack of manners. Martial law chanted the Buddha's name with one palm and said with a stern expression. His face was cold. It wasn't because he didn't like the crowd. It was because he had to enforce the law strictly as the chief of the commandment yard. The chief of the commandment yard had the strength of a divine emperor realm expert. Then the person in charge would be even more terrifying. The true power of the West Pole divine region should not be underestimated. Martial law, you're too courteous. I represent the seniors of the Shepherd clan to greet you. If we can lend a hand to the All-Life Temple, it would be our Shepherd clan's fortune. Lan Luo said with a smile and slightly nodded. The black-clothed young man stood behind Lan Luo. He didn't like to show his face in public. Lan Luo was naturally calmer than him. However, the black-clothed young man still caught martial law's attention because he was the strongest among the crowd. You must be tired after such a long journey. Everyone, please take a rest in the yard. We hope that the Shepherd clan will forgive us if we don't treat you well. Amit Ba. Martial law said again. He gave the black-clothed young man a meaningful look. He should be the true expert of the Shepherd clan. Grandmaster, you don't have to be so courteous. Please. Lan Luo said. Jiang Chen followed Lan Luo and the others and entered the All-Life Temple. Martial law arranged for the people of the Shepherd clan to rest in the guest rooms for 3 days. After that, they received the invitation of the host and entered the Hall of Great Strength. Inside the Hall of Great Strength, the atmosphere was majestic. Incense was lit and boundless Buddhist scriptures could be heard. An old monk wearing a black and white kasaya was sitting in the Hall of Great Strength, chanting scriptures. Martial law and the other experts of the All-Life Temple stood behind him. Even martial law could only stand at the back. One could imagine that the old monk wearing the black and white kasaya was undoubtedly the host. Jiang Chen looked at the old monk wearing the black and white kasaya. The old monk was like a deep sea, unfathomable and unfathomable. It was hard to see through him. In his heart he had a great understanding of the All-Life Temple. Although the Tongxian mansion was very powerful, it was nothing compared to the All-Life Temple. If he were to cause a ruckus in the All-Life Temple, no one would be able to save him. The All-Life Temple was truly a superpower that could be considered as the pillar of a prefecture. The Battle God Clan. Lan Yingjie looked at the entrance of the Hall of Great Strength. A group of 4 people was leisurely walking in. Their imposing manner was imposing and they were holding their heads high. The gazes of the Battle God Clan fell on the people of the Shepherd clan. Even the experts of the Battle God Clan were no exception. Their gazes all fell on Lan Luo. Everyone loved beauty. One couldn't help but admit that Lan Luo's beauty was not inferior to Yan Qingqing or Wu Ningzhu. Her bewitching beauty made people feel relaxed and happy. We meet again, Miss Lan Luo. The leader of the Battle God clan, a white-clothed young man, slowly walked towards Lan Luo. He had met Lan Luo once before. As the strongest genius of the Battle God clan, he also had the ability to make Lan Luo his woman. Lan Luo slightly nodded her head, but she didn't say anything. Because she didn't like this guy who had a feminine look on his face. Even she couldn't understand what he was thinking. It was an extremely terrifying experience to stand beside such a person. Lan Luo naturally didn't like this guy. Ever since I met Miss Lan Luo last time, Bai didn't want to eat or drink. I've been hoping to see you again one day. I didn't expect it to come true so soon. Bai said with a faint smile. He squinted his eyes and looked at Lan Luo. His gaze was filled with adoration, but more of it was covetous. Because he coveted Lan Luo's beauty, he wanted to make her his. That intense desire to conquer made this woman the only one in his eyes. Chapter 31-37. However, at this moment, the black-clothed man's expression became incomparably cold. There are many people who like Lan Luo, but you're not good enough for him. The black-clothed man looked at Bai coldly and said disdainfully. Oh, really? I was wondering who it was. So it's the sinner who was exiled from the clan because he fell in love with his own sister, Lan Mao. Instead of being enraged, Bai wore a cold smile on his face. It was obvious that he knew this black-clothed young man, Lan Mao. A wave of rage arose spontaneously in Lan Mao's heart because his older sister was a taboo in his heart, and it was especially so because he had fallen in love with his own older sister. In the end, his clan had wanted to execute him, and his older sister had sacrificed herself for him in exchange for his life. At that moment, The rage and regret accumulated in Lan Mao's heart had become the greatest knot in his heart. Because of this he was exiled from the Mu clan. However, after Lan Mao met Lan Luo, he gradually walked out from the sorrow of losing his beloved. Even so, Lan Mao's strength had surpassed too many people of the shepherd tribe. He cultivated alone and stepped into the half-step divine emperor realm. His terrifying talent and strength were self-evident. If it wasn't for Lan Luo, he might not have returned to the Mu clan. He only returned to the Mu clan for the sake of his sister. The word, sister, was the biggest humiliation in Lan Mao's heart. It was also his only taboo. At this moment Lan Mao's aura skyrocketed. The aura of a half-step divine emperor was suddenly released, but it was blocked by Dou Bai. Both of their auras were released continuously. At this moment, neither of them took a step forward, but neither of them was willing to fall behind. Their terrifying auras made Lan Yingjie and Lan Zi take a few steps back, including Lan Luo. Enough. Lan Luo said in a low voice. If they were to fight in the Hall of Great Strength, which was the territory of the All-Life Temple, wouldn't they become a laughing stock? The reputation of the Mu clan cannot be laughed at by others. Lan Mao, you should know where you are right now. Lan Luo's words made Lan Mao retract his aura slowly, but the killing intent in his eyes didn't diminish. Xianxia looked at the two of them silently. Neither of them were easy to deal with. Even Dou Qing's strength was not as good as Dou Bai's. Even though they were all half-step divine emperors, there was still a difference in strength. Just like how Xianxia could defeat 3 half-step divine emperors when he was only a mid-hierarch, it did not mean that everyone could do the same. He was probably the only one who could do it. Dou Bai and Lan Mao faced each other with equal harshness. However, it only lasted for a moment and it did not cause too much of a commotion. Otherwise, how could they possibly act so presumptuously in the All-Life Temple? There was more than one divine emperor. It was just that the All-Life Temple's experts were giving face to the two clans. They knew that the two clans would have self-discipline and knew what they were doing. If you dare have any improper thoughts towards Lan Luo again, I will definitely kill you. Lan Mao said calmly. Kill me? I'm afraid that you don't have the ability to do so. If Miss Lan Luo admits that she's your woman, perhaps I would choose to retreat. However, what qualifications do you have to say that? Dou Bai's eyes were cold and he was not afraid of Lan Mao at all. The two of them faced each other with equal harshness. None of them took a step back, which caused the two clans to be in a stalemate. Obviously, the All-Life Temple was not happy to see this. What a gathering of heroes. I'm late. A burly young man in a green cloak arrived, looking travel-worn. He had red hair, a resolute face, a pair of sharp eyes and a pair of iron fists. Someone from the Xianyuan clan. Dou Bai said calmly. Lan Mao, how have you been? I didn't expect to see you here. This is really fate. The battle between you and me should finally come to an end this time. Xianyuan Yuma laughed. His gaze fell upon Lan Mao. Their gazes met and both of them were incomparably excited. The two of them could be said to be heroes admiring heroes. When Lan Mao was training in the outside world, he was alone. At that time he fought alongside Xianyuan Yuma. Unfortunately, they were evenly matched in the end. However, it had been thousands of years since they last met. The current Xianyuan Yuma and Lan Mao were no longer the youths of the past. Any time, Lan Mao said in a low voice. Xianyuan Rainman's strength was exceptionally terrifying, and this encounter had once again ignited the unparalleled battle intent in Lan Mao's heart. Good, straightforward. Since I've come to the All-Life Temple today, I'll naturally let the All-Life Temple take the lead. I should also step back a little. Xianyuan Rain Demon might seem rough and uncouth, but he knew this well. Although the 4 great clans didn't have any particular enmity with each other, their relationship wasn't very solid. The fact that the All-Life Temple was able to bring the 4 great clans together and form a united front was enough to show how powerful the All-Life Temple was. Xianyuan Yuma. Xianxia murmured. There was an unusual aura coming from this person. His appearance made Xianxia slightly worried, but he did not know where he came from. The Xianyuan clan and Xianxia were considered as archenemies. Xianxia's action of annihilating the Clearstream sect was equivalent to declaring war against the Xianyuan clan without any hesitation. Moreover, Xianyuan Kanglin was heavily injured several times. Perhaps the Xianyuan clan already knew about his existence. Jiang Chen had to be careful of this person in the future. This person was an enemy, not a friend. Jiang Chen would definitely not show any mercy. The Shepherd clan, Battle God clan and Xinyuan clan are all here. Now only the God Luo clan is left. Looks like the Luo God clan is quite arrogant. Dou Bai of the Battle God clan sneered. At this moment only the God Luo clan was missing, so he was naturally unhappy with them. It's a remote place. I hope that the senior of the All-Life Temple will forgive me. A gentle voice resounded in the Hall of Great Strength. A lady wearing a green muslin slowly walked over. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, captivating the hearts of others. Her figure was graceful like a fairy of the 9 heavens. Even Lan Luo seemed to be overshadowed by her. It's not that Lan Luo wasn't beautiful, but her elegant aura made others feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Lan Luo was the exact opposite of her. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted. That's because the person in front of him was Goddess Luo. Jiang Chen's heart was thumping non-stop. It wasn't because he admired Goddess Luo, but because he was worried about his brother, De Huang. He had no idea how that fellow was doing in the Luo God clan. It's been too long since Jiang Chen saw De Huang. The longing in his heart was expressed in words. However, as a man he would naturally not say those words out loud. However, Jiang Chen's excitement was predictable. Even Lan Luo could feel that Jiang Chen wasn't ordinary. Today when he saw Goddess Luo he clearly had a different impulse. Lan Luo knitted her brows. Even she was a little unresigned. Could it be that she wasn't as beautiful as Goddess Luo? I'm such a beautiful woman, yet you're so blind. Chapter 31-38. Lan Luo looked at Goddess Luo unwillingly. In terms of temperament he was indeed slightly inferior to her. The Luo River nourished people. Temperament was naturally formed. The saying was true. Jiang Chen's gaze towards Goddess Luo became more and more passionate. Goddess Luo also felt Jiang Chen's presence. No wonder. The goddess of God Luo clan is indeed extraordinary. I'm so envious of you. Dou Bai squinted his eyes. When he looked at Goddess Luo, there was a hint of covetousness in his eyes. Wouldn't it be a blessing if he could get such a woman? Lan Luo on his left and Goddess Luo on his right. That kind of life was truly enjoyable. Even an Emperor Realm expert might not be as carefree as him. Goddess Luo didn't even look at Dou Bai. This made Dou Bai very angry. The anger in his heart was uncontrollable. One day I will make you tremble under my crotch. Humph. Jiang Chen took a step forward and appeared in front of Lan Luo. He looked at Goddess Luo. Their gazes were filled with complicated emotions. Although they had only met once, she could see how strong Jiang Chen was in the divine tomb. But now Jiang Chen was cultivating alone. His strength had reached the middle hierarch realm and was not considered weak. However, Goddess Luo could not help but sigh when she saw him in such a sorry state. A person's strength was too weak after all. If he had entered the God Luo clan, his strength would not be so weak. A middle hierarch realm was really not enough. The weakest among the people they sent this time was a late hierarch realm expert. However, Goddess Luo did not look down on Jiang Chen. It was not easy for him to reach this stage by himself. He had to grope for the stones to cross the river, cultivate quietly and explore step by step. De Huang didn't come? Jiang Chen inhaled a deep breath of air. He didn't even dare to ask, fearing that he would hear bad news about De Huang. Jiang Chen's heart had always been in his throat. If De Huang had the slightest uneasiness, he would definitely head to the Luo God clan. But since De Huang had chosen the Luo God clan, he wouldn't disturb De Huang, unless he appeared at this moment. Jiang Chen hoped that he could see De Huang's figure at this moment. However, he knew that his wish would never come true. Because Goddess Luo's eyes had told him that. De Huang, you should know how much I miss you, dead dog, right? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't know when the two of them would be able to join hands again and roam the god world. He's really a toad lusting after a swan's meat. He wants to be related to Goddess Luo? He was really overestimating himself. Humph. That's right. Does this guy really think that Goddess Luo will be with someone like him? He looks sloppy, has stubble on his face, messy hair and dirty face. How can someone like him enter the Mahavira Hall, a solemn place like this? Forget it. He's a member of the Shepherd clan after all. This kind of person just doesn't know his place. So many people wanted to be together with Goddess Luo, but they were all rejected by her. I think this guy has gone crazy from thinking about women. Why would Goddess Luo care about him? He's just like a beggar. Among us, no one should be weaker than him, right? Ah. The people of the 4 great clans were whispering to each other. The appearance of Jiang Chen filled them with anticipation. This guy dared to come out and talk to Goddess Luo. He even wanted to be on equal footing with Goddess Luo? He was really overestimating himself. He's really a disgrace to the people of our shepherd clan. This guy is not a member of our shepherd clan at all. Lan Yingjie sneered. No matter what, Jiang Chen came with the people of the shepherd clan. Therefore, even if it was a disgrace, the people of the shepherd clan would not be able to escape from it. Yeah. This kind of person is really a disgrace to our shepherd clan. Lan Luo, I really don't know why you brought this guy along. I'll definitely tell the elders of the clan about this when I return. Bringing such a person is really a disgrace to our shepherd clan. Lan Zi snorted and said. She would not let go of the chance to ridicule Lan Luo. At this moment, it was obvious that her beloved brother Yingjie was not happy. She would definitely go along with him. Even she looked down on a beggar like him. Why would Goddess Luo give him any face? Did he really think that he was one of the top disciples of the 8 great clans? Lan Luo was indifferent. He said that he had a friend in the God Luo clan. Could it be this Goddess Luo? Goddess Luo is not someone that anyone can touch. Brat, I think you're tired of living. Dou Bai frowned and his face turned gloomy. Could it be that this guy was a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water? However, this kind of person's strength was so low that Dou Bai did not even bother to fight him. Big brother De Huang. He has something important to do. He can't leave the God Luo clan for the time being. He told me that once he leaves the God Luo clan he will look for you first. Goddess Luo said with a complicated expression. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. The dignified Goddess Luo of the God Luo clan, the princess of the world, the pride of the generation, one of the 3 peerless geniuses of the 8 great clans, Goddess Luo actually called a beggar in such a sorry state big brother? Everyone held their breath. No one had expected that Goddess Luo would be so polite and respectful towards Jiang Chen. This made the people on the scene go crazy. Who is this guy? How could Goddess Luo lower herself and talk to him like this? Moreover, she even addressed him as big brother. Their hearts were in disbelief. Jiang Chen's face was filled with disbelief. Right, I got it. When we go back, tell him to look for me when he's strong enough. I don't want to protect that guy. Jiang Chen squeezed out a smile. De Huang's strength is slightly stronger than you now. I don't think he needs your protection anymore. Goddess Luo smiled slightly. Her smile was so beautiful that it could topple a city. Everyone yearned for her. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. It seemed like De Huang's situation was much better than his. He should have good cultivation resources in the God Luo clan. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to be stronger than him. Jiang Chen was very happy about this. As long as he knew that De Huang was fine, Jiang Chen was satisfied. At least this news was better than nothing to Jiang Chen. He's the big brother that De Huang mentioned? A figure stepped out from behind Goddess Luo. He narrowed his eyes and pointed at Jiang Chen. What he cared about the most was not who Jiang Chen was, but the inheritance of the craftsman god in Jiang Chen's hands. This was what he wanted the most. It was also what the entire God Luo clan wanted. King Luo Bin, what are you trying to do? Chapter 31-39. I'm King Luo Bin. I hope to have a spar with you one day. King Luo Bin said with a smile. Looking at Jiang Chen could naturally feel the hostility from that guy. There was even a trace of disdain in that guy's tone. It should be true that the God Luo clan knew that he possessed the inheritance of the craftsman god. Although it was just a guess, Jiang Chen still had to be on guard against King Luo Bin. King Luo Bin had obviously noticed him and was interested in him. There must be a reason behind it. I don't like to spar with strangers unless it's a life and death battle. Otherwise, it's a life and death battle to determine who's better. Jiang Chen said faintly. Everyone felt that Jiang Chen didn't know how to appreciate kindness, especially the 2 from the God Luo clan. Did this guy really think that he was a genius expert? He actually dared to say such words to the peerless genius of their God Luo clan. He was really courting death. His good days were about to come to an end. Moreover, King Luo Bin was infatuated with Goddess Luo. Jiang Chen's appearance had obviously angered King Luo Bin, and he even had the intention to kill Jiang Chen. It's him. Dou Tianhuang's expression turned solemn as he stared at the man standing behind Lan Luo. The man had messy long hair and a beard. His strength was only at the middle hierarch realm. Compared to these late hierarch realm geniuses, he was like a crane in a flock of chickens. But his existence was like a fish thrown into the sea. It would not cause the slightest ripple. However, even so, the reason why the people of the Battle God clan hated Xianxia was because his existence had caused Dou Tianhuang to become solemn. The Battle God clan's inheritance, the Dou formation technique, was not allowed to be leaked. What do you mean? Dou Bai glanced at Dou Tianhuang and frowned. At this moment he faintly felt that Dou Tianhuang was referring to someone else. He's the one in the great emperor's tomb. He's also the one who killed several geniuses of our Battle God clan. The inheritance of our Battle God clan was stolen by him. This time we must not let him go. Dou Tianhuang said in a deep voice. Fortunately, Xianxia's cultivation realm was only at the mid-hierarch realm. Even if he were to face Xianxia now, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill Xianxia. Bringing back the two progenitors was of great significance to the entire Battle God clan. Dou Tianhuang's cultivation realm had already reached the peak of the late hierarch realm. This time Xianxia had walked right into their trap. They would definitely not show any mercy to him. Is he Xianxia? This is really the case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance without even looking for it. Looks like I'll have to carry out justice on behalf of the heavens and remove the weeds from the roots. Dou Bai sneered as killing intent flashed in his eyes. This fellow had stolen the secret of the Battle God clan. Only death awaited him. Unexpectedly, you still dare to appear in front of the Battle God clan. You're really a reckless fellow. Today I must kill you to restore the prestige of the Battle God clan. Dou Bai's aura burst out and pointed at Xianxia. Everyone held their breaths. This fellow was really determined to kill Xianxia. Ba. Friends from the Battle God clan, please retract your hostility in the Mahavira Hall. Do not fight in front of the Buddha. Martial Lord said in a deep voice. His face darkened as he lightly stomped his feet. Xianxia and Dou Bai took a few steps back. Everyone was prepared to face their greatest enemy. The prestige of the All-Life Temple was inviolable. Even if Dou Bai wanted to kill Xianxia, it would be impossible. Dou Bai's face darkened as he stared at Xianxia and said coldly, "Count yourself lucky this time. If it wasn't for the Grand Master pleading for you, I would definitely not let you off. Even so, you can't hide forever. If we meet again, I will definitely take your dog life. The prestige of the Battle God clan is inviolable." Dou Bai's words were sonorous and powerful. Everyone watched this scene in silence. A weak fellow like Xianxia was actually targeted by the experts of the Luo God clan and Battle God clan. One could imagine how great the pressure was for Xianxia. You have to be careful. If there's any movement, you have to follow us closely. Do not let them take advantage of the situation and harm you. Lan Luo whispered in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia knew that he was in an extremely dangerous situation at this moment. If the Xianyuan clan knew of his identity, they wouldn't just stand by and watch. They would definitely obstruct him. Even in the Shepherd clan, only Lan Luo didn't have any enmity towards him for the time being. In the eyes of everyone, he was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The Battle God clan hated him to the bones, and the Luo God clan wanted to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. Xianxia realized that he couldn't escape misfortune no matter where he went. Dou Bai and Dou Tianhuang silently stared at Xianxia. If this wasn't the All-Life Temple's Great Strength Hall, they might have already made a move against Xianxia. This fellow had to be killed as soon as possible. The secret technique of the Battle God clan couldn't be leaked to the outside world. This was a taboo of the Battle God clan for millions of years. The secret of the battle formation technique couldn't be leaked to the outside world. But now everyone was just observing. After all, this was the All-Life Temple's territory and they were all invited here. The All-Life Temple was the leader and the four great clans were the support. Ba. Benefactors of the four great clans have come from afar. This poor monk Zhou Xian is gratified. I would like to thank everyone on behalf of the All-Life Temple. The old monk Zhou Xian slowly stood up and bowed with sincerity. Everyone also bowed and put their palms together. After all, Zhou Xian was the abbot of the All-Life Temple, and his strength was extraordinary. Who would dare to disobey a divine emperor realm expert? Who would dare to act rashly? Xianxia squinted his eyes. There were actually 5 divine emperor realm experts in the entire hall. Such a powerful force could stand proudly in the West Pole divine region, and Xianxia wasn't an exception. Master Zhou Xian, our purpose for coming here is clear. Why don't you tell us? We're all here under orders and will follow Master Zhou Xian's arrangements. King Luobin nodded his head. If that's the case, I won't beat around the bush. This old monk is grateful that everyone has come to help us. This time we've invited the experts of Xian Mansion, but it's a pity that Xian Mansion couldn't come due to some urgent matters. Now there are only people from the 4 great clans. I hope that everyone can help our all-life temple to stand out in this competition. Zhou Xian said with a faint smile. Xian Mansion can't come? What happened? The 3 half-step deity emperors of our battle god clan are all at Xian Mansion. Could it be that Xian Mansion is in trouble? Chapter 3140. I came from the direction of Xian Mansion, but I heard that the 3 half-step deity emperors of the battle god clan have all fallen. Lan Mao said coldly, purposely showing a gloating expression. Dou Bai's face became even more unsightly. What? Don't talk nonsense. How could the 3 half-step divine emperors of our battle god clan die? The person who could kill them must be a divine emperor expert. Even if they couldn't defeat a divine emperor expert, it would still be extremely difficult to kill all of them. The battle god clans, 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 battle god clans. Dou Bai didn't believe what Lan Mao said. At this moment he looked at the abbot of the all-life temple, Zhou Xian. He hoped that the news was false. Although I don't know the exact situation, I heard that the 3 experts of the battle god clan have all fallen. I hope that it's false. Amit Ba. Zhou Xian put his palms together and prayed. Dou Bai and Dou Tianhuang looked at each other and felt a heartache. Dou Qing was Dou Bai's uncle. It could be said that Dou Bai was raised by Dou Qing. Now that Dou Bai's strength had surpassed Dou Bai's face turned extremely gloomy after hearing the news of his uncle's death. At this moment his anger had been ignited. Uncle, I hope that nothing bad happened to you. Dou Bai murmured. Lan Mao sneered in his heart. This news was an indisputable fact. He just didn't want to admit it. Moreover, although Xian Mansion had been keeping this news under wraps, there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Once someone knew about it, this news would surely spread across the world. It wouldn't take long for this news to be known by everyone. At that time the battle god clan would surely be enraged. Jiangchen looked at Dou Bai coldly. If these guys really wanted to take action against him, then he could only send the battle god clan back to their clan. Jiangchen was now besieged from all sides. These people were all top-notch experts. Jiangchen might not be able to kill any one of them. Jiangchen was a freak, a genius and a ferocious man, but wasn't he the same? Jiangchen could easily kill ordinary half-step deity emperors. However, these were the elites among the half-step deity emperors. They were the true monstrous geniuses of the major races. Jiangchen might be strong, but they were even stronger. Therefore, even Jiangchen did not dare to let his guard down. These guys were not easy to deal with. Right now there was no doubt that he had to be careful. All Life Temple was built by All Living Buddha. After the Great Lane Temple split up, we built this temple to protect the dignity of the Buddha world. We did our best to unify the Buddha world. After the fall of the Gautama Buddha and the destruction of the Great Lane Temple, the current West Pole Divine region is in a turbulent situation. Rumor has it that the living Buddha has reincarnated. However, whether he is a real Buddha or not is still up for debate. However, the most important divine tool of the Buddha world, the God-subduing monument, is in the hands of the reincarnated living Buddha. For billions of years, although we have been worshipping Buddha wholeheartedly, this is related to the rise and fall of the Buddha world. As disciples of Buddhism, we can't just stand by and watch. Therefore, this time, even if we have to risk the wrath of the world, our all-life temple will snatch the God-subduing monument back. All Living Buddha is one of the strongest Buddhas under the Gautama Buddha. He is also the leader of our all-life temple. All-life Buddha, the world will be unified. Today the Buddha world was once the strongest throughout the ages. But now the West Pole Divine region is in a mess. As long as we get the God-subduing monument, we will be able to command all the Buddhas. Master Zhigan said with a pious expression. May I ask, Master, is there still a Buddha in this world? Jiang Chen looked at Master Zhegan and asked in a low voice. Master Zhegan smiled and answered. Buddha transcends all beings and becomes one with them. The Buddha is right in front of us and in our hearts. Master Zhegan's words confused everyone, but Jiang Chen felt that Zhegan seemed to be hiding something. He was not willing to say much about Buddha. Master Zhegan is extremely powerful. Our strength is far inferior to yours. How can we help you? Asked Lan Luo. Amitabha, that's not it. This time the Divine Emperor Realm experts don't stand a chance at all. Everything is under the Divine Emperor Realm. To say this, we have to start from the moment the phantom of the Great Leyin Temple appeared. The Great Leyin Temple should have been destroyed a long time ago. However, a ray of light appeared on the remains of the Great Leyin Temple like a mirage. Divine Emperor experts couldn't enter it at all. Only those below the Divine Emperor realm could enter the boundless Buddhist land of the Great Leyin Temple. I once tried to enter, but in the end I still failed. Master Zhegan shook his head and sighed. In other words, the Great Leyin Temple has reappeared in the West Pole Divine region? Xinyuan Yuma asked in shock. The Great Leyin Temple had been destroyed in the ancient war billions of years ago. Now that it had reappeared, even though it was in ruins, the Buddhists were still yearning for it. The Great Leyin Temple has the occasional morning bell and evening drum, as well as the occasional Buddhist radiance. All of this is because of the rumored reincarnated living Buddha who stepped inside, causing the entire West Pole Divine region to descend into chaos. Now, the reincarnated living Buddha is in the illusion of the Great Leyin Temple. Although it's an illusion, it's real because it's no different from the real Great Leyin Temple. When the reincarnated living Buddha was in the Great Leyin Temple, Divine Emperor experts couldn't enter the Great Leyin Temple at all. Half-step Divine Emperors are the best candidates. In the Great Leyin Temple, the reincarnated living Buddha has killed many people. Therefore, in the eyes of the All-Life Temple and the other temples, this so-called reincarnated living Buddha is probably just a cover. He's more like the reincarnated living Buddha. The entire West Pole Divine region has lost countless people. They were all killed by the reincarnated living Buddha. We have no choice but to seek help from the 4 major clans. We hope that everyone can help restore true peace to the land of the West Pole Divine region. Master Zhegan paused for a moment before continuing. Of course, we won't slack off. The All-Life Temple will send out 3 half-step Divine Emperors to fight against the legendary reincarnated living Buddha with everyone. This is a small token from this old monk. Please don't take it to heart. Please accept it. Master Zhegan waved his hand, and a dozen green seed-like objects appeared in everyone's hands. This is a Bodhi seed? Chapter 3141. It's really the Bodhi seed. Dou Tianhuang and the others were extremely surprised as well. They did not expect Master Zhegan to be so generous. However, they knew that entering the illusion of the Great Leyin Temple this time was likely to put their lives on the line. No one knew what the outcome would be. Most importantly, they came to the All-Life Temple with their own thoughts. If they could really obtain the treasure, they might not necessarily hand it all over to the All-Life Temple. These are not the real Bodhi seeds, but the small Bodhi seeds, which are the Bodhi seeds shed from the Great Bodhi seed. They are commonly known as the small Bodhi seed. The small Bodhi seed contains unparalleled divine origin energy and can stabilize one's mind. It is definitely comparable to an ordinary divine grade elixir. As for the real Bodhi seed, if any genius can find the God-suppressing monument for the All-Life Temple, this old monk will definitely offer 3 real Great Bodhi seeds. Master Zhegan's words shocked everyone. The Great Bodhi seed, as the name suggested, was countless times more powerful than the small Bodhi seed. Rumor has it that the Great Bodhi seed has the same effect as a divine grade elixir. Back in ancient times, even Emperor Realm experts coveted it. Dou Bai's heart skipped a beat. He coveted the Great Bodhi seed as well. It was very difficult for them to obtain the God-suppressing monument. Even if they obtained it, they might not be able to take it away. However, obtaining the Great Bodhi seed would definitely be a very tempting thing. Moreover, there were 3 Great Bodhi seeds. It was hard for anyone to avoid this temptation. In layman's terms, even if they obtained the God-suppressing monument and brought it back to their clans under the watchful eyes of the All-Life Temple, they might not be able to obtain more than 3 Bodhi seeds as a reward. After all, even their clans might not be able to obtain the large Bodhi seed. Every one of them was a person who had lived for millions of years. Even the rising young talents of the younger generation had countless experiences. Everyone knew that this kind of transaction was definitely worth it. It had to be said that the little Bodhi seed that Grandmaster Zhou Xian had given them as a reward was already very generous. It was comparable to an ordinary divine-grade pill, and not just anyone had the chance to obtain one. Even Xianxia got one. Of course, in the eyes of Lan Zi and Lan Ingjie, Xianxia didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Great Lightning Tune Temple. If he didn't follow the shepherd tribe here, how could he have obtained the little Bodhi seed? This guy is really shameless. Even he has one. Lan Zi said with a cold smile, looking down on Xianxia. Although she did not know what kind of relationship he had with Goddess Luo, to her, Xianxia was just a toad lusting after a swan's meat. He was just overestimating himself. He's just lucky. Who asked our Lan Luo to be so kind? Lan Ingjie said and rolled his eyes at Xianxia. The current Xianxia was a huge burden to them. I believe everyone knows that the battle this time is extraordinary. We only have one goal, which is to capture the reincarnated living Buddha. We don't even mind killing him to benefit the people of the West Pole Divine region. Many experts have died in the hands of the reincarnated living Buddha. The reincarnated Demon King is undoubtedly the reincarnated living Buddha. However, not everyone is qualified to enter the Great Lane Temple's Dreamland. You must at least reach the late Hierarch realm before you can enter the Dreamland. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand the pressure. Grandmaster Zhou Xian said in a low voice. Did you hear that, friend? I'm afraid a middle Hierarch realm expert won't be able to withstand the pressure. Lan Ingjie said in a strange tone. Lan Zi also chimed in from the side. Obviously, the two of them were doing this for Xianxia to see. I'm afraid some people don't even have the qualifications to enter the illusion of the Great Lane Temple. How lamentable, how laughable. If you don't want to die so quickly, perhaps staying here is your best choice. The great masters of the All-Life Temple will definitely protect you. Doubai sneered. The meaning behind his words was obvious. Xianxia was only suitable to stay in the ivory tower and be protected. With his weak strength, it was impossible for him to enter the Great Lightning Tune Temple's Dreamland. You guys can go. I can go too. Xianxia said faintly. He looked calm and did not bother to argue with them. Big brother. Can you really? After all, a late Hierarch realm expert can enter the Great Lightning Tune Temple's Dreamland. Those who are too strong can't enter, and those who are too weak can't enter either. Goddess Luo looked at Xianxia and said worriedly. Unlike the others, she was really worried about Xianxia instead of mocking him. There's no place in this world that I, Xianxia, can't go. Xianxia stood proudly. However, his disheveled and unkempt appearance made others laugh. Especially Lan Ingjie and Lan Zi. They hated Xianxia's guts for trying to fish in troubled waters. Zhou Xian smiled without saying anything. He shook his head and looked at everyone. There's no need to argue. There's a bridge of life in the All-Life Temple. As long as you can cross the bridge of life, you'll have the strength to enter the Great Lightning Tune Temple's Dreamland. However, if you can't cross the bridge of life, you'll be repelled by the power of the bridge of life. That's the standard to determine the strength of our All-Life Temple's younger generation. Today we'll use it to determine your strength and whether you're qualified to enter the Great Lightning Tune Temple's Dreamland. Of course, if you're strong but you can't cross the bridge of life, it means that you can't withstand any hardship and pressure. You're not qualified to enter the Great Lightning Tune Temple's Dreamland. Furthermore, this is for your own good. Otherwise, before you can even deal with the reincarnated Demon King after entering the Tempest Temple, you might have already been crushed by the immense pressure of the environment. There's no way you can walk out alive. Zhou Xian took a step forward and said in a deep voice. Everyone was shocked. Many of them even looked at Xianxia. Only late Hierarch realm experts were qualified to cross the bridge of life. Xianxia would definitely become a joke among them. There were 17 people from the 4 great clans. Xianxia was the only mid-Hierarch realm expert. The rest of them were either late Hierarch realm experts, peak Hierarch realm experts, or half-step Divine Emperor experts. Everyone, please follow me. Martial Law took the lead and walked at the very front. The rest of the group followed closely behind him. No one wanted to fall behind. In Martial Law's words, if one couldn't cross the bridge of life, then there was no need to enter the Great Lightning Tune Temple's Dreamland. That would only be courting death. The rainbow turned into a shadow and crossed over 1,000 meters of the mountain. The Bridge of Time was forged with the will of all living beings. Chapter 3142. I'll go first. Dou Bai walked onto the Bridge of Life, followed by Dou Tianhuang and the other two experts of the Battle God clan. They heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the four of them crossing the bridge so easily. After all, strength was the only way to protect one's life. Seems like this Bridge of Life is just so. Lan Yingjie said arrogantly. But some people might not be able to cross it. For safety's sake, I advise you to stay here. Lan Zi's long and narrow eyes narrowed slightly. Goddess Luo, King Luo and the others also stepped onto the Bridge of Life. All of them passed without exception. Shenyuan Yuma and the others also reached the other end of the Bridge of Life. It was undeniable that the Bridge of Life exerted a slight pressure on everyone. Even though Goddess Luo, Shenyuan Umo and the others had successfully crossed the Bridge of Life, everyone knew how difficult it was to cross the Bridge of Life. It wasn't easy for them to cross the Bridge of Life. In the end, only the people of the Mu clan were left. Lan Mao was the first to cross the Bridge of Life, followed by Lan Luo, then Lan Yingjie and Lan Zi. Brother Yingjie, let's go together. Lan Zi smiled and followed Lan Yingjie. The moment the two of them stepped onto the Bridge of Life, they started to tremble violently. Their expressions changed drastically. How could this be? Lan Yingjie sucked in a breath of cold air. The might of the Bridge of Life continuously corroded the depths of his heart. Lan Zi was also incomparably terrified. The immense pressure made her tremble all over. It was even more difficult for her than for Lan Yingjie. With every step the two of them took, the Bridge of Life seemed to tremble and sway as if it would fall at any moment. If you can't make it, just relax your body and mind. It's not shameful to fall. But it's not worth it if you lose your life. Marshal Yan spoke in a heavy voice. Lan Yingjie gritted his teeth. However, his strength was still a level lower than Marshal Yan's. There was no need to mention anything else. The two of them struggled to walk on the Bridge of Life. But in less than 10 breaths of time, both of them landed on the ground. Arg, arg, two miserable shrieks reverberated above the mountain stream, causing the mountain peaks to rise. The sound shook 1,000 miles, causing one's hair to stand on end. Not long after, the two of them came back dejectedly. Lan Yingjie's face was filled with unwillingness, while Lan Zi's face was filled with grievance. The fear that came after being oppressed was indescribable. I don't want to go there anymore. Lan Zi curled her lips and said in a wrong tone. Lan Mao furrowed his brows slightly. These two useless things. Normally they would chatter endlessly. But now they had become two pieces of trash. Bringing them out had really brought shame to the shepherd tribe. The geniuses of the shepherd tribe are truly capable. Since you can't cross the Bridge of Life, you should just stay here and wait for our triumphant return. Dou Bai laughed. His tone of ridicule caused Lan Yingjie to be unable to restrain his anger. However, Dou Bai's words were all true and he had no way to refute them. What, even you want to give it a try? Dou Bai looked at Jiang Chen with interest. If you can pass, why can't I? Even if you die, I won't die. Jiang Chen took a step forward. Everyone's eyes were on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen walked leisurely and calmly across the Bridge of Life. At that moment, even Martial Law squinted his eyes and started to pay attention to Jiang Chen. This guy stood there as if he was walking on flat ground. Even those half-step divine emperors felt pressured by him. Jiang Chen successfully crossed the Bridge of Life under everyone's gaze. At that moment they could not believe their own eyes. Even late hierarch Lan Yingjie and Lan Zi failed to cross the Bridge of Life. How could they not be shocked by how easy it was for Jiang Chen? In fact, Lan Luo did not doubt it from the beginning. Back then he was stronger than Jiang Chen, but what happened in the end? In the end he was still suppressed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength cannot be measured by an ordinary person. Lan Luo knew that Jiang Chen's strength must be stronger than him. However, it would not be easy for Jiang Chen to defeat a half-step divine emperor. Now what else do you have to say? Jiang Chen looked at Lan Yingjie and Lan Zi. Both of their faces were extremely pale. This was a slap to their faces. They thought that the Bridge of Life would be able to stop Jiang Chen. However, they didn't expect that the Bridge of Life would pull them down instead. It was a miserable ending for them. Trash would always be trash. Jiang Chen did not say anything. It didn't mean that he didn't hate them or was afraid of them. It was just that he didn't want to argue with them. No one understood that Jiang Chen looked at Lan Yingjie and Lan Zi as if they were ants. They were just clowns. Why did he have to make trouble for himself? At this moment, the veins on Lan Yingjie's face were bulging. Everyone had passed except for him. His dignity had been greatly humiliated. As for Lanzi, if he were to stoop to the level of a woman, what future did he have? His initial disdain towards Jiang Chen was exchanged for today's humiliation. He saw a trace of disdain in Jiang Chen's eyes. Indeed, disdain. It was the kind of arrogance that disdained them. How could this guy make such a comeback? Shouldn't the one who fell from the bridge of life be Jiang Chen? But now that person had become him, Lanzi, a pair of bitter lovebirds. Tears could be seen in Lanzi's eyes. All the ridicule she had given Jiang Chen was like a sharp knife that pierced into her chest. The coldness and disdain of the surrounding people had greatly hurt her self-esteem. However, all of this was their own fault. They had ridiculed Jiang Chen, but what they got in return was an unbearable gap between them. Ridiculing people, saying that they were inferior to others, this was probably what they meant by that. They really have only themselves to blame. Humph. But in the end, I didn't expect this Jiang Chen to be stronger than those two men from the shepherd tribe. Not simple at all. Isn't he just a mid-hierarch realm guy? No matter how strong he was, how strong could he be? Pfft. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. This is karma. Many people looked at Lan Yingjie and Lan Zi. Even under martial law they were still indifferent. The strong preyed on the weak, survival of the fittest. That was the law of survival. The two of you stay in the temple of life and wait for their triumphant return. Martial law's words had thrown Lan Yingjie and Lan Zi into a bottomless abyss. Lan Yingjie stared blankly in front of him, his heart filled with unwillingness. However, as Master Jigon had said, those who were not strong enough would be courting death if they entered the temple by mistake. Brother Yingjie, we were so embarrassing. Lan Zi gritted her teeth and said with tears in her eyes. You still know how to be embarrassed. Get lost. Chapter 3143. In the end, Lan Yingjie and Lan Zi could only resign themselves to fate and follow the arrangements of the All-Life Temple. However, what was the point of them coming all the way here? Wasn't it to fight, to train, to enter the illusion of the great Lane Monastery and compete with the other heroes? Lan Yingjie clenched his fists tightly. This was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered. A warrior could be killed but not humiliated. As a genius disciple of the shepherd tribe, this was even more painful than death. Wouldn't it be a pity to let a brave warrior guard the granary? Lan Yingjie was exactly like that. Unfortunately, the truth spoke louder than words. He had indeed failed to cross the all-life bridge. This was already enough to make him suffer a crushing defeat in front of Jiang Chen. Lan Yingjie sighed. If he hadn't gone against Jiang Chen, if Jiang Chen hadn't crossed the all-life bridge, while they were stuck here, perhaps Lan Yingjie and Lan Zi wouldn't be so pitiful. However, this was fate, and it could also be said that they reaped what they sow. One could escape a natural disaster, but one's own sins were the hardest to escape. They had been forced into this desperate situation by themselves, so who could they blame? On the contrary, Jiang Chen was calmer than anyone else, because Jiang Chen's emergence was the greatest insult to Lan Yingjie and Lan Zi. It was like a ruthless slap to their faces, catching Lan Yingjie off guard. Today, junior brother Jigon will lead everyone to the ruins of the great Lane Monastery. Our 6 great monasteries have agreed to gather at the foot of Swallow Spirit Mountain in half a year's time and head to the great Lane Monastery. At that time, many experts will appear, and none of the other 6 great monasteries are to be trifled with. You must be careful along the way. This old monk will await your triumphant return. Amit Ba. Master Jigon placed his palms together as a faint smile appeared on his benevolent face. Yuan Qing, Yuan De, Yuan Bao, follow your martial uncle Jie Yan. Before Grandmaster Jigon's voice faded, 3 young men in monk robes stepped out from behind him. Their strength was so strong that it left everyone speechless. All 3 of them had reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm. In this battle, the All-Life Temple had brought out all of their trump cards. 3 half-step Divine Emperor realm genius disciples had become their mainstay. The might of the All-Life Temple gave the people from the 4 great clans a whole new understanding of them. After all, it was not too surprising for the All-Life Temple to display this level of strength as the main force in this expedition. On the contrary, if their strength was too low, it would make the 4 great clans feel that the All-Life Temple had no one they could use. On the side of the 4 great families, there were only 4 half-step divine emperors, King Luo Bin, Shenyuan Umo, Dou Bai and Lan Mao. Even Goddess Luo had yet to reach the half-step Divine Emperor realm. However, it was still unknown who would win if they were to fight against each other. Monk, wait for me. If anyone dares to touch a single hair of yours, I, Xianxia, will crush his bones and scatter his ashes so that he will never be able to reincarnate. Xianxia swore in his heart. He knew that it was fortunate that he had joined the expedition team of the All-Life Temple. Otherwise, if Tyrant had to face so many experts alone, it would certainly be a life-and-death battle, and the ending would be very miserable. Xianxia swore in his heart. Xianxia was very confident that the person in the Great Laying Temple's illusion was most likely Monk. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. If it wasn't Monk, Xianxia would be relieved. If it was Monk, he would definitely become everyone's enemy. However, what's the harm in doing so for the sake of his brother? Everything was ready and they were about to depart. Lan Yingjia's face was filled with sadness and despair. After this battle, he might not be able to recover because he was the weakest one among the 4 great families, even weaker than the weakest Xianxia. The 6 great monasteries gathered and everyone was ready for battle. The All-Life Temple alone had 7 half-step divine emperors. The other 5 great monasteries were not inferior to them either. This plan to eliminate the reincarnated living Buddha and seize the God-suppressing monument must have been planned for a long time. It seemed like Monk's life was much harder than mine. It was not easy for him to reach where he was today. Most importantly, he was forced into the Great Laying Temple's illusion, which was equivalent to being forced into a life-and-death situation. Yanling Mountain was once the glorious ruins of the Great Laying Temple. The entire 300,000 li radius around Yanling Mountain was empty. The mountain peaks had collapsed, ancient trees and withered vines were everywhere, birds and beasts were scattered, sand and stones were flying everywhere. It could be said to be desolate and sorrowful. The cries of crows could be heard coming from somewhere. It was extremely sorrowful, as if countless people who were buried in this boundless Buddhist land were mourning silently. Once upon a time, this place was the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire divine world. The Gautama Buddha used his supreme power to reform the spiritual veins of the giant dragon, making Yanling Mountain the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire world. This was the absolute foundation for the unification of Buddhism in the divine world. In the past, above the West Pole Divine Land, the Buddha world unified the entire world. Even the Central Region Divine Land was unrivaled. Billions of years ago, Yanling Mountain and the Great Laying Temple were the grandest, most imposing and most desired place of pilgrimage in the divine world. Many experts came because of its fame. Many forces submitted to it. The Gautama Buddha was peerless, the number 1 in the divine world. No one could rival him. The Gautama Buddha had no desires. He was quiet and did nothing. However, in this world there would always be people who wanted to fight for him. There would always be people who wanted to replace him as the supreme ruler, forever remaining in the river of time. This was history and it was a time that made people excited. Countless people yearned and worshipped him. The might of the Gautama Buddha was boundless, spreading across the divine land. The sounds of Sanskrit reverberated, reforming countless birds and beasts, ferocious beasts, causing the divine world to be at peace. However, when things reached an extreme, they would always move in the opposite direction. After millions and millions of years, Swallow Spirit Mountain was no longer as glorious as it was in the past. Countless experts fought here. The Buddha ancestor fell, the Buddha realm was torn apart, the paragons retreated without a trace, countless arhats died and the Buddhas were destroyed. No one was spared from this disaster. The Buddhist Tao collapsed, the world was in chaos. The 9 provinces and 18 counties once again fell into a situation where everyone ruled their own affairs. The Central Region Divine Land still stood strong, but the West Pole Divine Land was no longer as glorious as it was in the past. The current Buddha world, the current Yanling Mountain, was already a place where few people visited. No one remembered that this place was once the most glorious place in the entire divine world. There was once a god emperor that discussed the Tao here, shocking everyone. There was once a battle between heavenly kings that shocked the world. The passage of history was without a trace. After billions of years, the only thing that didn't change was the blue sky above their heads. The change in the Buddha world had also become the greatest tragedy of the West Pole Divine Land. Thousands of miles, the walls of the palaces had collapsed, the buildings were empty, the pagodas were no longer there, and the statues of gods had collapsed. The Buddha world no longer had a trace of its past appearance. It was hard to imagine how glorious the past was. Jiang Chen also sighed in his heart. Why wasn't he born in that era where the wind and clouds gathered? The time he entered the divine world was far too late. He missed the ancient war, missed the chaos of the divine world, missed the collapse of the Buddhist Tao, missed the era where all experts were remembered. Jiang Chen stroked the sand beneath his feet. A broken Buddhist lamp turned into ashes with a light touch, dissipating between heaven and earth. Chapter 3144. Look, there seems to be the tallest building over there. It's flickering. It should be the Great Leyin Temple. That's right. We should have entered the old site of the Great Leyin Temple. Now, as long as we find the dreamland of the Great Leyin Temple, we can enter it. Yes, the old site of the Great Leyin Temple is right under our feet. Once the dreamland of the Great Leyin Temple appears, we might be devoured if we enter it. We must be careful. Looks like the dreamland of the Great Leyin Temple is destined to be an intense battle. The 6 great temples will enter at the same time. It's exciting just thinking about it. Everyone was excited. After all, the dreamland of the Great Leyin Temple that they wanted to enter was quite terrifying. There were so many experts. Although they might not kill each other, they might not be able to keep calm when it comes to fighting for the God-suppressing monument. Even the monks might not be able to keep their hearts. After all, everyone knew what they were thinking. Who didn't want the reincarnated living Buddha and the God-suppressing monument? However, they were being polite now. Once they entered the Great Leyin Temple, it would be the survival of the strong. Whoever could survive till the end would obtain the God-suppressing monument. That would be the most useful. Jiang Chen looked at this scene silently. Everyone was full of confidence. He had no idea who would be the one laughing at the end. This was only the strength of the All Lives Temple. How could the other 5 temples be ordinary? Now Jiang Chen only hoped that the others would not meet the reincarnated living Buddha so early. Otherwise, they would be in a very difficult situation. Although he was not sure if that person was the monk, Jiang Chen was determined to get the God-suppressing monument even if he was not. Even if that person was not the monk, that person must be closely related to the monk. He would never give the God-suppressing monument to anyone else. Therefore, finding the God-suppressing monument was equivalent to finding the monk. Not far ahead is the place where the storms of the Great Leyin Temple gather. Only those below the Divine Emperor realm can enter that place. Those below the Hierarch realm will be instantly crushed to death. Even a Hierarch realm expert would not be able to hold on for too long. The Tempest Temple has a total of 3 places where storms gather. Other than us, the people from the Tianluo Temple are also here. Martial Law said in a deep voice. As the envoy of the Great Leyin Temple, he might not be able to enter, but he would definitely remind them that this wasn't a game but a life and death battle. Yes, martial uncle, martial discipline. Amit Ba. Yuan De, Yuan Qing and Yuan Bao said with serious expressions on their faces as they placed their palms together. Jiang Chen and the others, on the other hand, looked at the scenery around them as they passed by. Every place they passed by showed the absolute glory and status of the Great Leyin Temple. Look, are those people from Tianluo Temple? Do Tianhuang looked ahead, attracting everyone's attention. The group of more than 10 people in front also attracted everyone's attention. Marshal Yen had a solemn expression on his face as he clasped his palms together, chanting Amit Ba. The rest of them continued forward, not daring to show the slightest bit of negligence. From afar, more than 10 people arrived by stepping on the air and met up with them. At first glance, there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. The one leading them was also a Divine Emperor realm expert. His aura was overwhelming and his strength was shocking. Amit Ba, Sei Junlan, how have you been? We haven't seen each other for hundreds of thousands of years. Sei Junlan is still as elegant as ever. Martial Law said with a faint smile. This was the first time Jiang Chen saw Martial Law revealing a faint smile. At this moment, Sei Junlan, who was leading the group, also nodded silently and said with a smile. Amit Ba, indeed. We haven't seen each other for hundreds of thousands of years. It's good to see old friends again. Sei Junlan and Martial Law looked at each other and smiled. They didn't expect a monk to be so courteous. At this moment, the people behind Sei Junlan and Martial Law looked at each other. Everyone was secretly competing with each other because they knew that once they entered the Great Leyin Temple, they would quickly become enemies. Once they found the traces of the reincarnated living Buddha, a great battle would probably break out. Sage Yunlon and martial law exchanged a few words and both of them stopped reminiscing. Martial law went straight to the point. Looks like senior brother Yunlon has brought a lot of experts with him this time. Hehe. I wonder if you guys know where the reincarnated living Buddha of the Great Lane Temple is? Sage Yunlon shook his head and sighed, saying, sigh. Who knows? You guys know how big the Great Lane Temple is. However, we don't know where the reincarnated living Buddha is. We can only hope that after they enter the temple, they will work together to find the reincarnated living Buddha. What reincarnated living Buddha? He's just a devil. How many people of our West Pole divine land has he killed? Can such a person be called the reincarnated living Buddha? The sin of killing is not worthy to be called Buddha. Martial law's expression became solemn. He hated this reincarnated living Buddha to the bone. It's still too early to make a conclusion. However, in everyone's mind, this reincarnated living Buddha has become a devil. Even if we catch him, we should kill him as soon as possible to resolve the grudges of the world. Sage Yunlon nodded. Now we can only leave it to fate. If we can enter it, perhaps the situation will be different. Martial law said with pity. We're too strong. Entering the Great Lane Temple's illusion will cause the entire illusion to collapse. It's impossible to find the reincarnated living Buddha. Moreover, a divine emperor realm expert is too strong. The illusion of the Great Lane Temple won't last for long. We can only rely on our juniors to go in and search for him. To them it's also a great experience. Martial law agreed with Sage Yunlon's words. Then let them enter it quickly. The sooner we find the reincarnated living Buddha, the sooner we can be at ease. Once the West Pole divine land is eliminated, our pure land will regain its peace. Martial law said. Both of them nodded. The group of more than 20 people were all prepared. Are you guys ready? You're going to enter the illusion of the Great Lane Temple. It's the same as the Great Lane Temple in the past. So, don't be surprised if you see anything because it's just a projection of the Great Lane Temple. You just need to remember it. Get ready to go. You only have 10 years. After 10 years, the illusion of the Great Lane Temple will disappear. If you guys don't come out in time, you might be sent to another place. It's hard to tell whether you're dead or alive. So you guys must come back within 10 years. No matter if you're dead or alive, no matter if you win or lose. Every single word of Martial Yen was like a gem, he said in a deep voice. Chapter 3145. Dear friends of the Skirich Divine Palace, please remember this in your hearts. This time we must not fall behind. Perfected Master Yunlon said in a low voice. Although it was not as inspiring as martial law, they had already remembered it. The dreamland of the Great Lane Temple was a huge world. Once this world collapsed, no one would be able to come out alive. Therefore, they must find the reincarnated living Buddha before the dreamland of the Great Lane Temple was destroyed. Of course, the most important thing was the God-suppressing monument. They must not show any mercy even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground. 10 miles in front of them, a terrifying whirlwind swept up. The scene in front of them was like a mirage, constantly changing. However, no one knew what kind of world was behind this whirlwind. After this, we'll be in the territory of the Great Lane Temple. Hurry up and go in. 10 years you must come back no matter what. Martial law and perfected Master Yunlon exhorted solemnly. Jiang Qin and the others held their breaths and quickly passed through the astral wind. The whirlwind swept across 100 zhang above the void with terrifying wind blades. Those below the hierarch realm would be instantly torn into pieces if they were to be swept by the wind blades. They were also struggling to resist the wind blades. As long as they passed through the whirlwind, they would be able to enter the dreamland of the Great Lane Temple. It's him. He's here too. Enlightened Master Tianyin squinted his eyes and saw that Jiang Qin was also in the All-Life Temple. His heart skipped a beat and his expression became solemn. Enlightened Master Tianyin's cultivation realm was at the mid-hierarch realm, but he was still not strong enough to enter the Great Lane Temple's illusory realm. However, his elder brother Enlightened Master Wu Yin was very strong. He brought him into the illusory realm so that he could train and cultivate better. This was a rare opportunity. That's why Enlightened Master Wu Yin had fought for a long time for him to get the quota. Why is he here? Although his strength is not bad, he shouldn't be at the peak late hierarch realm yet. It seems like there's something fishy going on here. However, no matter how strong he was, the people here were all peak late hierarch realm and half-step divine emperor realm experts. Even if he killed the Tianlai realm lord, he would not be able to fight against the people here. It's better to be careful when I meet him. However, he was able to escape the calamity on the Penglai Immortal Island. He's very lucky. Perfected Master Tianyin thought. At this moment he did not know that Zhou Xian had wiped out the entire camp of experts in the Penglai Immortal Island. Tough Mouth, Daku and even Jin Yi were all killed by Zhou Xian. Such strength was enough to shock everyone. Unfortunately, he only knew that Zhou Xian had gone to the Penglai Immortal Island, but he did not know the reason behind it. To him, the Tianlai Immortal Island would fall, but the Penglai Immortal Island would not fall. After all, he knew how terrifying the Penglai Immortal Island was. Although it could not be compared to the Tianluo Temple, it was not an ordinary sect. Especially the Heavenly Mouth clan, which had dominated the Penglai Immortal Island for countless years. Hence, Perfected Master Tianyin was very confident about the Penglai Immortal Island. The Tianluo Temple did not find too many people. A group of 10 people. Other than him, the rest were all half-step Divine Emperor experts. The other 6 were experts from the Tongtian Divine Palace. 2 half-step Divine Emperors and 4 late Hierarch Realm experts. Their strength was not to be underestimated. What a beautiful great thunderclap monastery. Gold and jade in glorious splendor, exuberant with life and boundless Buddhist teachings. It was truly the #1 monastery in the divine world in the past. This land of treasures, this realm of spirits, it makes one feel relaxed and carefree. Even though this isn't the real Great Thunderclap Monastery, it still makes one feel extremely comfortable. Lan Luo said faintly. The Great Leiyin Temple was filled with golden light and colorful lights. Looking at it now, it should be the most beautiful place. After all, such a strange scene could no longer be seen in the West Pole Divine Land. Moreover, 10 years later, the entire illusory realm of the Great Leiyin Temple would completely collapse. By then, the illusory realm of the Great Leiyin Temple would no longer exist. Arhat Palace. Everyone saw this scene. What came into their sight was an Arhat Palace. The Arhat Palace was 1,000 zhang in size. It was surrounded by clouds and mist. Within the Arhat Palace, there were wisps of auspicious clouds and mist that spread out and filled the sky. Let's go in and have a look first. Dou Bai's expression was cold and stern. He took the lead and rushed toward the Arhat Palace. Everyone was unwilling to be outdone. Not only the people from the All-Life Temple, but even the people from the Heaven Luo Temple also rushed toward the Arhat Palace. They were afraid that the All-Life Temple's people would snatch away the good stuff. Namo Amitba. A huge Sanskrit sound of a divine bell reverberated in the void. Everyone was shocked by this huge Sanskrit sound. The door of the Arhat Palace slowly opened and moved without any wind. Everyone was shocked. Could the Arhat Palace still have the Arhat who passed away in meditation? Everyone looked at each other. No one wanted to be the first to rush in. However, everyone was afraid that someone else would beat them to it and snatch away the treasures. Jiang Chen's expression was cold as he silently looked at the 1,000 zhang tall Arhat Palace. His mind was racing. He could feel a real auspicious aura. There seemed to be something inside the Arhat Palace that was guiding them step by step. Jiang Chen was no exception. At this moment, they were being pulled by the attractive force of the Sanskrit sound towards the Arhat Palace. Around the Arhat Palace, white cranes spread their wings, celestial birds soared, lotus flowers bloomed, luck flourished, and Buddha's aura shrouded the place. This Arhat Palace, why does it look a little strange? Jiang Chen thought. He had a question that he could not figure out. The Great Leiyin Temple had been destroyed for hundreds of millions of years. Why would it suddenly appear here? This was the first question. The second question was that the Arhat Palace was shrouded in Buddha's aura. True Qi seemed to be lingering around, but where did the rippling Buddha's aura come from? This was indeed thought-provoking. At this moment, Taoist Master Wu Yin, Taoist Master Yu Yin, Taoist Master Shen Yin, and Taoist Master Tian Yin of Tianluo Temple slowly knelt down and bowed towards the Arhat Palace. The All-Life Temples Yuan De, Yuan Qing, and Yuan Bao were no exception. A group of 7 people knelt in front of the Arhat Palace and bowed solemnly. At this moment, a strong gust of wind blew in the courtyard of the Arhat Palace. Gusts of chilly wind blew out from the door of the Arhat Palace like extremely powerful wind blades. If a Hierarch Realm expert was not careful, they would be torn to death. Yuan Qing, Yuan De, and Yuan Bao were the first to bear the brunt of the chilly wind. The 4 spiritual masters of Tianluo Temple were all forced back by the chilly wind. Chapter 3146. The Great Leyin Temple was built with the Buddha's aura. Everywhere under the heavens was the land of Buddha. Below the Great Leyin Temple, thousands of miles away, gods and Buddhas gathered, kings and ministers were everywhere. There were 8,000 Buddhist temples, 500 arhats and countless Buddhist temples. At the foot of Swallow Spirit Mountain, 500 arhats were all great emperors. No one dared to go against them. However, that was the glory of the Buddha world in the past. Now it no longer existed. Everyone in front of the Arhat Palace wore a solemn expression. The chilly wind seemed to have a restraining force as it swept them up and around the Arhat Palace. The magnificent Arhat Palace was majestic and the Buddha's aura was rippling. The entire sky was filled with endless Sanskrit chants. The surrounding void was filled with fog and the wind and clouds were surging. This is the West Pole Divine Region, the land of Buddha. I don't believe that there's anyone who dares to run amok here. Let's go and have a look. A late Hierarch realm expert from the Battle God clan volunteered and took the lead to enter the Arhat Palace where chilly wind was blowing. You guys go and have a look too. Xianyuan Yuma squinted his eyes and said to the people around him. He was afraid that the Battle God clan would take the good stuff in the Arhat Palace. The sky-piercing divine abode also quickly sent 2 experts to enter the cave. Although the chilly wind was terrifying, a late Hierarch realm expert could still withstand it. A total of 6 people entered the palace. Lan Luo glanced at Lan Mao. The latter slightly shook his head and said in a low voice, "No matter what good stuff there is, there will definitely be danger. I can't let you take the risk." Lan Mao's words shocked Jiang Qin. He did not expect Lan Mao to be such a cunning person. Of course he could not let Lan Luo take the risk. Otherwise they might not be able to withstand any danger. The magnificent Arhat Palace was indeed tempting. However, the chilly wind was blowing in the Arhat Palace. They knew that it was not just a simple Arhat Palace. The scene wind is indeed a little strange. Jiang Qin frowned. But at this moment the entire Arhat hall began to collapse layer by layer. The surrounding tiles, roof ridges, beams and doors all gradually fell down and eventually turned into flying ashes, becoming a cloud of yellow sand. As for the 6 people who had just entered, there was no trace of them at all. Everyone knew that they should have disappeared in the dust along with the Arhat hall. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Who would have thought that the Arhat hall would gradually turn into ashes in just a moment? Those Hierarch realm experts who entered the hall did not even gain anything and became history. Their deaths were like pebbles thrown into the sea. There was no ripple at all as they silently became cannon fodder. He's the devil. How is this Yama Palace? It's a living hell on earth. Someone's eyes were filled with shock. His facial expression changed drastically as he retreated step by step. The Yin wind turned into a tornado and swept away, gradually disappearing in the sky. Such a huge and magnificent Arhat hall disappeared just like that? This is too terrifying. Yeah, where did they go? Did they turn into flying ashes and get buried in the Arhat hall? The disappearance of the Arhat hall seemed like a normal thing, but it caused the death of so many Hierarch realm experts. Is this Great Leyin Temple's dreamland really the Buddhist land? Why do I feel that everything is so strange? Everyone became nervous. A late Hierarch realm expert was killed in an instant. Especially Tianyin Enlightened Master, who was only a mid-Hierarch realm expert. If it wasn't for his brother, he would not have the chance to enter this place. Now that he saw a late Hierarch realm expert being killed so easily, he could not believe it at all. He also became nervous. No one wanted to die. With his strength, it was impossible for him to cause any big waves here. From the beginning, he entered with the intention of taking advantage of the situation. With the protection of his brother Wu Yin Enlightened Being, it should not be too dangerous. However, how could Tianyin Enlightened Being not be shocked when he saw a late Hierarch realm expert die without a sound? At this moment, although he had his brother's protection, he could easily be crushed to death in the Great Leyin Temple's dreamland if he did not have the ability to protect himself. To put it bluntly, this is a dreamland. The Arhat hall disappears in the dreamland. What's there to be surprised about? All of you are so full of yourselves. You can only blame yourselves for not knowing what's good for you if you're dead. You want to get the treasures but you're afraid. What's the point of entering the Great Leyin Temple's dreamland? Why don't you just hide at home and cultivate? Doubai said with a sneer. His eyes were filled with disdain. These people were too pretentious. From the moment they entered the temple, they were already prepared to die. Not every expert could have the last laugh. Although the Great Laying Temple was not a dangerous place, it did not seem like a good place either. Such a huge incident was within their expectations. However, it was still shocking. After all, 6 late Hierarch Realm experts were killed in just a blink of an eye. Even the half-step divine emperors were not spared from this. Although Dou Bai's words were full of sarcasm, it was an indisputable fact. It's easy for you to say that. Who do you think you are? Do you still want to order everyone around? Divine Sound pointed at Dou Bai and said in a deep voice, I don't have that ability, but at least I won't be stupid enough to rush in to look for treasures. At times like this, it's better to let those fools do it. Dou Bai shrugged indifferently. 6 late Hierarch Realm experts had died. Everyone was feeling depressed. Dou Bai's words made Divine Sound of Tianluo Temple speechless. What he said was indeed reasonable. This was all caused by their greed. If they were not greedy, they might not have died. However, the disappearance of the Arhat Hall had cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Divine Sound of Tianluo Temple's Arhat Hall was a little depressed. Divine Sound's face turned gloomy. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Friends from the All-Life Temple, farewell. Divine Sound said faintly. As the leader of the All-Life Temple, his words made Divine Sound snort coldly. They no longer wanted to be with this arrogant guy. After all, no one was worthy of an alliance. Chapter 3147. As for the search for the God-suppressing monument, the fewer people there were, the better it would be. With their current strength, even if they encountered the legendary reincarnated living Buddha, they were confident that they could defeat him. Why would they need more people to add to their troubles? Ba. Reverend Yuan Qing nodded his head and put his palms together. Everyone had their own ambitions. It was not that they would be able to gain anything by staying together. Since the people of Tianluo Temple wanted to leave, they could not stop them. After the Arhat Palace disappeared, the group of people lost the opportunity to work together. Everyone had their own way of doing things. No matter how many experts there were in a force like this, it was like a plate of loose sand. Tianluo Temple and All Life Temple did not have the intention to work together at all. It was just that they were close to each other at the place where the storm gathered. It was impossible for them to work together. They only had one goal, the power of the God-suppressing monument. Needless to say, it was extremely significant to the entire Buddha world. Jiang Qin and the others continued to move forward. In the Great Laying Temple, there was a peaceful scene everywhere. However, there was not a single trace of vitality in the entire world. It could be said that the world was like a magnificent painting. Mountains, rivers, streams, grass, trees, everything was there, but there was not a single trace of vitality. On top of a tall mountain, there was a jade palace, 1,000 zhang waterfall and a rainbow across the sky. From afar, an indistinct palace emerged once again. The clouds and mist were pushed away, and the heavens and earth became bright and clear. A pitch-black palace appeared on the peak of the void. Everyone flew up into the sky and rushed towards the incomparably huge black palace. Above the sky, an unparalleled pressure descended from the sky. Jiang Qin felt that the entire world was pressing down on him. Everyone had the same feeling, the heavens and earth were collapsing, and all living things were being pressed down on him. The Black Palace gave off an extremely domineering feeling. It was not even like the Buddha Palace, which was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. However, everyone still endured the huge pressure and rushed towards the Black Palace, wanting to find out what was going on. Although the previous 6 people disappeared in the void, no one knew where the Arhat Palace went. It disappeared without a trace, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, taking away a few late Hierarch Realm experts. However, the Black Palace was like an invisible treasure, attracting everyone to explore it. The ancient Buddha world was an unsolved mystery to everyone, let alone the Great Laying Temple. The Great Laying Temple had disappeared for hundreds of millions of years. Jiang Qin was not the only one who was curious about the rise and fall of the Buddha world. Even the people of the All-Life Temple wanted to know what happened hundreds of millions of years ago that caused the entire Buddha world to be destroyed. It was an indescribable period of time and also an unsolved mystery of the Buddha world. Such a terrifying aura of death. Yeah, what kind of palace is this? These are the words on the ancient Buddhist scriptures. Eminent monks of All Life Temple, what kind of palace is this? Everyone looked at Yuan Qing, Yuan Da and Yuan Bao, the three eminent monks of the All Life Temple, with a solemn expression. Amitabha, this is Ksitigarbha Palace. Venerable Yuan Qing said with a solemn expression. Ksitigarbha Palace? Ksitigarbha Palace? This is a bodhisattva's palace. There shouldn't be any powerful magical treasures in it, right? It's hard to say. Ksitigarbha Palace is said to be the bodhisattva who controls the punishment in the underworld. He's one of the most powerful bodhisattvas in the Buddha world. Then should we go in and have a look? Everyone was filled with fear and apprehension. Because the Arhat hall had quietly dissipated, they had developed a fear of the Buddhist hall. Moreover, this pitch-black hall was the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's hall. They were afraid that the terrifying aura of death would permeate their bodies and melt away their lifetime's cultivation. Jiangchen squinted his eyes. The palace of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was definitely unusual. Compared to the other palaces that were shining with golden light, it was extremely powerful and imposing. In short, the palace of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was like a divine palace that came from hell, making people stay away from it. Ksitigarbha Palace is one of the strongest bodhisattvas in the Buddha world. He wasn't any weaker than Avalokitesvara. Even the sovereign of the Buddha world was extremely respectful towards Ksitigarbha Palace. Goddess Luo said in a low voice. She had seen some legends about the Buddha world in the ancient books of the Luo god clan. Amitabha. What the lady said is true. Ksitigarbha Palace controls the underworld. Life and death are in his hands. It can be said that in the divine world countless years ago, the Buddha was the sovereign of humans, while Ksitigarbha Palace was the sovereign of souls. After death, all of them will become the ghosts of Ksitigarbha Palace. No matter if you're a deity from the 9 heavens or an unparalleled divine beast in the desolate land, you can't escape from Ksitigarbha Palace's eyes. Daoist Yuan De said with a pious expression. He was filled with respect for Ksitigarbha Palace. Do you guys think that the Ksitigarbha Palace will disappear? Do Tianhuang said nervously. The Arhat hall had left a deep impression on him. Therefore no one dared to take the risk. They were standing in front of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's main hall. Everyone wanted to go in and check it out, but the result was unpredictable. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I must get to the bottom of this Ksitigarbha Palace. Do Bai had a grave expression on his face. He had no scruples at all. At this moment he actually wanted to go in and take a look. After all, the Arhat hall and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's shrine were completely different. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains in the Ksitigarbha Palace. Tianhuang, follow me. Do Bai gave Tianhuang a glance. The three from the Battle God clan walked towards the Ksitigarbha Palace. On the door of the palace there were 2 giant dark beasts carved. They looked as if they were looking at each other with bloodthirsty fangs. They were very lifelike and filled with an eerie and terrifying aura. Jiangchen was also curious about the divine palace of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. His heart was filled with doubts. There seemed to be a trace of the dragon clan's qi. Jiangchen did not know why, but he wanted to enter the palace to find out the truth. That kind of hope and expectation was quite strong. Moreover, this kind of feeling made Jiangchen's body feel extremely painful. His face was a little pale. Are you all right? Lan Luo glanced at Jiangchen. With his strength, it was extremely difficult for him to go against the Ksitigarbha Palace. I'm fine. I just feel a little pressured. Jiangchen shook his head and said, You're not strong enough, but you still want to hold on. One day you will pay the price for your impulsiveness. Chapter 3148. Lan Mao was already surprised that Jiangchen did not tremble in fear after seeing so many late Hierarch realm experts turn into cannon fodder. He was the weakest among them after all, and the other one was enlightened Master Tianyin. Jiangchen did not care about Lan Mao as he only wanted to find the monk as soon as possible. Those people's life and death had nothing to do with him. However, if they threatened the monk, he would have to fight to his death. Amitabha, Ksitigarbha bless us. Yuan Qing, Yuan Da and Yuan Bao looked solemn as they kneeled down and paid their respects to the Ksitigarbha. Ksitigarbha's divine palace is different from the past. I hope there won't be any accidents. Xianyuan Yuma said with a solemn face. Goddess Luo and King Luo Bin looked at each other and nodded silently. They might regret it if they did not go in and have a look. Everyone was full of hope for the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's shrine. This would be the most important shrine they had encountered since entering the Great Laying Temple's illusionary realm. If they did not explore it, they would not be satisfied. Yuan Qing, Yuan Da, and Yuan Bao, the three eminent monks of the All-Life Temple, took the lead and stood at the very front. They stepped across the void and directly entered the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's shrine. As soon as they entered the dark divine palace, it was brightly lit with burning torches. In the divine palace, there were ferocious-looking arhats with wolf fangs in their hands standing on the left and right. However, the face of Ksitigarbha's statue could not be seen clearly at the center of the hall. What a terrifying mace. Haha, it's definitely at the primal origin treasure level. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon the Ksitigarbha statue's hand. He could not see the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's face clearly. There was a gigantic mace in its hand, shining with a black light. I'll be taking this mace. The expert of the Battle God clan took a step forward and charged towards the mace. The two experts of the Xianyuan clan did not show any weakness and charged towards it. At this moment, the huge mace was struck down by the expert of the Battle God clan. However, the instant the mace fell, the three experts were smashed by the mace. At that moment, the three of them died in an instant. The mace fell and smashed the three of them to death. Their deaths were extremely miserable. This scene was a ghastly sight to behold. They were drenched in blood. They didn't even have the chance to cry out. Isn't this too terrifying? Someone said with a pale face. With the death of three people, their numbers were reduced once again. Dou Bai and Dou Tianhuang became serious. They no longer underestimated the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's sacred hall. Dou Bai's initial disdain was replaced with caution. Amit Ba. Buddha atoned for his sins. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. How can they not anger the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva by coveting his belongings? Yuan Qing sighed. His face was extremely grim. As a disciple of the Buddhist sect, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was one of the bodhisattva they worshipped. It was already too late for him to stop the three experts. The mace that fell from the sky had become their divine weapon of death. This mace is probably not simple. Let me give it a try. Dou Bai took a step forward and reached for the mace. At that moment, he held the mace in his hand and the mace shrunk rapidly. However, the weight of the mace was too much for Dou Bai to handle. He couldn't even lift the mace with one hand. It's definitely a primal origin treasure. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this powerful. Xianyuan Yuma had a cold look on his face. He also valued the mace. How can you keep such a good thing to yourself? Humph. Xianyuan Yuma stared at Dou Bai and said, Benefactor Dou, this mace belongs to the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Please return it. Otherwise, don't blame me for personally taking back the divine weapon for the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Perfected Yuan Da and the other two glared at him. Those three have already been punished by the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Must Benefactor Dou take away the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's belongings? Perfected Yuan Bao frowned. They were already prepared. Dou Bai's face was a little embarrassed. These three guys were so difficult to deal with. They should have just said it if they wanted the mace in his hand. They even said it was the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's will. Damn it. To put it bluntly, you just want the mace in my hand, right? Why do you have to make it sound so righteous? Dou Bai sneered. Benefactor Dou, we don't want the divine weapon in your hand. It belongs to the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. We need to take it back to the All-Life Temple. There is also a temple for the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in our temple. If the mace is destroyed here, it will be a great loss to the Buddhist sect. I hope Benefactor Dou can help us. Perfected Yuan Qing said calmly. However, his tone was extremely firm. He had no intention of giving in. You talk so much, but isn't the result the same? We just want the mace. Dou Bai's face turned gloomy. Benefactor Dou, you've misunderstood. We just want to take it back to the All-Life Temple. Perfected Yuan Da continued. Dou Bai gritted his teeth. He wanted to fight, but he knew that it was impossible for him to defeat the three of them with his current strength. Although Dou Tianhuang had reached the late hierarch realm, he could not play a decisive role in a battle between half-step divine emperors. Dou Bai had no confidence to fight against the three of them alone. All right. This mace belongs to the Buddhist sect. I will hand it over to the three perfected masters for safekeeping. I hope the three perfected masters will remember this. Dou Bai was also sensible. He knew that it was a bad idea to completely fall out with the trio from the All-Life Temple. Although the mace was a good treasure, the price he would have to pay in order to obtain it might not be something he could bear. They had only just entered this place, so there might be even more important treasures waiting for them. Who knew? Dou Bai threw the mace to Perfected Yuan Qing. Perfected Yuan Qing's hands sank and his face turned solemn. Amit Ba. Thank you, Benefactor Dou. Benefactor Dou is wise. The All-Life Temple will forever be indebted to you. Perfected Yuan De expressed his gratitude. At this moment, Dou Bai's face turned pale. Thank you, my ass. You three bald donkeys are just bullying others. If I'm strong enough, why would I be afraid of the three of you? If I were a divine emperor realm expert, you wouldn't dare to ask me for this mace even if you had 10 guts. However, the situation was worse than him. Hence he had no choice. Xianyuan Yuma was also gritting his teeth. It was easy to snatch the mace from Dou Bai. However, it wasn't easy for the Three Life Temple to obtain it. God Luo clan and Shepherd clan did not join the fight. After all, their lives could be in danger at any time. Although the mace was a great treasure, it wasn't worth it if they were to fight. Their target was the reincarnated living Buddha and the God-suppressing monument. Chapter 3149. Rung. No one knew who shouted, but everyone's expression changed. The arhats started to move and the mud and glaze on their bodies started to fall off, falling onto the floor of the main hall. The sound was sonorous, and the broken pieces were scattered all over the place, as if it was smashing into everyone's heart. An eerie and terrifying aura spread out, like an evil dragon emerging from the sea, filled with an aura of death. How could this be? Are these all arhats from the Buddha realm? Is Xitigarbha really angry? These arhats are really starting to move. Hurry up and put Xitigarbha's things back. Everyone continued to retreat as they looked at the All-Life Temple's Yuan Qing trio. Yuan Qing's expression was cold as he calmly said, "This is the divine item of Xitigarbha Bodhisattva. If Xitigarbha Bodhisattva is still alive, he will never attack us. He just doesn't like those who don't respect him." Daoist Yuan Qing's words infuriated everyone. This bastard was clearly not going to spit out what he had already eaten. He was acting all mysterious, but in reality he was even more detestable than Dou Bai and the others. Even in such a dangerous situation, he did not want to hand over the mace that he had just kept. Amit Ba. Senior brother Yuan Qing is right. If it was the real Xitigarbha Bodhisattva, he would definitely not attack us. However, if it was some other demon or monster, then that might not be the case. That's why we absolutely cannot lower our heads to them. We will protect Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's belongings with our lives. Daoist Master Yuan De said with a solemn expression. Although he spoke in such a dignified manner, it was all because he wanted to keep the mace for himself and did not want to take it out. How could they be willing to spit out such a fat piece of meat that was already in their hands? The greed of humans was displayed to the fullest. However, the people of the All-Life Temple seemed so crude and disdainful. On the surface, it seemed like they were protecting Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's belongings, but in reality, it was to satisfy their own selfish desires. As a monk and a Buddhist, their true nature was exposed at this moment. In the Great Tempest Temple, they felt that everything should belong to them. These guys are the real bandits. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly, his face was a little dignified. Right now, all of them were looking at the arhats who had quietly moved. If it wasn't for the crisis ahead, Jiang Chen believed that the four clans would have been completely furious at this time and wanted to find these guys to reason with. Jiang Chen, protect yourself. Lan Luo glanced at Jiang Chen and nodded heavily. He did not need to worry about him. However, she dared not let her guard down just in case. The 9 late Hierarch realm experts who died tragically were still a huge shock to her. However, the crisis was right in front of them. The so-called arhats had already jumped down from the stone steps. Some were holding huge umbrellas, some were holding black shields, and some were bearing their fangs. A terrible aura of death filled the entire Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's hall. Within a radius of 100 zhang, nearly 30 arhats began to gradually surround them. That cold and gloomy aura permeated everyone's heart. Danger was imminent. The strength of these arhats are not weaker than me. Looks like this will be a great challenge. Dou Tianhuang's face also became gloomy. The ferocious appearance of the arhat was accompanied by a roar of anger. Everyone's face turned cold. The arhat's attack had arrived in an instant. The steel knife and fork fell from the sky. A powerful arhat directly crushed down on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's palm hit against the dark arhat's fist. No one gained the upper hand. Jiang Qin and the six-armed Arhat collided. Both of them did not retreat. The six-armed Arhat was much more terrifying than Jiang Qin had imagined. Jiang Qin dared not to be careless. Every move of his was ruthless and ruthless. He almost turned the situation around and stabilized the situation. Undeniably, even Jiang Qin did not expect the six-armed Arhat to be so terrifying. It was comparable to a half-step deity emperor. However, at the same time the situation on the other side was very bad. A half-step deity emperor could barely hold on against 2 Arhats. But against 3 Arhats they did not even have the strength to fight back. Lan Luo was already having a hard time fighting against 1 Arhat. In just a blink of an eye, the experts of the Xianyuan clan had died. Even the God Luo clan was not an exception. Other than King Luo Bin and Goddess Luo who was struggling to hold on, the people of the God Luo clan were also ruthlessly killed by the Arhat. There were 30 Arhats but only 7 of them were Divine Emperor Realm experts. The only ones who survived were Do Tian Huang, Lan Luo and Goddess Luo. The rest of the late Hierarch Realm experts were all dead. Xianyuan Umo was the only one left in the Xianyuan clan. Especially the scene where the heart and liver of the Xianyuan clan's expert was dug out by the Arhat. It was a ghastly scene that sent chills down everyone's spine. Lan Luo and Goddess Luo frowned their brows tightly. Their pretty faces were slightly cold and they seemed to be somewhat uncomfortable. The impact of the 30 Arhats was hard for them to resist. Each of the half-step deity emperors could not suppress the Arhats. 1 against 3 they were struggling to advance step by step. Life and death were hanging by a thread. Facing a 6-armed Arhat, Jiang Qin didn't feel any pressure at all. At this moment he was the only one who seemed to be relaxed in the Grand Hall. However, the situation that Jiang Qin had revealed was quite dangerous. On one hand, showing his weakness was one thing, on the other hand, Jiang Qin didn't want to reveal his true strength too early. If he did, he might be attacked by all of them. As long as he didn't die, he would still have a chance. The only people that Jiang Qin wanted to protect were Goddess Luo and Lan Luo. Goddess Luo was the woman that De Huang liked. Jiang Qin would not let anything happen to her even if he had to risk his life. Otherwise, how could he explain to his brothers? However, it seemed like it was unnecessary now. That King Luo Bin had taken great care of Goddess Luo. Even when his strength was being suppressed, he did not forget about Goddess Luo. It could be seen that King Luo Bin was full of admiration for Goddess Luo. Puff. Dao Master Yuan Bao took a punch from the Arhat and was forced to take a few steps back. These Arhats had bronze skin and iron bones. It was impossible to injure them. The only way to injure them was to destroy them. Otherwise it would be completely useless. Yuan Qing and Yuan Do were also having a hard time. They were surrounded by 8 Arhats. They could not hold on anymore. A half-step deity emperor was being suppressed here. This scene was out of Jiang Qin's expectation. He could only say that these Arhats were really terrifying. Even after billions of years they were still invincible. Chapter 3150. At this moment, everyone kept retreating, wanting to leave this Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's palace. However, at this moment, Jiang Qin saw a blood-red chain in Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's hand. Jiang Qin's heart was pounding. That blood-red chain could oppress one's soul. It was definitely a divine weapon. Jiang Qin stepped on the air and forced the 6-armed Arhat to retreat. He then flew up and took the blood-red chain from Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's hand. The chain moved horizontally and vertically. Once it was in his hand, an extremely cold energy penetrated through Jiang Qin's heart. Jiang Qin was shocked. He used the karmic fire of the Red Lotus to suppress the cold energy. However, his own soul was also trembling. This blood-red chain was really unpredictable. Hurry up. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. We'll all die here. King Luo Bin said in a deep voice. Everyone retreated while fighting, only Jiang Qin was still standing in front of the palace. Jiang Qin, hurry up. Big brother, hurry up. Lan Luo and Goddess Luo shouted at the same time. Their eyes were filled with extreme worry. The group of people retreated instantly. Only Jiang Qin, who was holding the blood-red chain, wanted to turn around. However, he was already forced to retreat by the Arhats. Jiang Qin frowned. These guys seemed to know that this Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's palace was not an ordinary place. They had already retreated to the edge of the palace. Seeing that they were about to leave the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's palace, everyone knew that they would die if they continued to stay here. Jiang Qin. Lan Luo shouted. However, Jiang Qin was once again surrounded by the Arhats. Lan Luo took a step forward, wanting to save Jiang Qin. However, he was grabbed by Lan Mao and forced out of the door. The others followed closely behind and jumped in front of the door. The gate is closing, quick. Xianyuan Yuma shouted in a low voice. Everyone seemed to wake up from a dream and followed closely behind. They kept forcing the Arhats beside them to retreat. Not daring to continue fighting, they jumped out of the door one by one. It seemed that the door above the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's hall was about to close. Finally, everyone had jumped out except for Jiang Qin. He dashed left and right, dodging the attacks of the Arhats. I didn't expect this guy to be so capable. He's actually so agile. Humph. So what? This guy probably won't be able to jump out. Greedy and insatiable. He wants the blood-colored chain. Unfortunately, he is destined to lose his life in it. Dou Bai and the others said with a feminine expression. Jiang Qin retreated as he fought. More and more Arhats rushed up and he was constantly forced to retreat. He was in a sorry state. No. Goddess Luo's pretty face turned solemn. A giant white chain extended towards Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace and wrapped around Jiang Qin's body. However, it was instantly torn apart by someone. Goddess Luo's expression changed. She found out that the one who tore apart the giant white chain was none other than Dou Bai. What are you doing? Lan Luo shouted. What am I doing? He stole the secret of our battle god clan. Of course I'm going to kill him. Dou Bai said coldly. He didn't care about Lan Luo's question at all. His lips were curved into a sinister and cunning smile. However, Jiang Qin did not disappoint Lan Luo and Goddess Luo. Jiang Qin dashed left and right, not confronting the Arhats head-on. Instead, he chose to avoid the impact of a large wave of Arhats and ran to the door. At this moment, the door of the divine palace was just a hair's breadth away from closing. Jiang Qin leaped out. Lan Luo and Goddess Luo heaved a sigh of relief. Their worries had finally come to an end. But at this moment something strange happened. Dou Bai, Xianyuan Yuma, Lan Mao and King Luo Bin attacked at almost the same time. The four half-step divine emperors attacked with all their might just to force Jiang Qin to retreat. Jiang Qin's expression changed as he squinted his eyes. The four half-step divine emperors attacked him head-on, and they were all extremely powerful experts. Compared to Dou Qing, they were even more powerful. Under the combined attack of the four half-step divine emperors, it was impossible for Jiang Qin to fight them head-on. He could only retreat. However, Jiang Qin was unable to jump out of the closed door in the end. What are you guys doing? Lan Luo roared. The four half-step divine emperors looked cold at this moment. Dou Bai had enough reasons to kill Jiang Qin. Lan Mao was full of disdain towards Jiang Qin. Xianyuan Yuma and Jiang Qin did not have any deep grudges, but he was quite dissatisfied because all the people he brought were dead. How could a mid-hierarch survive? As for King Luo Bin, he actually wanted to obtain Jiang Qin's craftsman god's inheritance. Unfortunately, he did not have the chance to attack Jiang Qin. If that's the case, then he'll just send him to hell. Once he's dead, everything will be over. If he can't get it, no one else can. Goddess Luo was also extremely angry. When she saw Jiang Qin being thrown into the door and could not be seen anymore, her heart became cold. These guys are all bastards. How could they kill each other at this moment? Jiang Qin deserves to die. He stole our battle god clan's cultivation technique. Such a person deserves to die. Dou Bai said gloomily. If he's dead, then he's dead. What's there to be regretful about? Such a person overestimated himself. A mid-hierarch dared to step into the Great Lane Temple's illusion realm. Isn't he courting death? Xianyuan Yuma sneered. Such a person is full of himself. This is the price he has to pay for his arrogance. King Luo Bin said faintly. He's too weak. If he's dead, then so be it. Otherwise, he'll only be a burden to us. Lan Mao's expression was cold. Looking at the tightly shut door, he felt neither joy nor sorrow in his heart. Jiang Qin's death meant that Lan Luo's heart was completely at ease. Otherwise, Jiang Qin's existence would be a great threat to Lan Mao. Amit Ba. This is truly tragic and lamentable. Immortal Yuan Qing and the other two sighed towards Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace. Lan Luo and Goddess Luo's expression were extremely gloomy. Jiang Qin's death had shocked them greatly. These bastards are inhumane. Jiang Qin was about to run out, but he was forced back by the 4 half-step god emperors and returned to Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace. Then Xianxia will definitely die. At this moment, the entire Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace was shaking violently. The whole mountain was shaking along with it. The people who were being pushed back had an ugly expression on their faces. They had just survived a disaster, but Xianxia was trapped in the Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace forever. Xianxia, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Chapter 3151. If Xianxia did not follow him into the Great Laying Temple's dreamland, he might not have died. Or he might not have been killed. Goddess Luo was the same. She wanted to stop Xianxia with all her might, but she failed. She did not even know how to tell De Huang that she saw De Huang's brother being dragged into a death trap after she returned to the God Luo clan. Clouds and neon lights flashed. 10 miles away, Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace had turned into ashes and disappeared into the sky. Gone, everything is gone. Goddess Luo murmured. Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace was no exception. Just like the previous Arhat palace, it disappeared like smoke and clouds. Everyone had their own thoughts. However, it was undeniable that Xianxia's death did not affect anyone except Lan Luo and Goddess Luo. Now there were only 9 of them left. Other than Lan Luo and Goddess Luo, all the other Hierarch realm experts were dead. However, at this moment, Xianxia was facing more than 30 Arhats alone in Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace. Xianxia did not dare to be careless. He took out his heavenly dragon sword under the dragon transformation. The sword aura was ferocious and it kept fighting against the surrounding Arhats. Xianxia strolled leisurely. The 30 Arhats could not do anything to him. At this moment he was curious about these Arhats. These guys could walk out from the divine statues. Moreover, they were so ferocious, strong and terrifying. The evil spirit energy was terrifying. Are these guys the real Arhats? Xianxia thought in his heart. Would a real Arhat become so ugly? Would the real Xitigarbha Bodhisattva be so ferocious? Xianxia retreated as he fought. However, the power of the 30 Arhats still made it hard for Xianxia. However, it was not enough to kill him instantly. With the appearance of the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards, Xianxia was fearless. Even without those half-step deity emperors, he would not be killed in Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace. 9 Supreme Saint Bones Pill, 1 pill turning into 9. Xianxia had to transform into 9 avatars before he could barely resist the terrifying attack of the 30 Arhats. The might of an Arhat was as strong as a half-step emperor. Xianxia did not dare to be careless. As for those guys, in their eyes he was definitely dead. However, he would not give up just like that. Bastards! Shenyuan Umo King Luo Bin Do Bai Lon Mao. I will let you all die without a burial place. Xianxia said fiercely, gritting his teeth. 30 Arhats, Xianxia barely managed to fight to a draw with the power of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones Pill. If Shenyuan Umo and the others saw this scene, they would be shocked. Xianxia knew that those guys did not use their true strength. If they really wanted to escape, they would not be in such a sorry state. However, they had the intention to hide their true strength. They would not go all out unless it was a life-and-death situation. Because they did not trust anyone. If someone stabbed them in the back, they would die without a burial place. In the illusion of the Great Lightning Tomb Temple, they could only trust themselves. Buddha's Radiance. Xianxia struck out with his palm. The 9 incarnations all struck out with their palms. The Buddha's radiance flickered. Although this Buddha's radiance was not really powerful, it might have a miraculous effect against the Arhats of the Xitigarbha temple. Sure enough, under the Buddha's radiance, more than 30 Arhats were all killed. As soon as the Buddha's radiance appeared, they instantly turned into ashes. Even Xianxia was shocked. These guys, are they really the so-called Arhats? Xianxia murmured. Although this was the illusion of the Great Lightning Tomb Temple, he felt that it was more like a hell full of danger. Was this really the Great Lightning Tomb Temple where the Buddha once lived? Would the monk really be here? Xianxia was silent for a moment. The tiles, beams and pillars above his head gradually turned into ashes. Xianxia instantly entered the Zulong Tower. In an instant, the entire Xitigarbha temple vanished into thin air. Xianxia raised his head and saw the blue sky and white clouds above the Great Lightning Tomb Temple again. The ancestral dragon pagoda was shrouded in the chaos. Xianxia looked over and saw that the divine palace of Xitigarbha Bodhisattva had instantly turned into dust. If he did not enter the ancestral dragon pagoda, would he have vanished along with the divine palace of Ksiddhagarbha Bodhisattva? What kind of law did the illusion of the great lightning tune temple have? Jiang Qin did not know. When he came out of the Zulong Tower, the entire land and mountains were still the same as before. However, the pitch-black giant temple seemed to have never appeared here. Jiang Qin was quite at ease in the world alone. However, he did not dare to let his guard down. The most important thing for him now was to find the monk. Jiang Qin walked forward alone and looked in all directions. Two beautiful silhouettes pierced through the void. The white silhouette crushed the void and the sword aura swept across all directions. The black-robed lady's long hair was cut in half. She pressed forward and was completely defeated. The white-robed lady was the most unwilling to let her opponent go. She took advantage of the situation to pursue the black-robed lady. The black-robed lady's body was already covered with wounds and blood was flowing freely. Above the void, the battle between the two was getting more and more dangerous. The two fought for a long time. Jiang Qin watched silently. The speed of the two was extremely fast and it was hard to catch them. Jiang Qin had the attitude of watching the battle. Both of them were not weak, but the white-robed lady was obviously stronger. Both of their strengths were around the half-step divine emperor realm. However, there was such a huge gap between them. One could see how terrifying the white-robed lady's sword was. Even Jiang Qin did not dare to say that he could defeat her. This kind of power was very frightening. Jiang Qin was not a nosy person. If it had nothing to do with him, he would definitely not take action. It was hard to see the faces of both of them clearly. They fought step by step in the void. It's her. Jiang Qin frowned and his expression changed. He had seen the black-robed lady's face clearly. Who else could she be if she was not Moling Dongqin? Previously, she did not enter Tongxian Mansion. It had always been a mystery in Jiang Qin's heart. Now that he met her here, how could Jiang Qin not be shocked? It seemed like he had to take action now. He must not let the white-robed lady have her way. However, when the white-robed lady turned around, Jiang Qin was completely stunned. Her face shocked Jiang Qin even more. His body trembled and his eyes were filled with terror. Chapter 3152. Jiang Qin stared at the woman in white in front of him in a daze. He was even a little absent-minded. He did not know if everything he saw was real. If it was real, then was the person in front of him really her? Her figure was valiant, her clothes fluttering in the wind. Her heroic spirit was overwhelming, and her sword chi was awe-inspiring. Her beauty could topple cities and she was like a sword of light. Her gaze was extremely cold and her aura was extremely majestic. She was like an executioner who killed decisively. Her gaze was extremely clear, because she only had killing intent, and it was as cold as thousand-year-old ice. The person in front of him was none other than Yuki Xian. No one could know the shock in Jiang Qin's heart at this moment. He had clearly seen Yuki Xian fall back then and Yuki Xian had died for him. Jiang Qin's heart was filled with guilt. Even though he had the ability to slaughter all living beings in that battle, he had still seen Yuki Xian perish before his eyes. In the instant that Jiang Qin had flown into a thunderous rage, he had forcefully killed the Sky Lai Realm Master. In the instant that he turned around, he discovered that Yuki Xian had long since disappeared. But now she had actually appeared before his eyes, alive and well. This kind of shock was difficult for Jiang Qin to accept. Joy, shock, but more than that, doubt. Was she a dead person or a puppet? Jiang Qin could not sense it, because her soul seemed to have already fallen silent, and there was a deathly stillness in her eyes. However, her gaze did not have that kind of enslavement collapse. Instead, it was as cold as ever and there was only endless killing intent. Yuki Xian. Jiang Qin shouted in a low voice. However, Yuki Xian did not have the slightest intention to stop. Instead, she became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Moling Dongqin had no way to retreat at all. On the contrary, she noticed the appearance of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin turned into a stream of light, and directly blocked in front of the two of them. He swung his sword and clashed with Yuki Xian's sword. Jiang Qin actually felt an endless force spreading from the heavenly dragon sword. The rebounding force made him filled with shock. There were only a few people who could make Jiang Qin retreat with just one sword strike. Her strength is actually so strong. Jiang Qin was shocked in his heart. He looked at Yuki Xian with his burning eyes. When her eyes met his, there was only endless killing intent and nothing else. Jiang Qin knew that she was no longer the Yuki Xian from before. I did not expect to meet you here. Moling Dongchen said with a bitter smile. Her face was filled with coldness. She had already decided to cut off her relationship with Jiang Chun for the sake of her family's revival. However, fate still tied the two of them together. Are you all right? Jiang Chun asked with concern. He glanced at Moling Dongchen, and the cold and complicated expression in her eyes made Jiang Chun quite puzzled. If there's something wrong, I won't be standing here. Moling Dongchen's coldness made Jiang Chun speechless. Did I offend you? Did I make a mistake when I saved your life? It was not Jiang Chen's fault, nor was it Moling Dongchen's fault. It was just that she surrendered to fate because she had to choose to be with the people of the military family in order to obtain the inheritance of the Mo family. Otherwise she would have no choice at all. One could not only live for oneself. Moling Dongchen's sacrifice for the Mo family was also her destiny. Get lost. Yuki Chihian's voice was cold. She only said one word. Her sword aura changed and became as light as smoke. It was totally different from Jiang Chen's bold and big moves. However, they had the same effect. Yuki Chihian's sword was full of mystery and agility. It was not like Jiang Chen's sword, which was indomitable and invincible. Two different sword auras constantly caused the void to explode. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat step by step. Yuki Chihian's strength had definitely reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm. Although Jiang Chen did not know why, there must be someone controlling everything behind her. However, the current Yuki Chihian might not know anything about it, or she might just be a puppet. Don't you recognize me? Chinning. Jiang Chen retreated step by step. Even he could not compete with Yuki Chihian's sharp sword aura. Who you are has nothing to do with me. What I want is the spirit-gathering stone in his hand. Yuki Chihian said coldly. The coldness in her eyes made Jiang Chen's heart ache. However, they were not on the same side after all. Jiang Chen did not feel happy or sad. He knew that he must not act on impulse. Otherwise he might be forced to retreat by Yuki Chihian. She was not as strong as she used to be. I would like to see who is controlling all of this. Jiang Chen thought. This great Leying Temple's dreamland seemed to be a terrifying battle of possession. The 10 great monasteries and 6 major forces were not willing to fall behind. There were even unknown forces that had entered the dreamland. The dreamland of the great Leying Temple was not to be underestimated. No matter what, Yuki Chihian's soul did not dissipate completely. To Jiang Chen this was good news. At least it meant that she was still alive. However, he did not know who she was living for. Yuki Chihian's sword aura had completely forced Jiang Chen to retreat. Jiang Chen did not have the heart to continue the battle. He could only let Moling Dongchen leave first. You go first. I will look for you later. You will only be a burden to me if you stay here. Jiang Chen said with an incomparably cold expression. What he said was true. If Moling Dongchen was here, Jiang Chen's hands would be tied. Moling Dongchen sneered with a self-deprecating smile. Yeah. That's right. In your eyes I'm just a burden. Why did you save me? Why don't you let me die? Isn't it better? Moling Dongchen turned around and left. At this moment he did not look back. His black hair and red sleeves were covered with tears. In Moling Dongchen's eyes he was just a burden. Why should Moling Dongchen seek trouble for himself? Moling Dongchen disappeared in the void in a flash. Jiang Chen did not hesitate and activated the 9 Supreme Saint Bones elixir once again. Currently, it was the 6th time that Jiang Chen had activated the effect of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones elixir. There were 9 of them and they instantly became an equal with Yuki Chihian. Otherwise he would not be able to withstand the sword aura of Yuki Chihian. Only in this way could Jiang Chen be invincible. At this moment, Jiang Chen already had an idea in his mind. He would set up a formation to kill Yuki Chihian. Of course he would not really kill her. He just wanted to force out the person behind the scenes. Of course this was a huge gamble. At the last moment, Jiang Chen must go all out. However, it was still unknown whether he could stop the attack or not. Chapter 3153. Jiang Chen was controlling the Ashura sword formation. Countless swords rained down from the sky. Yuki Chihian tried her best but she still couldn't block the terrifying rain of swords. However, Jiang Chen had to stop at the last moment because if the rain of swords pierced through her body, even the current Yuki Chihian would have her soul scattered and her body destroyed. Therefore he had to control the situation well and let the person behind her take action. Only then would he be able to save her. This was Jiang Chen's objective. Looking at the terrifying rain of swords piercing through her body, Zhou Xian was filled with worry. If he made a mistake, he might really cause Xian to be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore Zhou Xian was extremely serious and cautious. At this moment, above the void, an incomparably huge palm fell down from the sky. With an unparalleled domineering aura, it directly slapped on Zhou Xian's Ashura sword formation. The Ashura sword formation instantly trembled. The huge palm fell again. Finally, the Ashura sword formation couldn't withstand the huge destructive power. One could imagine how terrifying it was to be able to break the Ashura sword formation with pure strength. Zhou Xian was sent flying. But at this moment he used the soul-stealing divine art Soul Annihilation. A terrifying wave of air swept up, but it couldn't stop the huge palm that fell from the sky. The void closed up and the huge palm dissipated. However, Xian had disappeared without a trace. No one knew where she went. What a terrifying soul force. Even the Soul Annihilation couldn't stop him? Zhou Xian murmured. At this time he was full of doubts about the person behind Xian. Xian disappeared without a trace. Zhou Xian was even more worried. Currently the so-called Great Laying Temple had many forces. Zhou Xian didn't know how many forces there were in the Great Laying Temple, but it was destined to be dangerous everywhere. Zhou Xian must be more careful. The news that Xian was still alive was a huge shock to Zhou Xian. The appearance of the Great Laying Temple was getting more and more mysterious. The disappearance of the temple, the emergence of experts, the mysterious arhats, all of these made Zhou Xian curious. Tyrant's situation must be getting more and more dangerous. Zhou Xian's heart was getting tighter and tighter. He could feel that the reincarnated living Buddha must be inextricably linked with Tyrant. When Zhou Xian turned around to look for Moling Dongchen, the latter had disappeared without a trace. Zhou Xian could only sigh. When she didn't enter the Tongxian mansion, Zhou Xian was worried. Now it seemed that she must have something that she couldn't tell him. However, she seemed to have ignored him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as her savior. Zhou Xian didn't stop. He moved forward quickly. The scenery in the distance was filled with mountains and mountains. The void was filled with golden light. Zhou Xian frowned and looked solemn. He looked ahead and saw a simple and unadorned palace. Another great hall. Several silhouettes rushed up to the top of the divine palace. Zhou Xian also hurried over. The simple and unadorned palace was completely different from the Arhat Palace and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's palace. The palace was not big, only 100 zhang. The void was filled with auspicious clouds, golden light and Buddha's aura. Even Zhou Xian was shocked by this scene. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's palace and the Arhat Palace did not have such Buddha's aura. However, the simple and unadorned palace here was different from all the other palaces. The long road paved with blue stones went straight up. The palace was so tall that no one could fly in the air. They could only step on the towering ancient palace. Zhou Xian's eyes flickered. He could feel the ancient aura spreading around the palace. Two figures walked as if they were flying. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of the palace on the dome. Ba. So it's the two eminent monks of the Swan Goose Temple. Sorry for not recognizing you. Spiritual Master Silence said faintly. At this moment, Spiritual Master Silence and a dozen others stood in front of the palace but did not take a step in. Ba. Spiritual Master Silence is too courteous. Why are you all standing in front of the palace and not entering? Daoist Master Qi Yu asked in a deep voice. Now only he and Daoist Master Qi Wu were left in Swan Goose Temple. Everyone else had been annihilated. They had been swallowed up by the great hall that had disappeared for no reason at all. There was no sign at all. The so-called pantheon of gods was simply an invisible killing weapon. Ba. The people who went in before all let out a scream and disappeared without a trace. All four of them died. Even the signboard of this ancient palace has fallen. It's so old that it's hard to tell what kind of palace this is. Spiritual Master Silence's expression was solemn. The four of them had died silently. They were also hesitating. We've obtained 1 or 2 magic treasures from other palaces, so this ancient palace is definitely not an ordinary one. There must be danger in it, but there will definitely be unexpected gains. Spiritual Master Silence said. This divine hall was completely different from the previous ones and it was impossible to fly at all. Within this region of the divine hall one could only walk. In the end, Everyone fell into a state of hesitation before the hall where the signboard had fallen. I heard that this ancient palace is the resting place of the reincarnated living Buddha. Some people have seen the reincarnated living Buddha enter it. As for whether it's true or not, no one knows. Spiritual Master Silence's words made Spiritual Master Scarlet Moon and Spiritual Master Chi Wu hold their breaths. They looked at each other, shock written all over their faces. Spiritual Master Silence, is that true? At this moment, Jiang Chen also appeared in front of the palace. His eyes narrowed and he was shocked. Could this really be the resting place of the reincarnated living Buddha? It's you, Jiang Chen. Daoist Tianin's expression changed. This guy actually dared to venture into the Great Laying Temple's illusory realm alone. This was too presumptuous. He was now completely under the protection of his elder brother. He didn't dare to make any strange movements, fearing that he would be killed in the Great Laying Temple's environment. It's true, but no one dares to step into this ancient palace now. Those who have entered are all dead. Spiritual Master Silence glanced at Jiang Chen and said coldly, "This guy came with the All-Life Temple, but he was alone now. Where are the people of the All-Life Temple?" Spiritual Master Silence looked at Jiang Chen. "The dead are dead, the injured are injured, and it's hard to find a trace." Jiang Chen said, "Amit Ba. What a pity. The 3 eminent monks of the All-Life Temple and the descendants of the major clans are all true experts, but their whereabouts are unknown." Spiritual Master Silence sighed. "Then why are you still alive?" Chapter 3154. Even Reverend Qian died in your hands. I don't think the eminent monks of All-Life Temple died in your schemes, right? Enlightened Master Tianyin sneered. Jiang Chen stared at Enlightened Master Tianyin. Is this guy trying to start a war between me and the Swan Goose Temple? So that he can reap the benefits from the fight. Damn it. What? You killed Qian? Both Enlightened Master Qi Yu and Enlightened Master Qi Wu's expression changed. Qian was their junior brother. He had gone to the northern cold divine region but disappeared without a trace. Both Enlightened Master Qi Yan and Enlightened Master Qi Wu were puzzled. Although they were unwilling to admit it, Qian was most likely in danger. He said it himself. I think you won't deny it, right, Jiang Chen? Enlightened Master Tianyin said with a smile. He was gloating. Both Enlightened Master Qi Wu and Enlightened Master Qi Yu were here. It would be great if they could start a fight. Is killing me that important to you? Instead of getting angry, Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. On the other hand, Daoist Tianyin felt his heart palpitate. The moment Jiang Chen's cold gaze pierced through his body, he felt that this guy had the intention to kill him. Jiang Chen did not refute, which meant that he had admitted that he was the one who killed Daoist Scarlet Flame. Jiang Chen had nothing to hide, but these 2 people from Swan Goose Temple seemed to be extremely angry with him. Amit Ba. Junior brother Qian has really passed away. Sigh. Enlightened Master Qi Yu sighed. When he raised his head again, his gaze was locked on Jiang Chen. You're just a mid-hierarch. Let's see what you're capable of. How dare you kill my junior brother Qian? Today shall be the day you die. Daoist Qi Wu disregarded everything and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows and took a step back, quickly entering the ancient temple. At that moment, Enlightened Master Qi Wu and Enlightened Master Qi Wu hesitated for a moment, but they still followed Jiang Chen and rushed in. Amit Ba, if I don't enter hell, who will? If you cower, it will be hard for you to achieve great things. I, Spiritual Master Silentine, am here. Daoist Master Wuyin nodded slightly and said indifferently. He followed closely behind and entered the simple divine hall. The hall was in a complete mess, covered in cobwebs and covered in dust. The jade mats had also lost their color and luster, while the surrounding offering tables were all shattered. The entire place was in a complete mess. Both Spiritual Master Qi Yu and Spiritual Master Qi Wu did not care at all and directly rushed towards Jiang Chen. They wanted to avenge their junior brother Qi Yan's death. They absolutely could not let this bastard continue to live freely. A mere mid-hierarch should have died under the Great Laying Temple's illusory realm law long ago, but he was still alive. Jiang Chen, you will die today without a doubt. Hurry up and die. Maybe I can leave your corpse intact and bring it back to Swan Goose Temple to be punished. Daoist Scarlet Moon said coldly. 2 old bald donkeys, you want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Jiang Chen sneered. At that moment Jiang Qin ran all the way and directly jumped under the Buddha statue in the middle of the hall. However, at that moment, both Daoist Scarlet Moon and Spiritual Master Qi Wu stopped in their tracks. None of them took another step forward. The statues on both sides were not arhats or bodhisattvas, but two Buddha statues. Buddha's light shone under the golden lotus. Although it had lost its luster, the Buddha's aura still remained. With two Buddha statues, who would the Buddha statue in the middle be? At that moment, both Daoist Scarlet Moon and Spiritual Master Qi Wu looked solemn. Although they hated Jiang Qin to the core and wished to kill him, they had to respect the Buddha in their hearts. Arhats and bodhisattvas were slightly inferior, but no one dared to disrespect the real Buddha. No one dared to go against him. Amit Ba. Could it be the 3 years Buddha? Daoist Master Voiceless also looked solemn. At that moment both of them appeared in the hall. The appearance of two Buddha statues shocked them. This seemingly unremarkable hall that was only a few hundred feet in size had two Buddha statues. The Buddha statue in the middle was even more shocking. The 3 years Buddha. Can't be the 3 years Buddha. Why would the 3 years Buddha be in such a simple hall? Daoist Master Tianyin said. Don't be rude. Step down. Daoist Master Voiceless shouted, ordering Daoist Master Tianyin to step back. Daoist Master Tianyin's face darkened and he said nothing more. How dare you, boy? Step down now. With the 3 years Buddha above, how dare you act so rashly? Daoist Scarlet Moon said coldly. His eyes were like torches as he pointed his sword at Jiang Qin. Even the people of Tianluo Temple were extremely devout. They all put their palms together and gathered together. Jiang Qin frowned. As he lowered his head, he saw the two green lamps on the table. These two green lamps were even more powerful than the blood-colored chain that he obtained previously. Boy, don't act rashly. Daoist Scarlet Crow approached Jiang Qin and struck out with his palm. The might of a half-step divine emperor forced Jiang Qin to step back. However, Jiang Qin did not hesitate to hold the two green lamps tightly in his hands. Although they were on the verge of death, they still possessed supreme power. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. These two green lamps were definitely the real treasures. Damn you. Those green lamps are definitely not something that you can touch. At this moment, not only the people of Hongyan Temple, even Daoist Master Voiceless of Tianluo Temple stood up. If Jiang Qin could see the value of the two green lamps, then they could too. Their eyes fell on the green lamps without blinking. This made Jiang Qin pay more attention to the two green lamps. The lamps are in my hands. Come and take them if you want. Jiang Qin stood proudly. No one dared to take a step forward. They were not afraid of Jiang Qin, but they did not dare to profane the 3 eras Buddha at this moment. Jiang Qin stood on the table in front of the hall. Because he was not from the Buddha world, there was no taboo for him. However, the people of Hongyan Temple and Tianluo Temple were full of respect for the 3 eras Buddha. It's the 3 eras Buddha, the 3 eras stabilizing light Buddha. Daoist Scarlet Crow said in a deep voice. Those two green lamps are the best proof. Daoist Scarlet Moon nodded slightly. Only the Dipankara Buddha could have such a high position. Those two green lamps, could they be the peerless instruments in the hands of the Dipankara Buddha? Daoist Master Voiceless murmured. The two green lamps were held tightly in Jiang Qin's hands. Now everyone's eyes were on the green lamps. Amit Ba. If you don't put down the green lamps, don't blame this old monk for being merciless. Daoist Master Voiceless said coldly. The killing intent in his eyes was overflowing. Even if the people of Hongyan Temple did not take action, he could not hold back anymore. Chapter 3155. So strong. Jiang Qin was shocked as he was forced back by the green light. He knew that the target of the green figure was the two green lamps in his hands. The green light flickered and all the lamps and torches in the hall were extinguished. The green lamps in Jiang Qin's hands also trembled violently. Jiang Qin held the two green lamps tightly, but the green lamps seemed to have an extremely strong mind power, trying to break free from Jiang Qin's hands. At this moment, Daoist Scarlet Moon and Daoist Qi Wu also rushed towards Jiang Qin in order to snatch the two green lamps in his hands. The green lamps must be the supreme magic weapon left behind by the 3 eras Buddha, the Dipankara Buddha. The green lamps in the hands of the Dipankara Buddha were the most powerful magic weapons. Even if they were covered in dust, damaged and lusterless, they were still extremely terrifying magic weapons. Even the blood-colored chain that Jiang Chen obtained before seemed to be unable to trap the two green lamps. Jiang Chen used the blood-colored chain in his hand to entangle the two green lamps together, but the green lamps seemed to have come alive. The huge mind power seemed to be trying to break free from the blood-colored chain. The blood-colored chain and the green lamps were entangled. Jiang Chen was attacked from both sides. The green light flickered and a proud and aloof figure broke through the air, holding a green broken sword. The green light flashed and disappeared. Even Jiang Chen was greatly shocked. Daoist Scarlet Moon and Daoist Qi Wu could not hide the shock in their hearts. However, they only had one target, and that was Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen would kill them and take the green lamps. This was the only belief in their hearts. 13th Sword. Jiang Chen swept his sword and forced Daoist Scarlet Moon and Daoist Qi Wu to retreat. The two returned and attacked even more fiercely. However, on the other side, the green light did not hold back and forced Jiang Chen into a dilemma. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He retreated in order to advance, leading Daoist Qi Wu to the place where the green light passed. The green light directly cut through Daoist Qi Wu's chest, and his entire arm was cut off. He was seriously injured. The green light was too fast, even Jiang Chen could not catch up. At this time, Daoist Scarlet Moon was burning with anger and fought with his life. Although Daoist Qi Wu's arm was cut off, for an expert like him, as long as he was still alive, any injury was not a problem. Enduring the injury, Daoist Qi Wu did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. Under the joint attack of the two, Jiang Chen's situation became extremely difficult. Jiang Chen could use the momentum to hurt Daoist Qi Wu once, but it would be quite difficult for him to hurt him a second time. No one was a fool. Jiang Chen was already very lucky to be able to use the momentum to injure Daoist Qi Wu. This Jiang Chen is actually so powerful. It's really shocking to be able to withstand the attacks of two Daoist masters. Yeah, I really did not expect a middle hierarch realm to have such power. Looks like we have to be careful. And hierarch realm is an hierarch realm after all. Even if he used the momentum to injure Daoist Qi Wu, it's impossible for him to turn the situation around with his strength alone. Yeah, let's sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Let's see who will have the last laugh. But who is that green light figure? Could it be the reincarnation of the living Buddha? When everyone looked at the green figure, their hearts were filled with anxiety. They were extremely curious about the green figure. Their guesses weren't unreasonable. The appearance of the green figure had given them a great shock. That speed was as fast as the wind, no one could catch up with it. The moment it attacked, it was filled with killing intent towards Jiang Chen. It was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Even the high monks of Tianluo Temple did not dare to rush in. At this time they were observing in silence. They would only take action if Hongyan Temple showed any signs of losing. If they took action now, Jiang Chen would have nowhere to hide. This was not the result they wanted. They only wanted to see Jiang Chen and the people of Hongyan Temple kill each other and reap the benefits. This was the reality. The people of Tianluo Temple would never make unnecessary sacrifices. At this moment the green light appeared again. Jiang Chen did not hold back anymore. Xianxia shot up to the sky in the 100 Swords reincarnation. All the sword aura collided with the green light and crashed down. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and saw clearly that the green light figure was actually a woman. A woman who was as light as a swallow and looked like a demon. Her long hair was loose, her eyes were like torches, sharp as a knife, and her sword aura reincarnation. The green light figure could only change its target. Otherwise, Jiang Chen's Xianxia would definitely cause her to stagnate. At that time her body would be exposed and she would become the target of everyone. Jiang Chen took advantage of the opportunity to clash with Daoist Qi Wu. He crossed paths with the green silhouette and rushed towards Daoist Qi Wu, causing Daoist Qi Wu's expression to change drastically. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword had turned into a dragon at this moment. The sword Qi was like a rainbow as it pierced through Daoist Qi Wu's chest. Wise man Qi Wu wanted to retreat, but his way was blocked by Jiang Chen. The dragon rider heavenly guards instantly attacked and wise man Qi Wu had no way to retreat. 7 puppet figures blocked wise man Qi Wu. Jiang Chen's tens of thousands of swords swept across and wise man Qi Wu was completely torn into pieces by Jiang Chen. His soul was also completely crushed and disappeared almost in an instant. Even if wise man Qi Yu wanted to rescue him, it was too late. Junior brother. Reverend Scarlet Moon was extremely furious. He never thought that his junior brother would die in the hands of a mid-hierarch realm fella. Most importantly, it happened right under his nose. It was a great humiliation to him. Reverend Scarlet Moon furrowed his brows and his blood-red eyes gathered together. A Buddha's light shone from his glabella and rushed towards Zhou Xian. On the other side, Zhou Xian was once again attacked by the green light figure. He could only defend himself and fall into a dilemma. It was difficult for him to continue to counterattack. Buddhist light flywheel. From wise man Chiyu's eyebrows, a full moon full of Buddhist light flashed out. Zhou Xian was hit by the full moon and was directly thrown away. The terrifying invisible Buddhist light rippled above the void. Everyone knew that wise man Chiyu was going to go all out at this moment. Zhou Xian killed Chiwu and it was a fatal blow without the slightest chance of survival. This completely enraged wise man Chiyu. The two green lamps in Zhou Qian's hands were caught by the green light figure at this moment. Zhou Qian and Zhou Qian were pulled away. In the end, one of the green lamps was forcibly taken away by the green light figure, leaving only one green lamp in Zhou Qian's hand. You even dare to snatch my things. Looks like you're tired of living. Zhou Qian sneered and completely ignored wise man Chiyu. The three of them chased each other. Zhou Qian only wanted the green lamp while wise man Chiyu only wanted to kill Zhou Qian to avenge his two junior brothers. Chapter 3156. Although the Buddhist light full moon chakram put him in a passive position, it was not enough to suppress him. Buddhist light illumination. Zhou Qian moved his mind and struck out a palm seal. The Buddha's light shone mightily, shocking everyone. This guy actually knows the Buddha sect's cultivation technique? This Buddhist light illumination was not something that just anyone could display. Only the people from the Great and Little Lane temples could display this technique. However, Zhou Qian's Buddhist light illumination was obviously not strong enough. Its radiance was completely overshadowed by the Buddhist light full moon chakram, but at least it managed to force perfected scarlet moon back. Amitabha killed Zhou Qian. This fella must be in cahoots with the reincarnated living Buddha. That fella also knows Buddhist light illumination. Spiritual Master Silence's eyes moved as he said in a deep voice. Before this, he had heard that the reincarnated living Buddha also knew Buddhist light illumination, and it was obviously stronger than Zhou Qian's technique. What? That reincarnated demon also knows Buddhist light illumination? Then these two must be in cahoots. Spiritual Master Divine Sound agreed. At this time, Spiritual Master Silence and the others finally made their move. They only wanted to capture Zhou Qian and interrogate him about his relationship with the so-called reincarnated living Buddha. With the addition of Spiritual Master Silence, Spiritual Master Divine Sound, and Spiritual Master Moon Voice, Zhou Qian instantly fell into a passive position. At this moment, 4 half-step Divine Emperors had joined hands to suppress him. Even if Zhou Qian was strong, it would be hard for him to hold on. 1 half-step Divine Emperor Zhou Qian was not weak and 2 half-step Divine Emperors were not something that Zhou Qian could handle. However, how could Zhou Qian win against 4 half-step Divine Emperors? Therefore Zhou Qian could only retreat. On the other side he quickly chased after the green figure. Chase after him. We must not let this fella escape. Spiritual Master Silence said. Amitabha. If we don't kill this fiend, how can we avenge our 2 junior brothers? This kid can't be allowed to live, he absolutely can't be allowed to live. Daoist Scarlet Moon gnashed his teeth in hatred. Zhou Qian's figure and the Xian figure disappeared behind the statue one after another. When they passed the statue they were shocked to discover that it was actually an unbelievable miniature world. A miniature world inside the ancient Buddha temple. Seems like this ancient Buddha hall is definitely not simple. It seems like there's something more to it. Wei Xiaolong said with a solemn expression. As an expert of the Tongtian Divine Palace, he was the calmest as he knew that Zhou Qian had killed the 3 half-step Divine Emperors. He knew that the entire Tongxian mansion was heavily damaged and the Great Mansion Master and Second Mansion Master were killed by him. However, Wei Xiaolong maintained his composure. He knew that Zhou Qian was not someone to be trifled with. He knew that Zhou Qian would definitely become the target of everyone in this battle. Zhou Qian had made too many enemies and this was what he deserved. Moreover, Zhou Qian was only a mid-hierarch realm expert. Therefore he would definitely attract more hatred. Wei Xiaolong only needed to be an observer. At first, even Wei Xiaolong did not believe that Zhou Qian was the one who had turned the entire Tongxian mansion upside down. Moreover, the entire Tongxian mansion was almost destroyed. If it wasn't for the great mansion master who was wandering outside, perhaps the forces around Tongxian Mansion would have completely engulfed it. Even the 3 half-step divine emperors of the Battle God clan were involved. To Wei Xiaolong it was simply a fantasy. However, when he saw the fella in front of him, he finally believed it. Jiang Chen was a devil incarnate. However, no matter how strong he was, there would always be someone stronger than him. Especially in the Great Leiyin Temple's illusory realm where there were many experts. Which one of them would be easy to deal with? Even if he had the ability to seize the fortune of the heavens and earth, so what if he could fight against 3 or even 5 alone? The half-step divine emperors here were stronger than those old fellas from the Battle God clan. Plus, 50 half-step divine emperors were nothing to them. As long as he was here, as long as he wasn't willing to be left alone, he would definitely be in trouble. Because he was too weak, too eye-catching. This fella must have a lot of treasures on him. Therefore Wei Xiaolong wanted to be the ultimate killer. He only needed to follow behind heartless spiritual master. That was enough. After the battle, Wei Xiaolong would be able to benefit from it. The Dipankara Buddha is truly the most powerful and ancient Buddha of the ancient world. There's actually such a startling miniature world in his divine hall. This miniature world is self-contained. Looks like there's definitely a universe here. Wei Xiaolong thought. Although he did not know much about the Buddha world, Dipankara Buddha's fame was too great. As the master of Buddha Lord Tathagata, he had the highest seniority, strength and status among the ancient Buddhas. It was reasonable for him to have a self-contained small world in his divine palace. Everyone entered from behind the statue of the Dipankara Buddha and entered the small world of its own. However, the moment they entered, the statue of the Dipankara ancient Buddha began to crumble inch by inch. A world in a flower, a Bodhi in a leaf. Dipankara Buddha could actually create his own small world. It's unbelievable. How powerful is he? Perfected sage divine sound's expression was solemn. To create one's own small world was completely a fantasy. At least for them, it was something they didn't even dare to think about. Even among the martial emperors billions of years ago, no one had ever been able to create their own small world. But Dipankara Buddha had done it. Legend has it that those who create a small world are experts above the heavens. Dipankara Buddha should be one of those experts, Divine Sound's spiritual master said enviously. The ancestor of all Buddhas, the master of Buddha Lord Tathagata, and the Buddha of 3 eras. How could ordinary people compare to him? In the small world, the Buddha's light rippled and the holy light was like a tide. Hundreds of thousands of green trees were full of spring, the mountains were rising and layers of ripples were flowing. Although the small world was not big, it was still thousands of miles away. Looking around, it was a land of Buddha illuminated by the Buddha's light. There was only endless hope. This small world seemed to include Dipankara Buddha's small vision for the vast thousand worlds. It seemed to be just a prototype waiting to be created. A young man in a gray robe sat cross-legged on the peak of the mountain in the distance. His eyes were closed in meditation and his aura was unstable. As he floated about, he seemed to be a faintly discernible scene, and it seemed like his aura could stop at any moment and he would lose his life. Beside the young man, a woman in green stood calmly. Her eyes were full of worry, but she was faintly protecting the young man in the robe behind her. It seemed that she did not want anyone to disturb his rest. Chapter 3157. The green-robed lady looked at the young man in front of her affectionately. There was only endless love in her eyes because he was already on the verge of death. However, in order to protect his soul from dissipating, she had to obtain the green lamp. That was the only peerless magical tool that could protect his soul from dissipating. However, she didn't dare to approach the Dipankara Buddha statue because the power in her body would be forcefully repelled. Facing the Dipankara Buddha statue, she couldn't do anything. Therefore, she could only wait for others to obtain the green lamp and snatch it from them. Only then would she not be affected by the Dipankara Buddha statue. With the green lamp in hand, it could protect his heart meridians and prevent his soul from dissipating. There would be a chance of survival. I don't have much vitality left. If someone comes looking for me, you should leave. Perhaps this is my destiny. The gray-robed man said faintly. His voice was weak and even his vitality had become extremely weak. If you die, how can I live on alone? If we're going to die, we'll die together. The green-robed lady said without batting an eyelid. Creation and reincarnation, 100 years of rebirth. I'm a reincarnated living Buddha, But I'm just a chosen genius. How can there be a real reincarnated living Buddha in this world? It's just a gimmick created by the 10 great monasteries. They just want to get what they want. Greed, anger, and evil are just a thought. If the Buddha world collapses, how can there be a real Buddha? What they worship is just the desire in their hearts, the young man said with a faint smile. Although life and death were right in front of him, he didn't show his emotions on his face. Jiang Chen's figure landed in the small world and felt a huge pressure. The laws in this small world were different from the outside world. It was normal for his strength to be suppressed. However, even his soul power seemed to be restricted. This was something that Jiang Chen had never experienced before. Jiang Chen didn't dare to delay and walked forward. When he raised his hand, he saw the green-robed lady standing on the cliff. Jiang Chen's heart moved. Just as he was about to make a move, his eyes fell on the gray-robed young man who was resting beside the green-robed lady. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt like he was struck by lightning. "Stinky monk, is it really you?" At this moment, Jiang Chen couldn't believe his own eyes. The man who was resting with his eyes closed was none other than Tyrant. Who else could it be? However, at that moment Tyrant was incomparably haggard and weak. It was as if his life could end at any moment. Jiang Chen felt a great sense of crisis. How could this guy be in danger? However, Jiang Chen was overjoyed. As long as he knew that the legendary person was Tyrant, everything would be fine. As long as he was still alive, there would be a chance to turn things around. Jiang Chen couldn't hide the excitement in his heart as he walked up the cliff step by step. His eyes were even trembling. How many years had it been? How many life and death battles? How many years had passed? How many years had it been since the two brothers had fought side by side? The moment he knew that Tyrant might appear in the West Pole Divine region, Jiang Chen rushed here without stopping. He only hoped to see him as soon as possible so that he could join forces with his brother and fight side by side. They would once again roam the divine world and write an immortal chapter that belonged to them in the divine world. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't fulfill one's wish. It was only at this moment that Jiang Chen found traces of Tyrant. However, the heavens didn't disappoint those who persevered. The two brothers finally met again. "Brother, you've been looking for me for a long time," Jiang Chen murmured. Tyrant's figure was right there, but he felt that he was extremely far away. It was as if every step he took was incomparably heavy. Wanting to reunite with him was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. At this moment, the gray-robed man slowly turned around. However, his eyes were still closed. He was too weak. Moreover, his eyes were heavily injured. He couldn't see the world in front of him. "Get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite," the green-robed woman Lung Lung said. She pointed her sword at Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen didn't stop. He walked towards the two of them step by step. "It seems that you won't repent until you see your coffin. Then I'll send you to the Avicii hell." The woman's sword flashed and suddenly flew out. She was like a tiger that could devour thousands of miles. Her overbearing aura crushed down. However, the gray-robed man stopped her. "Xianxia, stop." The gray-robed man's heart shook. Although he couldn't see clearly what was in front of him, he could feel that an extremely familiar and intimate figure was approaching him step by step. When Jiang Chen entered the small world, he had already sensed it. However, he didn't believe that it was Jiang Chen. It was only when Jiang Chen was getting closer and closer that Tyrant's heart seemed to have recovered a great amount of vitality. He couldn't stop trembling in disbelief. "Why? Let me kill him so that I won't have any worries," Xianxia said in a deep voice. "He's my brother," Tyrant said in a low voice. Tyrant said in a low voice. At this moment, Xianxia was slightly startled. Her expression became incomparably solemn. When she looked at Jiang Chen again, her eyes were filled with doubt. However, she knew that Tyrant would never joke around. How could he help an outsider at such a critical moment? The sword in Xianxia's hand stopped at this moment. Her expression became even more solemn. Brother, could he be the good brother that Tyrant always mentioned to her? Xianxia couldn't believe it. This was the first time she saw Tyrant's hand trembling at this moment. "Stinky monk, long time no see." Jiang Chen held back the tears in her eyes. Looking at Tyrant, who was almost a cripple and could lose his life at any moment, Jiang Chen felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart. Although he didn't say it, it didn't mean that he didn't feel pain. He didn't ask, but it didn't mean that he didn't understand. Long time no see, little Xianxia. The corner of Tyrant's mouth curled up into a smile. His eyes were also slightly moist. Xianxia was his best brother and also his dearest brother. You can't see anymore. Xianxia murmured. Brother, it's enough as long as you're in my heart. Tyrant faintly smiled. At this moment he was no longer the impulsive and hot-tempered Tyrant from before. He had put away his ostentatiousness and the current him was truly like a monk. If his heart wasn't calm he wouldn't move. Tyrant stood devoutly and sat cross-legged. In his heart, there was only endless Buddha's will and nothing else. No matter who it is, I will take revenge for you. In this world no one can hurt my brother. Chapter 3158. Qing Xian stared at this scene silently. He was somewhat moved. The relationship between these two must be extraordinary. There were no formalities between the two of them, there were only the most intimate greetings between brothers. Well then the sky is clear. It's a long story. Tyrant shook his head calmly. He was about to die but he must not implicate Xianxia. He could feel that Xianxia's strength was only at the mid-hierarch realm. With his strength, it was impossible for him to fight against those people. If Tyrant blamed his enemy on Xianxia, it would be no different from harming him. Tyrant would never do such a thing. He would rather die than to blame Xianxia. The living Buddha that they are looking for should be you. Xianxia said. He had already guessed it but he only dared to confirm it at this moment. That's right. Otherwise, how could I become a person that everyone in the West Pole Divine region wants to kill? Tyrant laughed loudly, but there was not a trace of melancholy in his words. As long as I'm here you won't be so quiet anymore. Xianxia said with a smile but he was struggling in his heart. He had to take revenge for Tyrant. Tyrant had become a very dangerous person in the entire West Pole Divine region. He was the public enemy of the entire West Pole Divine region. How long do you need to recover from your injuries? I can see that your spiritual calamity is extremely weak. How did this happen? Xianxia's expression became serious. Tyrant's injuries could not be underestimated as his life could be in danger at any time. He became like this because he wanted to save me. As long as we get the Dipankara Buddha's green lamp and the medicine-glazed Buddha's medicine spiritual spring, his injuries can be healed. Qing Xian said with a regretful expression. If it wasn't for her he would not have become like this. She would never abandon him no matter what. Xianxia frowned. The Dipankara Buddha's green lamp and the medicine-glazed Buddha's medicine spiritual spring. It seemed like this matter was not as simple as he thought. Life and death are up to fate, riches and honor are up to the heavens. How can I blame you for this? It's just that my affinity with Buddha is shallow. He. Tyrant shook his head and said. Those people are here. Qing Xian said in a low voice with a serious expression. After Xianxia there were more people who had arrived. Those people were all half-step divine emperor experts. The people from Tianluo Temple and Hongyan Temple are here. Xianxia furrowed his brows as well. These guys were here for Tyrant. It looked like there would be a fierce battle today. Another group of damned flies? Tyrant said with a gloomy expression on his face. He was forced to this state by these bastards who were everywhere. They thought they were sanctimonious people and claimed to be Buddhists. However, they killed people like flies and didn't care about the mercy of the Buddha. Moreover, every one of them wanted to kill him. This was the most hateful thing about them. They wanted to snatch the God-suppressing monument from his hands. This was their ultimate goal. No matter who they are, I will not let them get near you. Qing Xian said in a deep voice with a cold expression. Even Xianxia was impressed by her. Qing Xian was a woman who was not inferior to men and she was also very strong. At this moment she was defending half of the sky by herself. She would not let Tyrant suffer any grievances. I have a request, little Xianxia. Bring Qing Xian away at this crucial moment. Tyrant said. Xianxia's expression darkened. He stared at Tyrant and said coldly, bullshit. Would you do that if you were me? Tyrant was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly. His face was filled with regret. He did not expect things to turn out this badly. He was currently in a very dangerous situation. Qing Xian alone would not be able to turn the situation around. Even though Xianxia was strong, he was only a mid-hierarch. He could feel that there were at least 7 or 8 half-step divine emperors rushing up to the sky. Being able to see you for the last time before I die is the greatest gift from the heavens. Tyrant sighed in his heart. He had no regrets. He only hoped that Xianxia would not be implicated by him and that Xian would be able to escape. Xianxia, let's see where you can run to now. Spiritual Master Scarlet Moon's face was pale. He rushed to the front. Spiritual Master Wu Yin, Spiritual Master Shen Yin, and Spiritual Master Yu Yin were not to be outdone. The 4 half-step divine emperors were fearless as they rushed towards Xianxia and Xian. Who is that? Could it be someone from the 10 great monasteries? Spiritual Master Wu Yin frowned and murmured. She looked at Tyrant but could not confirm it. It's him. It's the reincarnated living Buddha. It's him. Suddenly, Spiritual Master Scarlet Moon's gaze fell on Tyrant. At that moment, everyone squinted their eyes. Tyrant, the reincarnated living Buddha. These few words caused a ripple in their hearts. The reincarnated living Buddha that they had been searching for was right in front of them. How could they not be shocked? How could they not be happy? They entered the great Lei Temple's dreamland to find the reincarnated living Buddha and obtain the God-suppressing tablet. Now that the reincarnated living Buddha was right in front of them, they had achieved their goal. Amit Ba. Spiritual Master Scarlet Moon, is this true? Spiritual Master Wu Yin said in shock. Amit Ba. How can it be false? Someone from my Swan Goose Temple has died in his hands. Sure. He pretended to be a Buddhist and called himself the reincarnated living Buddha, but I didn't expect him to be an executioner. He killed more than 10 experts from my Swan Goose Temple. I would recognize him even if he turned into ashes. If one of them had not escaped back to the temple, no one would have known that the culprit was the one who called himself the reincarnated living Buddha. Truly ironic. Today my Swan Goose Temple will slay the demon and avenge my dead junior brothers. Spiritual Master Scarlet Moon's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Tyrant. Everyone followed his gaze. At this moment, Tyrant was like a dying tree, heavily injured. It seems that this time we will have to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. We have sinned. Spiritual Master Divine Sound also shook his head silently with a sorrowful expression. Since you've become a monk, why kill again? This is unforgivable. Spiritual Master Yu Yin snorted coldly. Everyone was against Tyrant. Deep in their hearts they were extremely excited. Now that they had found the reincarnated living Buddha, there was no need for them to continue staying in the Great Lei Temple's dreamland. No one knew what other dangers the Great Lei Temple's dreamland had. At the very least, they saw that many people had been turned into ashes in those shrines. Chapter 3159. If you want to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext. How do you know who the real reincarnated living Buddha is? How do you know who the real Devil King is? Greed is the reason why you guys kept chasing after him. If it was anyone else, would they just sit and wait for death? What you guys want is the God-suppressing monument. Time and time again you guys chase after him and force him. Even a saint who has reincarnated for 100 times will be driven crazy by you guys. Now you guys are putting a big hat on him. Do you guys really think that you are a living Buddha? All of you are just a bunch of ignorant bastards. Your greedy hearts have already been completely corrupted. You are not fit to be Buddhists at all. Jiangchen said in a deep voice. His words hit the nail on the head. Even Wei Xiaolong agreed with him. Indeed, the 10 great monasteries hyped up the reincarnated living Buddha and finally forced him into a desperate situation just to get the God-suppressing monument in his hands. Anyone with a discerning eye could see this at a glance. It was just one of the 10 great monasteries' tricks. Perhaps some people did not know, but most people understood that they had forced a good man into a desperate situation. Everyone looks out for themselves. When danger comes and someone wants to take your life, who can remain indifferent? Most of the people who said beautiful things were selfish people. Jiangchen also firmly believed that the tyrant monk was driven crazy by those guys. A gentleman's wealth is his own ruin. The God-suppressing monument in his hands was destined to be extraordinary. He was destined to be the target of everyone's pursuit. It was obvious that he was going to be the target of public criticism. However, the world only saw that the reincarnated living Buddha tyrant had killed many people, but they did not know why he had killed them or who he had killed. They were all people who coveted his God-suppressing monument and wanted to kill him. Even ants wanted to live, so should he just sit and wait for his death? Amitba Jiangchen, you are simply hopeless. I thought you were weak, so I wouldn't lower myself to your level. But I didn't expect you to kill the spiritual masters of Swan Goose Temple and even stand beside that demon. Seems that I was wrong. Today you and that demon will both go to Avicii hell. Spiritual Master Silence said in a deep voice, glaring at Zhou Xian. At the end of the day, all of you have found the person you want to deal with. Now all of you are showing your ferocious side. You say that the monk is a reincarnated devil, a devil incarnate, but how are all of you better than him? Did he really think that he was a saint? Do you really think that the justice in this world is decided by your words? Do you really think we won't refute you? Zhou Xian stood up proudly with his sword in his hand. He stood beside Tyrant and looked at everyone with disdain. Today's battle was extremely difficult, but Zhou Xian was already prepared. These hypocritical guys had already started their performance. In the end, they would definitely fight to the death for the god-suppressing monument in Tyrant's hands. This was the reality. In their eyes there was no justice or evil. The justice in their eyes was just what they thought was right. What was the difference between this arrogant and domineering attitude and a domineering demon king? They all knew how to put gold on their faces. Little did they know that all of Tyrant's sufferings were forced by them. What's the point of saying this to them? What they care about is the god-suppressing monument in my hands. They don't care about the life and death of others. They don't care about what others think. After all, only the strong, the victors, and the high and mighty like them have the right to write history. Tyrant had long seen through the hypocrisy of these guys. The entire Buddha world was in a mess. On the surface it seemed peaceful, but in fact it was no different from those filthy places in the secular world. Amitabha. Regardless of whether you are a true demon or not, we are merciful, and the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. As long as you hand over the god-suppressing monument in your hands, my Tianluo temple can save your life. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds. Repent and be saved. Benefactor, don't repent, Spiritual Master Divine Sound said earnestly, as if he wanted to enlighten Tyrant. Amitabha. Fuck you. You guys are too shameless. Tyrant said in a deep voice. What's the point of saying so much to them? They only want to kill you for their own selfish desires. Your god-suppressing monument is their ultimate goal. What bullshit Buddhist scum, reincarnated living Buddha, they are all excuses. They just want to find you, kill you, and take the monument. Xianxia said in a deep voice. Her beautiful eyes flickered and a green light flashed in her eyes. She was determined to fight them to the end. Even though she knew that she was no match for them, she would not retreat. Even if she had to die, she wanted to die in his arms. He had severed his ties with the mortal world for her, and she would not let him cry. She would fight to the death, and she would not rest until she was dead. She wanted to tear off their hypocritical masks. Since he had fallen into silence, she would protect him. Xianxia turned around and looked at Tyrant. Her eyes were filled with endless tenderness. Even though she knew that he was a Buddhist, she was still determined to fall in love with him. Stubborn fellow, looks like you won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. Spiritual Master Divine Sound sneered. At this moment they were ready to fight at any time, and their target was Tyrant. He's really hopeless. Senior brother, looks like we have to get rid of this evil creature for the Buddhist sect. This kind of person is not suitable to be a disciple of the Buddhist sect. Only with his death can the entire Buddhist sect be at peace. Reverend Yuan was also on standby. Everyone was aiming at Tyrant. Tyrant was in danger at any moment. There's no point in talking anymore. Since you want to deal with the monk, you have to get past me first. Kill me and you might have a chance to get close to the monk. If you can't even get past me, I'm afraid you'll have to return in failure. Zhou Xian said with an indifferent tone. After that, he raised his blade and appeared in front of Tyrant. Zhou Xian was facing all of them alone without any fear on his face. This is the biggest joke in the world. You want to stop us with just you? You're overestimating yourself. You and this monk must die. Spiritual Master Scarlet Moon gritted his teeth and said. Little Qinzi. Tyrant was not afraid of death, but he felt guilty for implicating Little Qinzi and Xianxia. Don't worry. In this world, the one who can kill me hasn't been born yet. If they want to touch you, they'll have to get past me first. Zhou Xian pointed his sword at the void. His sword chi was sharp and domineering. He was a middle hierarch realm expert with a heroic spirit. Make your move. Otherwise you won't have a chance anymore. Chapter 3160. Zhou Xian was fearless and arrogant. This battle was imminent, and they only had one goal, and that was to kill Tyrant. There was no room for hesitation, as there could only be two outcomes. one was to kill Tyrant and the other was to kill him. Dao Master Silent Yin and the others were enraged. Xianxia was just a mid-hierarch. How could he be so arrogant in front of them? Could it be that he wanted to defeat everyone with his own strength? His arrogance was unbearable. You're courting death. You reckless bastard. The Buddha is merciful and intends to spare your lives. Unfortunately, all of you are stubborn and obstinate and you insist on going against all living beings. You're simply courting death. Today I'll fulfill your wish. Everyone, let's kill this bastard first before talking about the reincarnation of the living Buddha. What do you think? Dao Master Silent Yin said coldly. The reincarnation of the living Buddha was also known as the God-suppressing monument. However, he did not make it clear as he had to be more reserved. Dao Master Silent Yin is right. Dao Master Red Moon nodded silently. He and Dao Master Silent Yin looked solemn as they hated Xianxia to the core. Now that Reverend Red Moon was alone, he knew that his chances were slim. Therefore, as long as he could kill Xianxia, he wouldn't have such an extravagant wish anymore. Whether he could get the God-suppressing monument or not, it would be up to fate. The current strength of Heavenly Luo Temple had completely crushed him. Reverend Red Moon understood this. As long as there's life, there's hope. At this moment he would not choose to hit a rock with an egg. Amit Ba. What do you think, Benefactor Wei? Dao Master Silent Yin said. After all, Wei Xiaolong's strength was not to be underestimated. The 3 half-step deity emperors of Tongtian Divine Palace were not to be trifled with. This force was the key to their victory. Everything is up to Master. Wei Xiaolong smiled faintly. He knew that Xianxia's strength was extraordinary. He would let these fellows deal with Xianxia and when the time came he would reap the benefits. Wouldn't that be perfect? It was impossible for Wei Xiaolong to fight against the people of Tianluo Temple with his current strength. Moreover, they were still in an alliance on the surface. Therefore Wei Xiaolong could only wait and see. However, the people of the Tongtian God Palace knew how powerful Xianxia was. As long as Wei Xiaolong glanced at them, they would know what to do. They could not use their full strength to fight against Xianxia. It would be best to let Xianxia severely injure the people from Tianluo Temple first, and then he would also be severely injured. Amit Ba. Since that's the case, then Xianxia's death is determined by the heavens. Today this old monk will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. I hope that Buddha will forgive this disciple. Eradicating evil is indeed my duty. My sins, my sins. Taoist Master Silent Voice looked like he had a deep hatred for Lin Fan. It seemed like he had made this decision with great difficulty. Monks were compassionate and killing was not an easy thing for them. However, it seemed like the 10 great temples were filled with hypocrites. You make yourself sound so sacred and dignified, but I see that all of you are like Buddha. Xianxia said with a cold smile. It's useless to say more. Let's leave the mask of hypocrisy for the devout believers to experience. Xianxia shouted coldly. He held his saber and rushed forward, pointing his sword at Taoist Master Crimson Moon. How dare you? I'll definitely kill you today. Taoist Master Crimson Moon was not to be outdone. In his eyes, Xianxia had only killed his junior brother, Taoist Master Qi Wu, through trickery. In terms of real strength, Xianxia was still worlds apart from him. Now he dared to challenge him. He must be tired of living. Did he really think that he was invincible? With such little strength he wanted to come out and fight for justice. He was really overestimating himself. Taoist Master Crimson Moon held the 9-foot Buddhist staff in his hand and swept it across the void, smashing the heavens and earth. Xianxia walked forward with his sword. His every step was filled with killing intent. With his middle hierarch realm strength, he was able to fight against a half-step divine emperor. This guy is quite capable. He's really not simple to be able to fight against Taoist Master Crimson Moon. Taoist Master Silent Voice said. Let my Tongtian Divine Palace deal with that woman. As for that little bastard Xianxia, Taoist Master Silent Voice, you must take him down. Wei Xiaolong said. All right. Thank you, Benefactor Wei. Taoist Master Silent Voice went straight to Xianxia. Together with Taoist Master Yu Yin, Taoist Master Shen Yin, and the weakest Taoist Master Tian Yin, the 4 of them joined the battle and forced Xianxia to give in. 5 against 1, Xianxia was instantly forced to retreat. On the other side, Qing Xian did not slack off either. She faced Wei Xiaolong and the others head-on. Although she was strong, Wei Xiaolong was not an ordinary person. 3 half-step divine emperors from Tongtian Divine Palace and several late Hierarch realm experts put Zhou Xian in a difficult situation. Compared to Zhou Xian, Wei Xiaolong was most unwilling to face Jiang Chen. Although Wei Xiaolong did not see Jiang Chen's battle in Tongxian Mansion, Jiang Chen's strength was undeniable since he was able to destroy the entire Tongxian Mansion. The strength of one's cultivation realm did not represent everything. Jiang Chen was the perfect embodiment of this. An ultimate god trampled over the profound connection divine palace, killed 2 palace masters, and killed 3 experts of the battle god clan. All of these made people gasp in amazement. Jiang Chen's name was a taboo in the eyes of the Tongtian Divine Palace. He was a perfect example of someone who pretended to be weak. Jiang Chen fought against 5 enemies at the same time. However, he knew that this was not the way to go. Although Dao Master Tianyin was hiding at the back, Jiang Chen had to take him down. Otherwise, his situation would become more and more dangerous. Jiang Chen immediately used his dragon transformation. Under the dragon transformation, it was still a little difficult for him to deal with the 4 half-step divine emperors. However, Jiang Chen had no choice but to go all out. These people were not easy to deal with. They were the top experts of the 10 great monasteries. Apart from those old farts who stayed in the monasteries for a long time, these guys were probably the strongest combat force they could bring out. Before this, Tyrant had killed quite a number of their people, and they were all well-known figures of the younger generation. However, they were still unable to do anything to him. Therefore, in this trip to the Great Lane Temple, they naturally wouldn't let Tyrant off so easily. It would definitely be a battle of life and death. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, the limitless sword. The small world was almost turned upside down by the battle between the few of them. The beautiful scene from before had completely vanished. The destroyed mountain peaks and green trees were all turned into ashes. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. The 4 half-step divine emperors were not willing to be outdone. Jiang Chen retreated step by step. If it was not for the dragon transformation, he would not have been able to withstand such a strong attack. Light of the Full Moon. Chapter 3161. Jiang Chen could not avoid it and could only use the divine golden bell, but the golden bell kept tearing and was eventually neutralized. The power of the full moon chakram was also reduced by a lot, and Jiang Chen was pushed back by the full moon chakram. Perfected Xianxia smashed the void with his staff, while Jiang Chen punched out with lightning flashing. 3,000 flaming sky seal. The seal swept out and was evenly matched with perfected Xianxia. As he retreated, he was once again surrounded by perfected Yuan, and the powerful impact hit directly on Jiang Chen. Mighty King Kong Palm. Perfected Xianxia's roar was like thunder, and an earth-shattering giant palm spread out. Jiang Chen withstood the heavy palm, forcing perfected Xianxia back. The heavenly dragon sword Qi dragon swam in the great void, swallowing the heavens and earth, descended. 12th sword. 13th sword. 14th sword. Jiang Chen's sword aura was breathtaking and breathtaking. Divine sound was wounded by the sword aura and fled at top speed. At this moment, perfected Xianxia also descended from the sky, holding a black pagoda and pressed down on Jiang Chen. Black Crag Spirit Light Pagoda. Suppress him for me. Perfected Xianxia's aura swallowed the mountains and rivers, and the might of the pagoda was unparalleled and invincible. Jiang Chen sneered, holding the Zulong Tower, and golden light burst out. The 2 pagodas were locked in a stalemate, and the Zulong Tower instantly pushed back perfected Xianxia's Black Crag Spirit Light Pagoda, and even the Black Crag Spirit Light Pagoda had an imperceptible crack. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat again and again. The 4 half-step divine emperors were not ordinary experts. In such a high-intensity battle, they became more and more courageous. Jiang Chen was in a disadvantageous position as he fought against the 4 of them. Daoist Scarlet Moon did not retreat but advanced instead. The 4 half-step divine emperors came one after another. Jiang Chen summoned the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards just as the 4 of them were about to attack him. The Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards instantly blocked Daoist Tianxin's escape route. At this moment, none of the 4 half-step divine emperors could save him. Big brother, save me. Dao Master Tianxin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was surrounded by the Heavenly Guards and was in a dire situation. The fear in Tianxin perfected master's heart had completely crushed his mental defenses. Although the attacks of the Dragon Rider Celestial Guards were not as sharp as those of a half-step deity emperor, they had the advantage in numbers. Jiang Chen was as cold as ice and he would kill when he was angry. Little one. Perfected Xianxia roared, his voice shaking the heavens. But when he tried to defend himself it was already too late. The Dragon Rider's heavenly guards had torn him apart, and even his soul was destroyed by the 7 Dragon Riders' heavenly guards. At that moment, Perfected Xianxia did not even have the chance to beg for mercy before he died. Perfected Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot, the anger and sorrow in his heart overflowing. Perfected Xianxia was his youngest brother. An elder brother was like a father, and Perfected Xianxia treated him like his own son. Moreover, they were his only kin in the world. One could imagine how much Perfected Xianxia wanted to protect him. But now Jiang Chen had killed Perfected Xianxia. To Perfected Xianxia, it was like a bolt from the blue and he could not wait to skin Jiang Chen alive. Perfected Xianxia's hands were trembling. His mind was filled with the pain of Perfected Xianxia's death. Jiang Chen had gone too far, killing his brother. This was an unimaginable blow to Perfected Xianxia. Jiang Chen, how dare you kill my brother? I won't rest until you're dead. Perfected Xianxia roared furiously. He had completely lost his sage-like demeanor, and he did not even bother to put on an act anymore. His closest kin had been killed by Jiang Chen. He could no longer remain calm. So what if he's dead? What's there to feel pity about? Do you think it's a good thing for me to stand here and let you slaughter me? What a bunch of brainless fools. I can't even be bothered to talk to you. Jiang Chen's cold words made Perfected Xianxia even angrier. No matter what happened, they were right. No matter what Jiang Chen said or did, it would all be useless. They would still criticize him and criticize him. How could Jiang Chen not be angry about this? Is it right for you to kill people? Is it necessary for you to seize treasures? Is it the Buddha's order for you to control the life and death of others? Your so-called enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens is just for your own selfish desires to stuff your own pockets? You want to monopolize the treasures? Is that what you call justice? Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. He was so angry that he wanted to laugh. You killed my brother, protected the devil and killed an eminent monk. You deserve to die. Perfected Xianxia gritted his teeth. Fuck you. You're always right. Fuck your mother. As if you're the justice of the world. I've never seen a bunch of sanctimonious hypocrites like you. Only now do I understand that reasoning with you is like playing the lute to a cow. It's really no different from playing the lute to a cow. Whoever's fist is harder is the boss. Jiang Chen was also burning with anger. He was so angry that he could only smile bitterly. However, he no longer had the patience to continue being entangled with these people. They were all a group of people who deserved to die. Tyrant had been forced to such a state by these people step by step. Why are you still talking nonsense with him? Senior brother, kill him first. Otherwise things might change. Don't let the reincarnated living Buddha escape again. Tianxin's death must be avenged. Perfected Xianxia shouted. The 4 of them attacked together again, crushing Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was in a difficult situation. It was extremely difficult to fight against 4 half-step divine emperors at the same time. Little Chenzi. Tyrant murmured. Tyrant murmured. His heart was filled with worry, but there was nothing he could do. Putting aside his current strength, his chances of survival were extremely slim. He could die at any moment. Qing Xian and Jiang Chen were fighting for his life. Tyrant's heart was filled with guilt. Ancient soaring dragon technique, soaring dragon. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches. The soaring dragon technique allowed him to fight against 10 people at once. Jiang Chen's strength was close to a half-step divine emperor. However, it was difficult to make up for the gap between their cultivation realms. However, he was able to fight against 4 people at once. What a terrifying guy. Almost everyone took a cold breath. Jiang Chen was only a mid-hierarch realm cultivator, yet the power he displayed was too monstrous, wasn't it? Even the 4 half-step divine emperors could only fight him to a draw. It was like a fairy tale. However, the truth was right in front of them. Only Wei Xiaolong knew about Jiang Chen's strength. However, he was not sure how strong Jiang Chen was. At least, it was no longer an illusion that he could destroy Tongxian Mansion with one hand. On the other side, Qing Xian's situation was not as fortunate as Jiang Chen. Qing Xian was facing Wei Xiaolong and the other 2 half-step divine emperors and a few late hierarch realm experts. Qing Xian's situation was not as good as Jiang Chen's. Chapter 3162. Venerable Crimson Moon was the first to rush forward, striking out with the full moon and the Buddhist staff. Jiang Chen's draconic might filled the sky as he fought against the 4 half-step emperors. Both sides had their fair share of victories and defeats. After all, Venerable Crimson Moon, Venerable Heartless, and the others were all ferocious existences that ordinary half-step divine emperors could not compare to. Sword shadows flashed across the sky, the full moon spun and the black pagoda shook the sky. Jiang Chen stood still like a mountain, his palms were like rainbows, his aura engulfing the heavens. Jiang Chen's strength was greatly suppressed as the ancient soaring dragon art may be powerful, but it could not be sustained forever. After forcing everyone back, Jiang Chen started to show signs of fatigue. After all, the divine origin energy required for the ancient soaring dragon art was as deep as an abyss, bottomless. Jiang Chen was forced to take a few steps back while spurting out blood. The black rock spiritual light pagoda smashed down fiercely. Jiang Chen slashed it with his sword. The black rock spiritual light pagoda was shattered by his sword, but the power of the pagoda was unstoppable. Jiang Chen was smashed into the ground. Enlightened Master Divine Sound and Enlightened Master Yu Yin rushed forward, intending to give Jiang Chen a fatal blow. However, Jiang Chen was already prepared for this. He pretended to be weak and retreated. Then he casted the departed soul's annihilation, instantly inflicting heavy injuries on the two of them. Both Enlightened Master Divine Sound and Master Yu Yin covered their heads with their hands. Their faces were pale and blood was flowing out of their 7 apertures. Their souls were instantly injured. Fortunately, their minds were extremely firm. The people of Buddha sect meditated and cultivated, so their state of mind was extremely stable. Otherwise, they might not be able to withstand the terrifying soul attack. Even so, Jiang Chen did not have it easy. Once again he was attacked by Venerable Crimson Moon and Venerable Heartless. In addition to the gap in his soul, he was also pursued by the 2. Damned fella. How cunning. Venerable Crimson Moon frowned, but Jiang Chen did not fight them head-on. After injuring Venerable Spirit Sound and Venerable Spirit Sound, Jiang Chen learned to use the battle to nurture the battle and did not fight them head-on. At this time, Xianxia was already under great pressure. Under the encirclement he was repeatedly injured by Wei Xiaolong. Xianxia gritted his teeth and vowed not to retreat even half a step. He was afraid that these fellows would injure Tyrant. However, the more it was so, the more dangerous her situation became. 3 half-step deity emperors were not something she could fight alone. Gradually she fell into a great decline and her injuries became more and more serious. Tyrant was extremely worried, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he was a cripple now and there was nothing he could do to help. Jiang Chen looked back. Although he could rely on his means to hold back the 4 half-step deity emperors, it was extremely difficult to kill them. There was no chance for him to do so in a short period of time, and Xianxia was in despair again and again. Although Jiang Chen had nothing to do with Xianxia, he could see that the friendship between Tyrant and Xianxia was not ordinary. Hence he could not let Tyrant be sad no matter what. Jiang Chen took a step forward, forcing Venerable Heartless and Venerable Crimson Moon back, and went straight to Xianxia. His sword pierced through the void, cutting off Wei Xiaolong's attack and retreated. Wei Xiaolong squinted his eyes, but there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that Jiang Chen was already at the end of his rope, and it would be too difficult for him to make any more waves. Out of the 4 half-step deity emperors, 2 were heavily injured and the other 2 were injured. Jiang Chen was fighting with his back to the wall. If there was a victor between the 2, he would definitely suffer a great loss. At this moment it was time for him to make his move. Leave with the monk first, I will catch up later. Jiang Chen looked at Xianxia and said in a deep voice. Xianxia was slightly stunned. Jiang Chen's strength had indeed shocked her. Fortunately she did not fight with him, otherwise she would definitely be killed. Even so, it was already difficult for Jiang Chen to fight 1 against 4. With the addition of Wei Xiaolong and the others, Jiang Chen would definitely be in a desperate situation. Xianxia knew that as long as she left, Jiang Chen's life might be in danger. If she left the battle, it would mean that Jiang Chen would have to bear more pressure. No. Even if we die, we will die together, Tyrant said firmly. Tyrant said with an indisputable tone. How could he just leave Jiang Chen here alone? It would be more painful than killing him. Pa, so what if I can't win? If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Don't tell me you are worried about me? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Tyrant hesitated for a moment and did not say a word. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave. Jiang Chen shouted. Qing Xian trembled and quickly brought Tyrant away, preparing to leave. Trying to escape from us? I'm afraid you are too naive. Spiritual Master Silent Sound said coldly. Today no one would be able to take a step out of this small world. Hurry up. Jiang Chen shouted angrily. At this moment, Qing Xian did not hesitate and brought Tyrant away. Tyrant was filled with worry. Jiang Chen's strength had reached an unimaginable level, but it was still difficult for him to face so many experts. There were at least 7 half-step divine emperors. How could Jiang Chen be a match for them? If you want to leave, you have to get past me first. Spiritual Master Scarlet Moon instantly blocked Qing Xian's way. Jiang Chen was not to be outdone. He shook his body and turned into 9 figures. This was the 7th time he used the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pellet. As the 9 figures appeared, everyone's expression changed. 9 Jiang Chen's strength was indescribable. This fella is so monstrous. Wei Xiaolong murmured. He thought that he had already thought highly of Jiang Chen and had a very high evaluation of him. But now it seemed like it was not accurate. Jiang Chen was the strongest hierarch expert in the world. He was really good at disguising himself as a pig to eat a tiger. This fella is so terrifying. Heartless enlightened being's expression was solemn. He did not expect this battle to be so terrifying. He even felt a little pressured. Jiang Chen alone was able to fight against so many of their half-step divine emperors. It really made them feel ashamed. As the 9 figures appeared, everyone's breathing became heavy. Jiang Chen was fighting against 7 half-step divine emperors. Although they were all Jiang Chen's real body, they could not fully display the power of 9 Jiang Chens. However, it was still a piece of cake to stop these people for a short period of time. If you want to catch up to the reincarnated living Buddha, you have to get past me first. Jiang Chen said faintly with a cold expression. He blocked all the pursuers. At this moment, Qing Xian brought Tyrant along with him and left the small world. The 9 figures stood alone and defended the small world. Who could fight against them? Chapter 3163. No, I can't let little Chenzi die for me. Tyrant turned around abruptly, but he couldn't even stand up. Jiang Chen had boasted so that he could leave in peace, but could he really fight against 7 half-step divine emperors? He had been severely injured by the 4 half-step godly emperors. Even though he had killed 3 of them and escaped, he had turned into a half-human, half-ghost. However, Jiang Chen was not facing 4 but 7. 7 half-step divine emperors. How could he believe that Jiang Chen would be able to turn the situation around when he was facing the 4 half-step divine emperors? It wasn't that he didn't trust Jiang Chen, but he hated himself for leaving Jiang Chen alone in this small world. I'm sorry, Tyrant. I can't watch you die. Forgive me for my selfishness. Qing Xian's eyes were filled with tears as she took Tyrant away. Tyrant's eyes were also filled with tears. This was the first time he shed tears since he came to the divine world from the 9 continents immortal world. He felt sad and regretful. He felt sorry for Jiang Chen. He felt sorry for him, sorry for his brother. One day he saw De Huang 13 and Ayan. What should he say? Should he say that Jiang Chen died for him? Should he say that he watched his own brother die without doing anything? Should he say that he couldn't do anything? Tyrant knew that he couldn't blame Qing Xian. He didn't have the right to blame her. She wasn't a coward, she just didn't want to see him die. Just as the 2 of them left, the entire ancient hall began to shake. When Qing Xian looked back, the statue of the ancient Buddha Dipankara had begun to fall into pieces. The small world behind him also began to show signs of cracks. Let's go. Qing Xian resolutely turned her head around. She felt bad for Jiang Chen, but all of this was for the sake of saving Tyrant. She was very grateful to Jiang Chen, and hoped that he would be able to escape from this place. However, she had no choice and no one was willing to stay in that small world filled with slaughter. Jiang Chen fought against 10 half-step divine emperors alone. Even though he had transformed into 9, Jiang Chen was still forced into a passive situation. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat again and again, but he used his life to delay Reverend Scarlet Moon and the others. None of them could take half a step forward. They were all blocked by Jiang Chen. Damn you, you bastard. Get the hell out of my way. This time even Wei Xiaolong was infuriated. Jiang Chen had blocked all of them from entering. They couldn't find any trace of the reincarnated living Buddha. He had already escaped. Everything they had done before had become useless. What was the point of killing this bastard? If he died, they would not be able to get the reincarnated living Buddha, not to mention the God-suppressing monument. Therefore their target was not Zhou Xian at all. Only Reverend Scarlet Moon and the people of Tianluo Temple wanted to kill Zhou Xian. However, even Reverend Scarlet Moon and Reverend Wuyin were extremely angry. Because Zhou Xian had forced them to retreat and the reincarnated living Buddha had escaped from the small world. They had seen hope, but it was extinguished by Zhou Xian. Their hope had been completely extinguished when the reincarnated living Buddha left. How could Wei Xiaolong not be angry when the fat meat in his mouth ran away? His original plan was that killing Zhou Xian was secondary. The most important thing was for Zhou Xian to force them to retreat and for him to reap the benefits from it. But now Zhou Xian had blocked all of them here. Although Zhou Xian had been injured by more than 10 of them, it was useless to chase after them now. Zhou Xian, I'm going to kill you. Give me back my brother, give me back the reincarnated living Buddha. Reverend Wuyin's roar was like thunder, shaking people's souls. Zhou Xian did not show any fear. Although he was in a passive position, it was impossible for these people to kill him in a short period of time. The effect of the 9 Supreme Sacred Bones pill was about to wear off. Zhou Xian was in a passive position. However, the unexpected happened. The entire small world was shaking and the entrance of the small world was beginning to collapse. Reverend Wuyin and the others who had experienced it before had a change of expression and shouted in a deep voice. Run! The small world is about to collapse. Everyone's expression changed and they quickly ran away. Although Zhou Xian was despicable, Wei Xiaolong and the others did not have any enmity with Zhou Xian. Therefore at this moment the people of Heavenspan God Palace rushed towards the entrance, wanting to escape. Reverend Qi Yu and Reverend Wuyin were also retreating. Zhou Qian's 9 Supreme Sacred Bones pills effect was about to wear off. They did not want to kill Zhou Qian. As long as they kept him in the small world, then Zhou Qian would definitely die. Don't let him escape, Reverend Qi Yu said. Reverend Wuyin understood tacitly. The 4 half-step divine emperors blocked Zhou Qian's path. The people of Heavenspan God Palace all retreated. Only Zhou Qian was blocked by the 4 of them. The mountains and rivers in the small world began to crumble, the water began to overturn, the giant trees were torn apart, sand and stones were blown away. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Zhou Qian kept attacking, but the 4 of them were not stingy with their attacks. They were not trying to kill Zhou Qian but to trap Zhou Qian. If the small world collapsed, Zhou Qian would have nowhere to hide. The ancient palace would definitely disappear along with it. Zhou Qian, you will stay here and be destroyed together with the small world. Ah. Wei Xiaolong sneered. This is your retribution. Do you understand now? You brat, so what if you're strong? Aren't you still going to die here? Since you saved the reincarnated living Buddha, you will die for him. Even so, he won't be able to escape from our hands. Wei Xiaolong stared at Zhou Qian fiercely. No one could stop Zhou Qian from dying. The small world was collapsing more and more. At this moment, Reverend Wuyin and the others retreated from the small world. The terrifying attacks forced Zhou Qian to be unable to break through the encirclement. Reverend Wuyin and Reverend Qi Yu looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with coldness. Zhou Qian deserved to die. He was trapped in the small world, it was impossible for him to escape. The moment Daoist, Soundless and the others escaped, the entire small world completely collapsed. Even the simple and unadorned hall in front of them gradually turned into dust. That guy is finally dead. Daoist Scarlet Moon gritted his teeth and said. Although Zhou Qian was dead, his 2 junior brothers had also turned into dust and disappeared into the heavens and earth. For him, this trip to the illusory realm of the Great Lightning Tune Temple was far from over. However, he was now alone. Chapter 3164. The quaint hall slowly returned to nothingness. Everyone's heart seemed to have become silent. The cooked duck had flown away. The reincarnated living Buddha was already in their hands. But Zhou Qian had interfered and let the reincarnated living Buddha go. They did not even get any news about the God-suppressing monument, so they were quite angry. However, Zhou Qian's death had removed one of the worries in Master Red Moon's heart. Ba. Now that Zhou Qian is dead, the reincarnated living Buddha has escaped. For now we should hurry and find the reincarnated living Buddha. Taoist Master Silent Sound said in a deep voice. Ba, senior brother is right. The reincarnated living Buddha was already in our hands, but now he has completely disappeared. If we were to find him again, it would definitely be doubly difficult. Taoist Master Divine Sound said with a sigh. What the esteemed monk said is true. I'm afraid we have to hurry up. Otherwise, it would be too disappointing if others beat us to it. It was already within our grasp, but Jiang Qin, that bastard, messed it up. Wei Xiaolong's face was cold. Although Jiang Qin was dead, he was still very angry. Life was unpredictable, so he could only continue to wait for an opportunity. Almsgiver Wei is right. Let's set off now. There's no time to lose. What is Taoist Master Red Moon's plan? Taoist Master Silent Sound looked at Taoist Master Fish Eater and asked. Ba Jiang Qin is dead and my 2 junior brothers have been avenged. Now I'm the only one left in the Swan Goose Temple, and I don't have the heart to fight anymore. I only hope that all of you can kill the reincarnated living Buddha as soon as possible. Once a devil king like him rises to power, the world will be plunged into misery and suffering. Taoist Master Red Moon put his palms together and said faintly. Since Taoist Master Red Moon has no intention of fighting, then we shall bid farewell here. We shall meet again. Taoist Master Silent Sound said and immediately left with the people of the Tianluo Temple and the Tongtian Divine Abode. Reverend Scarlet Moon sneered at Reverend Silent Yin's departure. A bunch of sanctimonious fellows, each more sly than the last. If I were to be with you, how would I have the chance to obtain the reincarnated living Buddha? Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't make a move again. Humph. Master Scarlet Moon coldly snorted and also disappeared. In the distant void, Xianxia looked at the ancient palace that had collapsed and her heart was filled with sorrow. She knew that Tyrant must be feeling terrible at this moment. But no matter what, Jiang Qin would not be able to escape. To Xianxia, 7 half-step divine emperors were a dead end. Even if Jiang Qin had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to resist them. Tyrant remained silent, but Xianxia could feel the pain and sorrow in his heart. Xianxia said in a low voice. Her slender jade-like hand gently landed on Tyrant's shoulder. Tyrant's body trembled slightly, but he did not say anything. After a while, Tyrant took a deep breath and said coldly, Go and find the Alchemist Glazed Buddha. I can feel that the Alchemist Glazed Buddha's divine palace is nearby. As long as I can get the Alchemist's spiritual spring and reignite my soul, my body will be able to recover. I want everyone to die together with Jiang Qin. Tyrant said in a low voice. However, his heart was already incomparably cold. His heart was as still as water. Xianxia had never felt that Tyrant's voice could become so cold. She knew that Tyrant might not blame her, but she still felt guilty. Jiang Qin's death had created a gap between her and Tyrant from the beginning to the end. The Alchemist Glazed Buddha was one of the most important 3 eras Buddhas in the Buddha realm, ranked second. As for the first, it was naturally the Dipankara Buddha, the Alchemist Glazed Buddha of the East. Its position was not below Gautama Buddha, but it belonged to the 3 eras Buddhas and the 3 eras Buddhas. Without a doubt, the Alchemist Glazed Buddha of the East should be in the east, or at least in the east of the Great Lane Temple. Moreover, it was not far from the main hall of the Dipankara Buddha. Even Xianxia was shocked that Tyrant could sense the location of the Alchemist Glazed Buddha's divine palace. However, she knew that she could not say much now, as the anger in Tyrant's heart was indescribable. In the void, Jiang Qin slowly walked out of the Zulong Tower. At this moment he knew that he had to go to the Alchemist Glazed Buddha's divine palace. Where should I go to find the divine palace of the Alchemist Glazed Buddha? Jiang Qin murmured. I might be able to find the divine palace of the Alchemist Glazed Buddha. Jiang Qin was stunned. The fire Qilin had appeared in front of him at this moment. You have a way? Jiang Qin looked at the fire Qilin with a surprised expression. I seem to be able to sense the location of the Alchemist Glazed Buddha. In my inherited memories there are memory fragments of the Alchemist Glazed Buddha, but I am not sure. It seems like my ancestor had an unusual relationship with the Alchemist Glazed Buddha. The fire Qilin said in a low voice, still not sure. That's great. There's really nowhere to hide. Jiang Qin was delighted. He did not expect the fire Qilin's ancestor to be related to the Alchemist Glazed Buddha. Great Lane Temple at the extreme east, there was a 3-kilometer garden filled with divine herbs. The fragrance of herbs permeated the air, spreading between heaven and earth. In front of the medicine shop, there were 3 thatched cottages and 2 old pine trees. Under the small bridge in front of the door, water flowed through the stone path, What a strong fragrance of herbs. A young man in ragged clothes walked past. His eyes lit up and he became energetic. He took a deep breath and the rich fragrance of herbs refreshed his mind. Oh my god. Spirit-seeking grass, Pegasus Ganoderma fire dragon ginseng. These are all rare herbs. I'll take all the herbs here, hee hee. The young man saw that there was no one around and quickly began to collect the herbs. Why can't I pull them out? The young man was stunned. He did not expect that he could not pull out all the herbs in the garden. Wouldn't that be like returning from a treasure mountain empty-handed? One could imagine the pain he was in. Damn it, what's going on? These herbs have such a strong fragrance. Why can't I pull them out? They can't be fake and there's no restriction at all. The young man gritted his teeth and said. This was too detestable. He tried more than 10 times but he could not pull them out. At this moment, a short young man walked out of the thatched cottage. The young man was skinny and his hair was tied up in a braid. There was a cold sneer in his eyes. Who are you, demon? How dare you steal the herbs? The young man placed his hands on his waist and said proudly. Who are you? The young man squinted his eyes, and there was a murderous look in his eyes as he stared at the skinny young man. I'll scare you to death if I tell you. I'm a cowherd under the alchemist glazed Buddha. Chapter 3165. Devouring the Herb Garden. A cowherd official? Even a boy's cowherd was so arrogant? So what? I'll take all the herbs here. The young man laughed coldly, completely ignoring the cowherd official. What could a small cowherd boy do? If the alchemy glazed Buddha's disciple was here, perhaps he would be a little afraid. But of course the alchemy glazed Buddha had long since disappeared, or perhaps passed away somewhere. Brother, this is where you're wrong. You're being a little greedy for such a large herb garden. Xianxia laughed as he walked over and sat down on the fire qilin, causing the young man and the cowherd official to be stunned. The appearance of the fire qilin had obviously excited the cowherd official. This beast is so cute. The cowherd official laughed. The mouths of Xianxia and the fire qilin twitched slightly. Such a huge and ferocious fire qilin. How did it become cute in your mouth? So many herbs. Looks like this really is where the alchemy glazed Buddha is. Xianxia's brows twitched as he spoke with a serious expression. That's right. But that old official passed away long ago. He left this herb garden for me to manage. As he spoke, the cowherd official plucked 2 immortal herbs from the herb garden and stuffed them into his mouth, causing the young man to drool. Even Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim that this was a reckless waste of resources. Those immortal herbs could definitely be used to concoct extremely powerful pills. They look really delicious. The fire qilin mumbled as if it really wanted to eat those immortal herbs. Brat, you can't even pull them out. Hurry up and scram. You're not welcome here. But the 2 of you can stay. I like this fellow whose body is covered in flames. The cowherd official clasped his hands behind his back and said calmly. You want me to leave? In your dreams. You'll both die. Once you're dead, this herb garden will naturally be mine. Yao Hongqian snorted coldly, his expression dark. As the disciple of the alchemy god, these things naturally belong to me. You don't even know the value of these herbs. It's simply a reckless waste of God's gifts, humph. Yao Hongqian's expression was cold. Xianxia was only a mid-hierarch realm expert while the fire qilin was only a late hierarch realm expert. Yao Hongqian was already a half-step deity emperor and could easily crush them. You're really noisy. The cowherd officer said with a gloomy expression. Brat, die. Yao Hongqian didn't allow them to say anything as he charged straight towards Xianxia and the fire qilin. The 2 of them would definitely die. What a reckless fellow. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. Yao Hongqian struck out with his palm, but Xianxia didn't seem to be affected in the slightest. Xianxia's fist landed on Yao Hongqian, but he didn't move at all as if he was rooted to the ground. However, Yao Hongqian was forced to retreat over 10 steps. At that moment, Yao Hongqian's eyes were filled with astonishment. Wasn't this too terrifying? Is this guy really only a middle hierarch realm? You'd better go home and herd your cows. You don't have the qualifications to interfere in this herb garden. Xianxia said coldly. Yao Hongqian was slightly startled. This fellow was too arrogant. A middle hierarch realm expert didn't even give him any face. He didn't believe it. Yao Hongqian attacked once again. The flaming cauldron in his hand smashed towards Xianxia. Jiang Chen's strength was enough to break everything. The flaming cauldron did not manage to force Jiang Chen back. Instead it was cracked by Jiang Chen's fist. Yao Hongchen's heart was bleeding. This was what he relied on to make a living, but it was destroyed by this bastard. How could he, a half-step divine emperor, be so weak in front of a hierarch realm expert? Yao Hongchen was furious after being repelled by Jiang Chen's immense strength. This time he did not attack again because he knew that this hierarch fellow was not an ordinary person. Jiang Chen's strength was low, but his strength was monstrous. He was able to defeat a super divine beast like the Fire Qilin. This meant that he must have something special about him. Yao Hongchen was terrified. He did not use his strength to suppress Jiang Chen. It was his alchemy technique that shocked the heavens. His strength could only be considered second-rate. Why don't you get lost? Jiang Chen smiled. Yao Hongchen's heart was burning with anger, but he couldn't do anything. This fellow was too strong. He couldn't defeat him. Yao Hongchen was repelled by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was also shocked. He was ready to harvest the spiritual herbs in the herb garden. But in the next second even he was dumbfounded. He couldn't harvest the spiritual herbs in this huge herb garden. What's going on? Jiang Chen frowned. His current state of mind was the same as Yao Hongchen's. They were both alchemists. Looking at so many spiritual herbs gathered here, but not a single one of them could be harvested. The pain was indescribable. Kaka, looks like you're not a fated person. Xiaohui, eat them. You should be able to eat all the spiritual herbs here. The cowherd officer looked at the Fire Qilin. Jiang Chen felt helpless. At this moment he didn't know what to do. However, the Fire Qilin started to eat the immortal herbs crazily. This was really like eating grass. Half of the immortal herbs were eaten by the Fire Qilin while the rest were wasted by the Fire Qilin. Jiang Chen couldn't touch these herbs at all. The Fire Qilin was eating happily. Fire Qilin, eat less. You'll explode from the spiritual herbs. Jiang Chen said worriedly. The cowherd officer jumped and rode on the Fire Qilin. He said while eating, eat. Don't worry. It'll be fine. The Fire Qilin was like a wolf and a tiger, devouring the spiritual herbs crazily. More than half of the entire nursery was eaten by the Fire Qilin. The spirit qi within this fella's body continued to grow and expand. Even Jiang Chen could feel a tremendous amount of spirit qi spreading out. Right now the Fire Qilin was like a huge furnace of spirit qi. He had eaten more than half of the spiritual herbs in the nursery. Right now his body was burning with passion. He was way more terrifying than before. Jiang Chen was extremely worried. But the cowherd officer was getting more and more excited. Eat. Eat them all. The cowherd officer chewed on the green foxtail grass in his mouth happily. At this moment Jiang Chen felt that this cowherd officer was getting weirder. Just what was the background of this fella? The density of the spirit qi within the Fire Qilin's body made Jiang Chen even more worried. How long would it take for him to digest such a strong spirit qi? Even a divine emperor expert might not be able to endure such a huge amount of spirit qi. He would definitely explode and die. Why don't you eat the spiritual herbs over there? The cowherd officer looked at the Fire Qilin and asked in surprise. I want to leave some for Jiang Chen. The Fire Qilin said in a low voice. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The words of the Fire Qilin warmed his heart. The cowherd officer took a deep look at Jiang Chen and pointed his finger. The immortal herbs in the distance started to sway wildly as if they were waving at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was stunned. In an instant, all the immortal herbs and elixirs surged towards him. Jiang Chen was in disbelief. However, almost half of the energy of the elixirs went into Jiang Chen's body. Even Jiang Chen himself was filled with shock. The feeling was as if he couldn't stop himself. The endless energy of the elixirs rushed into his body. Although he knew that it was extremely terrifying and his body might explode, he still couldn't control himself. This is too comfortable. Jiang Chen was feeling extremely carefree. The energy of the immortal herbs and elixirs were all pouring into his body. The scorching and domineering effects made Jiang Chen extremely excited. However, the energy of the elixirs was simply too much. The endurance of Jiang Chen's body was no less than that of an ancient divine beast like the Fire Qilin. Chapter 3166. Jiang Chen felt that the boundless medicinal power in his body had begun to break out slowly. Once the surging medicinal power completely broke out, it might cause his body to explode. Without the realm and strength of a divine emperor realm expert, it was impossible to consume such a terrifying medicinal power. It seems that you don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Xiaohui is more honest, the official said with a smile. At this moment the fire Qilin was already lying on the ground and had fainted. Because he had swallowed too many immortal grasses and spiritual medicines, it was impossible for him to eat anymore. Jiang Qin had also swallowed more than half of the immortal grasses and spiritual medicines, but the endurance of Jiang Chen's body was obviously not as terrifying as the fire Qilin. Could it be that he can still absorb it so quickly? The official's eyes lit up and he leaned on Jiang Qin in a daze. How could this guy not explode and die? Even if he did not explode and die, he should have slept for millions of years, right? However, in the next second he saw that Jiang Qin was crazily swallowing the medicinal power of those immortal grasses and spiritual medicines. Jiang Qin did not expect that he could withstand such a terrifying medicinal power. This was the herb garden left by the medicine glazed Buddha. There were many terrifying immortal grasses and their medicinal power was amazing. Even a divine emperor realm expert might not be able to digest it. At this moment, the myriad qi cauldron instantly shrouded the top of Jiang Chen's head. The terrifying medicinal power began to integrate into the myriad qi cauldron in an instant. The myriad qi cauldron purified and smelted all the medicinal power. Finally, it was absorbed by Jiang Qin, causing all the medicinal power to weaken. Under this situation, Jiang Qin had already begun to swallow all the medicinal power. Moreover, the effect might not be inferior to that of the fire Qilin. Damn, this guy is really abnormal. But why can't I remember what this big cauldron is called? The official said in a deep voice and scratched his nose with his finger. However, he could not remember where he had seen this big cauldron before. As time passed by, Jiang Chen's strength was rising continuously. The myriad qi cauldron played a crucial role in this process. Jiang Qin had broken through to the middle hierarch realm without being aware of it. Jiang Qin had broken through to the middle hierarch realm without anyone noticing. The myriad qi cauldron was the most important part of the process. The power of a late hierarch realm was extremely strong. Jiang Qin stretched out his hand and grasped it. He felt that the power of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants in his body was still increasing. One punch was enough to shatter a mountain. The dragon marks in his body surged and his strength doubled. Silently, Jiang Chen's myriad qi cauldron played a great role. Even he did not expect that the myriad qi cauldron could save his life at the critical moment and absorb all the medicinal power perfectly. At this moment, the fire Qilin fell into a deep sleep and no one knew when he would wake up. When Jiang Qin finished absorbing all of the medicinal effects, the cowherd officer stared at Jiang Qin in a daze. "Young man, you are awesome." Jiang Qin was stunned. "You are still pretending to be mature. The fire Qilin has fallen into a deep sleep. When will he wake up?" Jiang Qin knew that when the fire Qilin woke up again, it would be a qualitative change. After absorbing half of the medicine glazed Buddha's medicinal garden, it was impossible for the fire Qilin not to be awesome. The fire Qilin did not have the myriad qi cauldron to help him get rid of the impurities. Hence, it was impossible for him to wake up in a short period of time. It's hard to say, but it shouldn't take too long. After all, this is the place he is most familiar with. The official rubbed his nose and said. Jiang Qin frowned. The place he is most familiar with? He seemed to be implying something. Could it be that the fire Qilin had been here before? I know what you are thinking. His ancestor was once the divine beast of the medicine glazed Buddha. That's why I have a good impression of him. I like this little Qilin. Why don't you let him be my mount? I happen to be short of one. The cowherd officer said with a smile. Be your mount? The official who is a servant of the medicine glazed Buddha. Does he have a mount too? Do you think that the fire Qilin will willingly submit to you? Jiang Qin said with a smile. However, he didn't say anything. The fact that this cowherd officer was able to appear here meant that he was not an ordinary person. Before this, Jiang Qin had never seen a living person walk out from the Great Lane Temple's illusion. He was the first person who had done so. When he wakes up, he will definitely ask me to ride him. Hee. The officer said with a smile as if he didn't care about Jiang Qin at all. Since you're the servant of the medicine glazed Buddha, do you know where the medicine god's spiritual spring is? Jiang Qin asked. You're looking for the medicine god's spiritual spring? Even if you find it, you won't be able to get it. The official curled his lips and said disdainfully. How do you know that I won't be able to get it if you don't tell me? Jiang Chen said with a smile. It's right there. The official pointed at the well in front of the thatched hut and said with a serious look. Do you think that it's that easy to get the medicine god's spiritual spring? The medicine god's spiritual spring is tens of thousands of zhang deep underground. Only the spring water in the extremely cold places can be called the medicine god's spiritual spring. Below the well there are spirit beasts guarding it. Apart from the medicine glazed Buddha, no one can enter the ground and obtain the spring water. Is this the only well? Jiang Chen was a little confused. However, when he walked into the well he realized how deep it was. Even his soul power could not penetrate deep enough to see through it. Thousands of zhang below, it was like an extremely dark underwater cave. He could not see anything clearly and there was nothing but water. With your strength, even if you've reached the late hierarch realm, you might not be able to enter the cold water. The terrifying cold energy might freeze you to death. Even a half-step divine emperor's strength will be greatly reduced under this well. If you go down it's no different from digging your own grave. The official glanced at Jiang Chen, warning him not to make a mistake. I must get the medicine god's spiritual spring. Jiang Chen said firmly. Without the medicine god's spiritual spring, Tyrant would not be able to survive. The medicine god's spiritual spring was his only hope. Your courage is commendable. But you might die a terrible death. The official sneered and said. At this moment the weather changed and dark clouds rose. The official's expression became extremely ugly as he murmured. He's here. He's here, he's really here. The cowherd officer's words made Jiang Chen frown and his heart sink. Who is he talking about? Who's here? Chapter 3167. Jiang Chen was puzzled but he had no way of knowing. At the very least, the sudden disappearance of the cowherd officer had caused Jiang Chen's heart to sink to the bottom of the valley. Should he believe his words? The bottomless ancient well in front of him had become Jiang Chen's only way out. Could the alchemist's spiritual spring really be in it? Could it be that the cowherd official had been a fake from the start? What about Yao Hongchen? Or was it a hallucination? Jiang Chen's mind was filled with questions, but no one could answer them for him. In the blink of an eye, the black clouds in the sky had disappeared. Jiang Chen shook his head. Was his existence an illusion or reality? Damn it! Were all these spiritual herbs eaten by the fire Qilin? A cry of surprise sounded. Jiang Chen turned his head abruptly and saw that it was Yao Hongchen. Yao Hongchen's appearance made Jiang Chen sure that everything that had happened just now was not an illusion, and that the fire Qilin was still here. The cowherd official has left, but you can still enter this place? Jiang Chen asked. What cowherd official? What are you talking about? Yao Hongchen frowned and looked at Jiang Chen. If he had not forced him out of this place, the medicinal herbs would not have been used up by the fire Qilin. It was a reckless waste of natural resources. He actually did not know about the cowherd official? Jiang Chen's curiosity grew and he also had some doubts. What kind of existence was in the dreamland of the Great Layin Temple? The location of the cowherd official had also become an unsolved mystery. What a wastrel. The fire Qilin actually did not die from overeating. Damn it. Yao Hongchen was so angry that his entire body was trembling. So many precious immortal herbs and spirit medicines had been destroyed by the fire Qilin. Some had been eaten, some had been destroyed, and some had not been eaten at all. In Yao Hongchen's eyes, every single immortal herb and spirit medicine was extremely precious. Yao Hongchen could not help but cry bitterly. None of the precious herbs had been spared. If he had brought them back to refine pills he would have been able to refine many divine pills. But now they had all been ruined. It would have been fine if they had been eaten by a human, but they had been eaten by a divine beast. Yao Hongchen could not help but beat his chest and stamp his feet in anger. However, he was not a match for Jiang Chen. Do you know about the alchemist's spiritual spring? Jiang Chen asked Yao Hongchen. You know about the alchemist's spiritual spring too? Yao Hongchen looked at Jiang Chen. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen was also here to look for the alchemist's spiritual spring. So many immortal herbs had been destroyed, but Jiang Chen still had a calm expression on his face. The alchemist's spirit spring is rumored to be under the alchemist glazed Buddha's ancient well. Yao Hongchen looked at Jiang Chen with a solemn expression. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to obtain the alchemist's spiritual spring water. That was because the alchemist's spiritual spring water was guarded by a divine beast. Furthermore, it was located under the ancient well. Obtaining it would be extremely difficult. Yao Hongqian was also extremely conflicted in his heart. However, he didn't have much confidence in obtaining it by himself. Looks like you didn't lie to me. Why don't we join forces? We'll split the medicine master's spiritual spring in half. Zhang Chen said indifferently. He didn't know much about the alchemist's spiritual spring. Moreover, the official that herds cows had disappeared without a trace. If he rashly entered the ancient well by himself, it would be hard to avoid danger. Therefore, it was the safest choice for him to team up with Yao Hongqian. Is that really what you plan to do? Yao Hongqian looked at Zhang Chen skeptically. I'm only taking the alchemist's spirit spring water to save someone. There should be quite a lot of alchemist spirit spring water in this ancient well. I have no use for it. If you want to run, I can't kill you. Zhang Chen said in a serious tone. Yao Hongqian nodded his head. Zhang Chen wasn't lying. Although Zhang Chen was stronger than him, Zhang Chen definitely wouldn't be able to stop him if he wanted to leave. Now that the two of them had joined forces to enter the ancient well, their chances of success would be greater. Alright, I'll trust you this once. Yao Hongqian said in a deep voice. Since that's the case, let's go. I won't stop until we reach the alchemist's spiritual spring water. Zhang Chen said in a deep voice. Yao Hongqian glanced at Zhang Chen. This fellow was a determined fella. Moreover, how could it be so easy to obtain the alchemist's spiritual spring water? The alchemist's spiritual spring water was located in the ancient well in front of the alchemist glazed Buddha gate. This was something his master had told him. Moreover, there were divine beasts guarding the ancient well. It was extremely dangerous. Once they entered the ancient well to obtain the alchemist's spiritual spring water, they would definitely die. Just as the two of them entered the ancient well, a white-robed figure stealthily arrived outside the 3 thatched cottages. The ancient well was crystal clear. However, one could only see 100 feet into the ancient well. It was rumored that the alchemist's spiritual spring water was located at the mouth of the spring. It was 10,000 feet deep into the ancient well. Even Zhang Chen's emperor-level spirit couldn't peer into it. At this moment, he and Yao Hongqian could only join forces and dive deeper to slowly discover it. The water in the ancient well was relatively cool. However, when Zhang Chen dove more than 10,000 feet deep, he felt an enormous pressure. This was because the temperature of the water was dropping rapidly. Although it wasn't a threat to them for the time being, if they continued to dive deeper, the degree of coldness would increase rapidly. Sure enough, when the two of them dove 60,000 feet deep into the ancient well, even Yao Hongqian couldn't help but shiver. 30,000 feet, 40,000 feet, 50,000 feet, 100,000 feet. At that moment, Yao Hongqian had to use a large amount of divine energy to disperse the extreme cold energy in the ancient well. However, Zhang Chen didn't feel much. This was because the cold river stone in his hand was continuously devouring the extreme cold energy in Zhang Chen's body. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited realm. This caused even Yao Hongqian to be extremely astonished. This fellow was simply too strange. He didn't seem to be affected by such a terrifying extreme cold energy. The area beneath the ancient well was boundlessly vast. However, Zhang Chen and Yao Hongqian didn't have the mood to explore it. They headed straight for the alchemist's spiritual spring that was 10,000 feet deep. That was their final destination. Yao Hongqian felt that his strength was greatly reduced as he endured the extremely terrifying cold. He estimated that he could only display half of his usual strength. The surroundings were clear and transparent, and there was nothing in the water. There was a saying that went, "When the water is too clear, there won't be any fish." This saying was extremely reasonable. 10,000 feet. Chapter 3168. The lotus-colored ice block is the alchemist's spiritual spring water. Once it is taken out, the alchemist's spiritual spring water will melt into spring water. Yao Hongqian said in a deep voice. Zhang Chen's eyes also fell on the 3 blooming green lotuses. It seems like the alchemist's spiritual spring water is going to be in our hands soon. Zhang Chen was delighted. However, at this moment both of them felt that their bodies were rising. Zhang Chen took a closer look and his expression changed. He quickly retreated. A giant palm slammed down. Even though it was in the water, the terrifying force of the giant palm forced Zhang Chen to retreat. Yao Hongqian was in a more difficult situation than Zhang Chen. He needed to use more divine origin energy to resist the cold energy under the ancient well. He was almost smashed into meat paste by the giant palm. Waves of water surged up to the sky. Jiang Qin and Yao Hongqian were forced to retreat. At this moment, the two of them realized that what they were standing on was a gigantic demon beast. It was 100 zhang tall and extremely ugly. However, it had a beast's face and a human's mouth. "Is it a monkey?" Jiang Qin said. The monkey's strength was quite terrifying. It had even reached the realm of a divine emperor. However, Jiang Qin was not sure because the monkey's realm was very chaotic. It fluctuated without any signs. Jiang Qin had no idea how strong the monkey was. Judging from the palm just now, it was definitely many times stronger than a half-step divine emperor. "How dare you step into the alchemist ancient well? If you dare to enter, you will be killed." The giant beast roared angrily. Its voice reverberated in the water, causing Jiang Qin and Yao Hongqian's faces to turn pale. The giant monkey was too strong. With it guarding the alchemist's spiritual spring, it would be extremely difficult for them to conquer the city. "The Buddha realm has disappeared. Why are you still alive?" Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. "The Buddha realm has disappeared." "That's right, the Buddha realm has already disappeared. Why am I still muddle-headed?" "I haven't died yet," the gigantic beast muttered. Soon after, it glared angrily at Jiang Qin and Yao Hongqian with eyes brimming with killing intent. "I, the red-bone horse ape, have leaped out of the 3 realms and am not within the 5 elements. Even if the Buddha realm has a myriad of reincarnations, what does it have to do with me?" However, the medicine Buddha was still unable to free me from the sea of suffering. The red-bone horse ape bellowed furiously. One could imagine the fury in its heart. Jiang Qin discovered that although the red-bone horse ape was 100 meters tall and possessed an imposing aura, its hands and feet were locked by the giant chains. It was simply unable to struggle free. So, it's just a demonic beast trapped by the medicine-glazed Buddha under the ancient well. The corner of Jiang Qin's lips curled up slightly. Even so, the might of a divine emperor might not be able to threaten them. However, the red-bone horse ape's strength was undeniable. It was one of the 4 chaotic world monkeys. It was a supreme existence on the same level as Zhou Xian. It was even stronger than the azure dragon, vermilion bird, qilin and black tortoise. How could it be an ordinary being imprisoned by the medicine-glazed Buddha? "This fellow is too terrifying." Yao Hongqian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. He felt that the red-bone horse ape had locked onto him. It only needed one move to kill him. "You're already trapped. What qualifications do you have to flaunt your prowess in front of me? If you weren't restrained, perhaps I would be afraid of you. But now you don't have the qualifications." Jiang Qin sneered and looked at the incomparably furious red-bone horse ape. Their gazes met and the red-bone horse ape's fury was thoroughly provoked. "You're courting death. You're trying to anger me. It's good news for you because you'll die even faster and more miserably." The red-bone horse ape fiercely hammered its chest twice. The water within 1,000 feet was like a huge wave. It made it extremely difficult for Jiang Qin and Yao Hongqian to stand still. "Quickly retreat!" Jiang Qin shouted and quickly retreated. However, at this moment, the red-bone horse ape didn't seem to want to let Jiang Qin and Yao Hongqian go. It slapped its huge palm and a violent water dragon soared into the sky, pouncing towards Jiang Qin and Yao Hongqian. Yao Hongqian was instantly forced to retreat. Jiang Qin slashed out with his sword and tore apart the water screen, stabilizing his body. However, he was still pushed back by countless water arrows. The water arrows hit Jiang Qin's body, leaving deep scars on his body. His blood was dyed red and the bottom of the well was filled with water. Jiang Qin's eyes became colder and colder. The red-bone horse ape was indeed powerful. It managed to injure him. Even if it couldn't reach the peak of the Divine Emperor realm, a half-step Divine Emperor realm expert wouldn't be able to compete with it. Yao Hongqian risked his life to protect himself from the red-bone horse ape's attack. However, Jiang Qin didn't plan to retreat. "Let's go. We can't defeat this beast." Yao Hongqian was already scared out of his wits by the red-bone horse ape. His face was extremely pale. The red-bone horse ape was one of the most powerful ancient beasts in the world. Even divine beasts had to avoid it. Fighting with it was simply courting death. "But it's impossible to get the alchemist's spiritual spring if we get past it," Jiang Qin said faintly. Since he had already seen the alchemist's spiritual spring, there was no reason for him to leave. What a madman. Yao Hongchen couldn't help but say. Jiang Chen's stubbornness was too strong. He didn't care about his life at all. It was as if he wanted to get the alchemist's spiritual spring even if he had to sacrifice his life. Yao Hongchen couldn't even catch up to him. You'll only die if you go against me. The red-bone horse-ape roared angrily and threw out a punch. A whirlwind blew up and a Vajra toxic dragon drill rushed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen instantly used the divine golden bell, but it was completely torn apart by the Vajra toxic dragon drill. Jiang Chen's face became more and more unsightly. He quickly retreated and used the heavenly dragon sword to block the attack. However, he was still heavily injured. The Vajra toxic dragon drill made Jiang Chen suffer greatly and he was almost torn apart by the red-bone horse-ape. Yao Hongchen sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy was really too powerful. No one knew exactly how strong he was, but sometimes he was so strong that even divine emperors might not be able to withstand his blade. Jiang Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and faced the red-bone horse-ape without changing his expression. You've completely infuriated me. Jiang Chen roared angrily. His aura suddenly soared. Jiang Chen transformed into a dragon and his body became extremely huge. He also rose to a height of 100 feet and looked exactly the same as the red-bone horse-ape. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions at this moment. The extremely cold power under the water did not hinder Jiang Chen's strength. Instead, it completely ignited the anger in his heart. So what if you're a red-bone horse-ape? If you provoke me, I will not tolerate you even if the heavens are above me. Chapter 3169. Jiang Chen transformed into a half-dragon and soared into the sky. A terrifying wave of air rippled out from the water as the golden dragon claw tore through the void. Jiang Chen's dragon claw collided with the red-bone horse-ape's fist. Jiang Chen's body trembled and his face turned extremely solemn. Both of them were evenly matched, but Jiang Chen could feel that the terrifying wave of air was causing him to be in a more difficult situation than the red-bone horse-ape. The buoyancy allowed Jiang Chen to stabilize his body. The collision between the two of them was extremely terrifying. It almost caused the entire bottom of the ocean to shake. The scarlet manticore horse monkey was roaring furiously. Boom, boom, boom. Bastard. You actually have the blessing of the dragon clan, but even so, it's impossible for you to contend against me, the red-bone horse-ape. The red-bone horse-ape roared and charged forward once again. Although he was chained, his range of movement was still relatively large. It was no problem for him to move within 1,000 zhang. His 100 zhang body soared into the sky with the pressure of MT Tai. The red-bone horse-ape leaped forward and stepped on the waves. The water below his feet shattered into pieces. Jiang Chen's face was extremely solemn. This terrifying fellow was too terrifying. The pressure of MT Tai was like a hot knife through butter, colliding with Jiang Chen. Yao Hongchen's face turned ashen and he took a deep breath. Fortunately, he did not continue to show off in front of Jiang Chen. Otherwise, he might not be able to escape from Jiang Chen's killing intent. These two fellows were as strong as divine emperors. Although Jiang Chen was slightly weaker, he was not as strong as a divine emperor. However, he was not afraid. The red-bone horse-ape's fists were like the wind. The roar of a tiger and the roar of a dragon could be heard continuously, shaking the bottom of the water. Jiang Chen's fists landed on the red-bone horse-ape's body, but he did not retreat at all. The two of them continued to clash against each other. There was no technique, no divine weapon, no dreadful heavenly prestige. It was just the most basic and crazy attacks. Jiang Chen's body was not any weaker than the red-bone horse-ape's. The myriad chi's recovery made him almost invincible. However, Jiang Chen had underestimated the red-bone horse-ape. Or perhaps, it could be said that the red-bone horse-ape had deceived Jiang Chen. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows. Under the water, the ground was shaking and the rocks were cracking. The red-bone horse-ape was getting more and more courageous. Although Jiang Chen wasn't any weaker than him, he still lost the initiative under the red-bone horse-ape's attacks. Jiang Chen stabilized his body step by step. The red-bone horse-ape's attacks had reached the power of a divine emperor, causing Jiang Chen to be in a dangerous situation. He was forced to retreat again and again. The red-bone horse-ape's movements were disorderly. It was difficult for him to move under the water. With the half-dragon body, Jiang Chen was unafraid of danger. He charged forward several times, but the red-bone horse-ape resisted, not giving Jiang Chen any chance. The battle between the two became more and more terrifying. Yao Hongchen was stunned, but he couldn't make a move. The green lotus was behind the red-bone horse-ape. He didn't have any chance to take advantage of the chaos to obtain the spiritual spring. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches. He held the cold river stone in his hand, and it was like an unparalleled mountain. The cold river stone became more and more powerful under the extreme cold ancient well. Jiang Chen could already control the cold river stone. Although he couldn't unleash the power of the destructive ice god, he couldn't underestimate it. The cold river stone was a divine weapon of a great emperor. Its power was still there. Jiang Chen smashed the red-bone horse-ape again and again. Both of them roared. The waves and whirlwinds under the water didn't stop for a long time. The entire area under the extreme cold ancient well was shaking. The extreme cold energy of the cold river stone froze the bottom of the lake time and time again, trying to freeze the red-bone horse-ape. However, it always ended in failure. The red-bone horse-ape was too powerful. It was impossible to freeze it. With a single punch, ice could shatter the world, and its chi soared to the heavens. Damned human, you're courting death. Taste the might of my divine monkey. The red-bone horse-ape roared again and again. He couldn't even kill a hierarch realm fella. Moreover, this fella gave him a huge headache. It was really hateful. How could a mere hierarch realm fella suppress him? This human was really indulging in fantasy. The red-bone horse-ape waved his heavy fists. Each of his fists was shocking. They tore apart the space of the water domain. Water dragons burst out and went straight towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression became gloomy as he unleashed the ancient soaring dragon technique once again. His aura was now comparable to a divine emperor expert. Facing the violent dragons that were rushing towards him, Jiang Chen's strength was enough to break everything. Each of his punches crushed a water dragon. The distance between the two of them was getting shorter and shorter. The battle between Jiang Chen and the red-bone horse-ape had caused the waters to sink into a whirlpool. The invisible suction force made it extremely difficult for Yao Hongchen. These two fellas are too monstrous. Yao Hongchen said in a deep voice. He kept retreating, but the whirlpool created by the battle between the two of them was enough to tear apart a hierarch expert. Even if he continued to stay there, it would be extremely difficult for him to survive. At this moment, Jiang Chen frowned and his expression turned solemn. His Emperor Realm soul sensed that there were a few powerful figures that had entered the ancient well. Looks like someone's here, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. At this moment, Jiang Chen didn't plan to let the red-bone horse-ape fight anymore. He didn't know who those fellas were. If they came with bad intentions, he would be trapped and attacked from both sides. Go to hell. Jiang Chen punched out and clashed with the red-bone horse-ape. He was pushed back and purposely spurted out a mouthful of blood. Then he turned back into his human form. Ha, no one is a match for me, the red-bone horse-ape. What a reckless fella. The red-bone horse-ape looked at the defeated Jiang Chen and laughed hysterically. Jiang Chen retreated and quickly entered the Zulong Tower. Yao Hongchen's expression changed when he saw that. Why did Jiang Chen suddenly disappear? It was impossible for him to continue staying here, so he quickly flashed away and disappeared without a trace. Running away after losing? What kind of hero are you? I, the red-bone horse-ape, despise cowards like you the most. Humans are all good. Humph. The red-bone horse-ape hammered its chest continuously, causing whirlpools to appear in the water, causing the water to churn violently. Chapter 3170. According to the Arhat ancestors' records, it's 108,000 feet below this ancient well. It should be right. Spiritual Master Silence said faintly. They were also enduring the great pressure. No one was an exception to the extreme cold energy. Under the water, their strength was greatly reduced. It was completely incomparable to above the water. Amitabha, it's really here. The ice on the green lotus is the Medicine Master's spirit spring. Only by taking this ancient well can the Medicine Master's spirit spring turn into spring water. Spiritual Master Silence said in a deep voice. His eyes lit up. Everyone's gaze was focused on the green lotus. A bunch of greedy humans. You shouldn't have come here. The red-bone horse-ape's voice reverberated through the water. Everyone's expression changed. The red-bone horse-ape once again slowly stood up. His body was 100 feet tall and was as tall as a mountain. Only when everyone raised their eyes could they clearly see the red-bone horse-ape's existence. What kind of demonic beast is this? Why is it so terrifying? Wei Xiaolong said in a deep voice. His expression changed drastically. The moment the red-bone horse-ape appeared, he felt a great pressure. It was even greater than the extreme cold energy in the water. This big guy was definitely not easy to deal with. I didn't expect such a demonic beast to exist in this world. Spiritual Master Yu Yin murmured, his face filled with disbelief. Ba, you've guessed it too, junior brother. Spiritual Master Silence looked at Spiritual Master Yu Yin, his voice gradually becoming solemn. Wei Xiaolong's face was filled with shock. He had no idea what kind of demonic beast it was. Even the eminent monks of the Tianluo temple did not dare to look at it. One could imagine how powerful it was. It's the red-bone horse-ape, the most terrifying demonic beast in the world. It's even more terrifying than the azure dragon, vermilion bird, and black tortoise Qilin. Spiritual Master Silence said. This is one of the legendary 4 chaotic monkeys? Isn't it just a legend? Wei Xiaolong said in a deep voice. Legend? The legends were all based on evidence. The 4 spiritual monkeys were all incomparably valiant and incomparably terrifying. They jumped out of the 3 realms and didn't belong to the 5 elements. Even if they encountered the great calamity of the world, they could still quietly survive it. They were much more terrifying than any other expert. Even if it was a great emperor expert, countless would fall, but they could still survive the great calamity of the world. His body was like a diamond and his strength was like a barbarian king. His irresistible force was unstoppable. This is the 4 chaotic world monkeys. The red-bone horse-ape is the most sinister, cunning, and infuriated. His appearance should be due to the medicine master Buddha suppressing him here. Reverend Divine Sound said. He saw that the red-bone horse-ape's entire body was bound by chains, but from the looks of it, it was not to be trifled with. When he slowly stood up, everyone felt their breathing become sluggish. The pressure that the red-bone horse-ape gave them was truly terrifying. As expected of the legends of ancient beasts. Wei Xiaolong took a deep breath. Everyone was on high alert. Although the red-bone horse-ape was chained, it could still move freely within 3,000 zhang. Moreover, the alchemist's spirit spring was behind the red-bone horse-ape. If they wanted to obtain the alchemist's spirit spring, they would have to step over the red-bone horse-ape. I'll fight you. Reverend Yu Yin shouted in a deep voice. The red-bone horse-ape did not seem powerful, so he should be able to suppress it alone. However, the moment Reverend Yu Yin made his move, the red-bone horse-ape suddenly punched out, tearing the water apart. The power of the punch instantly made Reverend Yu Yin lose the ability to fight. He was knocked back, his injuries quite severe. Junior brother. Careful. This beast is not simple. Dao Master Silent Sound caught Dao Master Yu Yin. Dao Master Yu Yin's face was pale. But fortunately the red-bone horse-ape didn't use its full strength. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to survive. This beast is too powerful. Reverend Yu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was as ugly as it could be. Ba. Junior brother, rest for now. I'll fight him. Reverend Divine Sound nodded, but his heart was extremely solemn. The red-bone horse-ape had completely exceeded their expectations. It did not seem powerful, but it was able to heavily injure Reverend Yu Yin with a single move. It was not to be underestimated. Everyone, let's attack together. Otherwise, the red-bone horse-ape will not let this matter rest. Reverend Divine Sound's words were naturally meant for Wei Xiaolong. Seemed like they had to work together this time. Alright, Reverend Divine Sound is right. The alchemist's spiritual spring water is a true treasure. Even martial emperor realm experts would covet it. The corner of Wei Xiaolong's lips curled up into a faint smile. It might be difficult to kill the red-bone horse-ape, but it shouldn't be difficult to trap it and retrieve the alchemist's spiritual spring water. Ba, thank you, Benefactor Wei. Our Tianluo temple will only take a portion of the alchemist's spiritual spring water. The remaining 2 will belong to Benefactor Wei. As for the final search for the reincarnated living Buddha, please help our Tianluo temple until the very end. Reverend Divine Sound said. Wei Xiaolong's eyes lit up. The alchemist's spiritual spring water was extremely precious. He could take a portion for himself and give the remaining to the Tongtian Divine Palace. This Reverend Divine Sound was quite a good person. Don't worry, Reverend Divine Sound. I will not disappoint you. The Tianluo temple's matters will be mine, Wei Xiaolong's matters. Ba. I am satisfied with Benefactor Wei's words. Thank you, Benefactor Wei. Reverend Divine Sound and the others quickly attacked. The 5 half-step Divine Emperors were not to be underestimated. At this moment the 5 of them fought against the Redbone Horseape head-on. The Redbone Horseape was infuriated and threw a punch. The 5 half-step Divine Emperors perfectly defended against the punch. The Redbone Horseape was extremely furious. At this moment the late Hierarch Realm experts were powerless in front of the Redbone Horseape and were instantly killed. Wei Xiaolong's expression changed and his eyes turned cold. However, it didn't matter to him that he didn't lose any half-step Divine Emperor experts. Although they were the mainstays of the Heavenly Divine Mansion, their value was much lower compared to a half-step Divine Emperor. They were already prepared this time. Casualties were inevitable. As long as the 3 of them could return to the Heavenly Divine Mansion safely, it would be enough. The 5 half-step Divine Emperors took action at the same time and managed to hold the Redbone Horseape back temporarily. At this moment Reverend Divine Sound shouted, "Junior brother, quickly go and get the alchemist's spiritual spring water." Alright. Reverend Yu'in endured the pain and turned into a ray of light, heading towards the back of the Redbone Horseape. The 3 green lotuses were the alchemist's spiritual spring water. This alchemist's spiritual spring water is mine. Chapter 3171. A terrifying sword light flashed across his neck. Without any warning, perfected being Yu'in was instantly killed, and his soul was assimilated into the great Yu soul-forming light. Perfected being Yu'in did not even know who killed him. At that moment his figure gradually floated to the top of the ancient well. "No! Junior brother!" Perfected being Silent Being and perfected being Divine Sound screamed at the same time. Their faces turned extremely ugly. They did not expect someone to attack them secretly at that moment. A bunch of idiots. What's there to feel pity for if you're dead? You bunch of sanctimonious people deserve to die. Jiang Chen's voice reverberated in the water. Wei Xiaolong, perfected being Silent Being, and perfected being Divine Sound all exclaimed and held their breaths. They did not expect the person who attacked them from behind to be Jiang Chen. Didn't he die in the Dipankara Buddha's hall? Why is he here? Wei Xiaolong sucked in a breath of cold air. Jiang Chen's death was already set in stone, so how did he manage to escape? This was simply unbelievable. He had been sealed in the small world by them and was annihilated in the void along with the Dipankara Buddha Hall, but he appeared here alive and even killed Daoist Yu'in. This was simply a fantasy. That's impossible. Perfected being Divine Sound was also extremely shocked, but the facts were right in front of them. Jiang Chen had indeed appeared again and killed their junior brother, perfected being Yu'in, and stole the medicine master spiritual spring water. At that moment, perfected being Silent Being and perfected being Divine Sound were on the verge of breaking down. Both of their junior brothers had died in the hands of Jiang Chen. That was ridiculous. Moreover, Jiang Chen had appeared out of nowhere, but they had helped Jiang Chen. If they had joined forces to fight against the Redbone Horseape, perhaps it would not have been so easy for Jiang Chen to obtain the medicine master spiritual spring water. There are many things that are impossible. You want to kill me? Dream on. Now you can slowly enjoy the attacks of the Redbone Horseape. Jiang Chen turned into a stream of light and charged into the ancient well. Damn you, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Jiang Chen, you and I are irreconcilable. Bastard, you will definitely die without a burial. Wei Xiaolong was also furious. Although he didn't believe that Jiang Chen would appear in front of them, the result shocked him. No matter what, Jiang Chen wasn't dead, which was a great threat to them. As long as Jiang Chen was alive, the anger in their hearts would not be appeased. Now that Jiang Chen had killed perfected Master Yu'in, perfected Master Wu Yin and perfected Master Shen Yin's faces were as red as a pig's liver. Facing the Redbone Horseape's attack, they were forced into a passive position. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen had already escaped. In front of the thatched hut, Tyrant and Zhou Xian had also arrived late. Looking at the ruined immortal herbs, even Zhou Xian felt that it was a pity. It's such a pity. I wonder who destroyed this entire garden of medicinal plants. I can't help but lament my chest and stomp my feet. If these elixirs were given to Tyrant, he might be able to quickly recover from his injuries. However, Zhou Xian knew that the most important thing for them to come here was still the alchemist's spirit spring water. Only by obtaining the alchemist's spirit spring water would the Tyrant be able to quickly recover and grow up. He would no longer have to fear those powers that were searching for them everywhere. Perhaps they would be able to fight shoulder to shoulder again and would no longer have to continue hiding. I wonder where the alchemist's spiritual spring is. Tyrant let out a sigh. Although he had found this place with the help of the alchemist glazed Buddha, he had no idea where the alchemist's spiritual spring was. Furthermore, they were in deep trouble, so they had to be cautious of those who wanted to kill them. You must be the reincarnation of a living Buddha. A white-robed figure appeared in front of Zhou Xian and Tyrant and said calmly. The woman's long hair was like a waterfall and her back was like a hook. She looked at Zhou Xian and eventually her gaze fell on Tyrant. Who are you? Zhou Xian asked in a deep voice, pointing at the white-clothed woman. I'm here to retrieve the God-suppressing monument. The white-clothed woman said faintly, looking straight ahead. You want to retrieve the God-suppressing monument? Hee, how arrogant. Who do you think you are? Zhou Xian sneered. His eyes were extremely cold and he clenched his fists. He could attack at any time in this battle. Those who stand in my way will be killed without mercy. The white-clothed woman's cold voice sounded like a machine. She took a step forward and Zhou Xian was forced back 2 steps by the white-clothed woman. Be careful, Zhou Xian. Tyrant could feel the white-clothed woman's strength and said in a low voice. If you want the God-suppressing monument, you'll have to get past me first. Zhou Xian was not afraid at all and he rushed towards the white-clothed woman. However, the white-clothed woman was not to be outdone either. The two of them clashed in an instant. The white-clothed woman's sword was as sharp as snow and it was extremely agile. Her sword aura shot through the sky and its might was unstoppable. Zhou Xian was unable to attack her several times and he was even in a passive and dangerous situation. The white-clothed woman's every move was ruthless and more brutal than the man's. The battle between women was also more bloody. Both of them were unafraid of death. Zhou Xian swore to protect Tyrant with his life while the white-clothed woman swore to kill anyone who stood in her way and obtain the God-suppressing monument. Scram! The white-clothed woman's attacks were bold and domineering. She completely suppressed Zhou Xian, causing him to be unable to fight back. Her sword aura revolved and 3 swords pierced into Zhou Xian's ribs, severely injuring him. Zhou Xian. Tyrant was extremely worried and his face was pale. But at this moment he had no idea how he could help Zhou Xian. Right now he was a complete cripple. No! Tyrant roared angrily and the white-clothed woman's sword landed on Zhou Xian's throat. Clang! The sound of metal clashing broke through the air. The heavenly dragon sword turned into a ray of light and returned to Jiang Chen's hand. At that moment Tyrant's body trembled and he was overjoyed. Although he could not see, he knew that familiar aura better than anyone else. Little Chenzi. You're still alive. Tyrant was extremely excited. The fact that Jiang Chen was still alive was more important than anything else. There are many people who want to kill me but none of them have succeeded. Jiang Chen said faintly. However, when he raised his head, his mind became chaotic again. Chapter 3172. Jiang Chen's gaze landed on Yuki Qian. He didn't expect it to be her again. Her appearance put Jiang Chen in a difficult position once again. Yuki Qian was extremely powerful. She was able to heavily injure Zhou Xian. This was enough to prove her ability. Jiang Chen didn't dare to underestimate her. We meet again. Jiang Chen said. The relationship between him and Yuki Qian was extremely complicated. Yuki Qian had died for him. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with guilt. That scene was still fresh in his mind. This simple and pure girl had recklessly charged forward for the love of her heart. That resolute attitude in the face of death caused Jiang Chen's heart to be unable to calm down for a long time. Hand over the alchemist's spiritual spring water. Yuki Qian looked at Jiang Chen and said coldly without a trace of emotion. Jiang Chen didn't know why Yuki Qian had become like this. However, her smile remained in his mind. Although she was as cold as ice in Jiang Chen's heart, Yuki Qian was still Yuki Qian. Here. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand. With a flick of his finger, a green lotus was pushed into Yuki Qian's hand. Qingshuan's expression changed drastically. She didn't expect Jiang Chen to help this woman. Why did you give her the alchemist's spiritual spring water? Do you know that she wants to kill this monk? Qingshuan glared at Jiang Chen. What bullshit, brother. Now that he had given the alchemist's spiritual spring water to a woman, Qingshuan was incomparably furious. Tyrant didn't say anything. He knew that Zhang Chen wouldn't do such a thing. I'm sorry, Qing Xian. Zhang Chen glanced at the heavily injured Qing Xian and said in a low voice. I still have the alchemist spirit spring, but I only have one Yuki Qian and Tyrant my brother also only has one. Qing Xian was slightly startled. She had already guessed the relationship between Zhang Chen and this white-robed woman, but she hadn't expected him to have the alchemist spirit spring water. As long as he had the alchemist spirit spring water, it would be enough for Tyrant to stand up again. Hey, brother, where's mine? Where's my alchemist spiritual spring? Yao Hongchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had already said that he would get a share. Sorry, one for me, one for my brother, one for you. If there's a fourth share, I'll definitely give it to you. Zhang Chen indifferently said. Yao Hongchen wanted to cry, but no tears came out. This bastard had actually played him for a fool. However, he was in a disadvantageous position, and there was no way he could forcefully make a move. Zhang Chen was much stronger than him. Brother Zhang, I won't ask you for the alchemist's spiritual spring water, but you have to remember that you owe me a favor. Yao Hongchen clenched his teeth and said. If Zhang Chen was truly a wise and upright person, he wouldn't go back on his word. All right. Zhang Chen glanced at Yao Hongchen and nodded heavily. If it wasn't for Yuki Qian, Zhang Chen might have given Yao Hongchen a share of the alchemist's spiritual spring water. However, it was already too late. I've already given you the alchemist's spiritual spring water, but it's impossible for you to touch this monk. The god-suppressing monument will also not be given to you. Zhang Chen sighed. Yuki Qian still had a cold expression on her face. She completely ignored Zhang Chen and approached Tyrant once again. You want to touch this monk? It's impossible. Zhang Chen swept over and directly approached Yuki Qian. The two of them were in a love-hate relationship. Yuki Qian didn't have any thoughts about Zhang Chen. She only wanted to fight. The sword intent in her heart wasn't any weaker than Zhang Chen's. Zhang Chen advanced step by step. He didn't attack Yuki Qian. On the contrary, Yuki Qian was closing in on Zhang Chen. From Qing Xian's point of view, Zhang Chen's situation was getting more and more dangerous. Amit Ba. She is no longer the person in your heart. Little Chenzi, why are you lying to yourself? Tyrant's words made Zhang Chen lose his mind. Tyrant's words reminded him that the current Shui Qianying was no longer the woman who was willing to die for him. She was no longer the kind and cold goddess in white. The current her was an executioner who killed people like scything flax. In her eyes there was only slaughter and more slaughter. Zhang Chen really wanted to know who the mastermind behind her was. Yuki Qian soared into the sky and faced Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's means were not weak at all. His late hierarch realm strength was enough for him to fight against a half-emperor realm expert. Tyrant's words made him understand that everything in front of him was just an illusion. Yuki Qian was not the woman who had died for him. She was no longer the person he was worried about. 3,000 flaming heavenly seal. Zhang Chen struck out a seal and forced Yuki Qian to retreat. The latter was not willing to be outdone and rushed forward. Sword shadows kept flashing in front of Zhang Chen's eyes. However, Zhang Chen's swordsmanship was better than Yuki Qian. She could not hurt him at all. Drought Chief. At this moment Shui Qianying shouted in a low voice. 10 black figures came out and covered Zhang Chen. The 10 Drought-Ing demons were extremely ferocious. They were like evil spirits pouncing towards Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen moved his mind and retreated. At this moment Yuki Qian went straight to Tyrant. Zhang Chen's figure flashed. He held the blood-red chain that he obtained from Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's celestial hall and smashed it fiercely, sending a Drought Chief flying. The Drought Chief's strength was at the peak hierarch realm. Moreover, it was a Drought Chief that was not weaker than 2 half-step divine emperors. How could such a terrifying evil creature be in Yuki Qian's body? Zhang Chen did not have time to think. The blood-red chain in his hand struck again and again, forcing the 10 Drought Chief to retreat and break them into pieces. Zhang Chen's guess was right. The divine weapon obtained from Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's celestial hall was extremely effective against these evil spirits. After sending the 10 Drought Chief flying, Zhang Chen suddenly appeared in front of Tyrant and blocked Yuki Qian's attack. Zhang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was ruthless. This time he did not hold back. Zhang Chen, who was a late hierarch realm expert, could kill those ordinary half-step divine emperors within 10 moves. Even someone as powerful as Yuki Qian could not withstand Zhang Chen's attack. Xian retreated step by step. She was completely suppressed by Jiang Chen's invincible power. The 10 Drought Chief did not make Jiang Chen flustered. Instead it triggered Jiang Chen's anger. If he continued to hesitate, Tyrant would be in an extremely difficult situation. Xian was forced to retreat again and again by Jiang Chen. However, she still resisted with all her might. In the end, Jiang Chen sliced off her shoulder, revealing half of her snow-white arm. Jiang Chen could not bear to attack her. At that moment Xian finally retreated. Go! Jiang Chen shouted angrily. Xian's figure disappeared. Chapter 3173. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at Tyrant. At this moment, with the medicine alchemist's spiritual spring in hand, Tyrant and Zhou Xian revealed an excited smile. Tyrant knew that Jiang Chen must have gone through a lot of hardships to appear here and risk his life to obtain the medicine alchemist's spiritual spring for him. Little Chenzi. Thank you. Nonsense, there's no need to say such things between brothers. Jiang Chen scolded jokingly. With the medicine alchemist's spiritual spring in hand, his injuries would not be a problem. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly, Zhou Xian said in a low voice. He looked around for fear of another sneak attack. Wanna leave? It's too late. An indifferent voice appeared beside Jiang Chen and Tyrant. Zhou Xian's breathing stagnated and his face turned extremely gloomy. It's them. You know them? Jiang Chen asked. Back then when I escaped with the monk we were almost killed by these people. However, he wasn't the one who injured the monk. Zhou Xian said in a low voice. Ba. It seems that the saying enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road is quite interesting. You might be able to avoid it once, but can you avoid it forever? Tyrant, if you hand over the god-suppressing monument now, our titanium temple might be able to spare your life. Join our titanium temple and we will guarantee your safety. Enlightened Master Wu De said indifferently with a smile on his face. You guys are really scheming. Don't you guys want the god-suppressing monument in my hands? If I die you will naturally have the chance to inherit it. If I don't die, don't even think about getting my god-suppressing monument. Tyrant said in a deep voice. These bastards all have ulterior motives. It seems like another group of sanctimonious, treacherous and cunning people. Jiang Chen sneered. Now you can't escape at all. You'd better surrender lest you die a graveless death. Isn't it better to live? Reverend Gao De sneered. As the 2 half-step deity emperors of the Jinggang Temple, their strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. They even had 4 half-step deity emperors as their subordinates. The strength of the Jinggang Temple was formidable. Now Jiang Chen and Tyrant were forced into a desperate situation. Little fool, how dare you point fingers in front of the eminent monks of my Vajra temple and disturb the Buddha world. I'll kill you later as a sacrifice to Buddha's spirit in heaven. The monk behind enlightened Master Wu De shouted in a deep voice. His face was gloomy as he stared at Jiang Chen. Tyrant monk's life was hanging by a thread while Zhou Xian was heavily injured. What could a late hierarch guy do? Therefore the eminent monk of Titanium Temple was determined to win. Just the few of you? You might not be able to catch me. Jiang Chen shrugged and said with a smile. Reverend Wu Da and Reverend Gao De's faces were gloomy. Looks like this guy is really courting death. Ba. There will always be foolish and forgetful children in this world. Today this old monk will take you down on behalf of the common people, lest you make another move and bring misery to the world. Reverend Wu Da said faintly as if he had already sentenced Jiang Chen to death. From their point of view, a late hierarch like Jiang Chen could be killed with a single palm strike. Then let's see who will be the one laughing in the end. Jiang Chen stood proudly. Zhou Xian, take this monk away. Jiang Chen brandished his blade and horse, blocking the path of the Titanium Temple's experts. You want to stop the eminent monks of my Vajra temple? Haha, you're overestimating yourself. Someone sneered at Jiang Chen. Reverend Wu Da and Reverend Gao De were extremely powerful. They were likely to break through to the Divine Emperor realm within 10,000 years. Their cultivation realm had already reached the peak. How could they be scared by a late hierarch kid? Stubborn fella. Looks like this old monk is going to take action. Reverend Gao De said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He did not look like a monk at all. Take action. Otherwise you won't have another chance. Jiang Chen said as he turned around and looked at Zhou Xian and Tyrant. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave. I've left you behind once, but I will never leave you behind again. Tyrant said with incomparable determination. Jiang Chen looked at Tyrant deeply. This guy is still as sincere as ever. However, at this moment Jiang Chen could not allow anything to happen to him. Otherwise, what's the point of obtaining the alchemist's spiritual spring? Hurry up and take the alchemist's spiritual spring with you. If you dare to come back before I die, we can still fight side by side. Jiang Chen said while laughing. Tyrant was struggling in his heart. There was no point in staying here. He would only be troubled if he stayed by Jiang Chen's side. It was better for him to find a quiet place to cultivate and wait for Jiang Chen's strength to recover. At that time the two of them could fight side by side again. Wanna leave? No one can leave. Today is the day of your death. Tyrant, if you turn back now, Buddha is merciful and will spare your life. Reverend Gauda said coldly. Spare your ass. Little Chinzi, you must not die. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid that I won't be able to see De Huang and 13 again. Tyrant said in a deep voice. Xianxia did not hesitate and quickly pulled Tyrant away. There have always been many people who wanted to kill me, Jiang Chen, but none of them could do it. These guys are just wax spears that look good but are useless. Jiang Chen sneered. Don't let him go. Reverend Gauda said in a deep voice. Everyone chased after him. Jiang Chen immediately raised his blade and blocked Reverend Gauda's path. No one had expected that Jiang Chen could block Reverend Gauda and the other 3 half-step divine emperors with his late hierarch strength. Moreover, he did not retreat at all. Reverend Gauda and Reverend Wuda's faces were filled with shock. They even forgot to chase after Tyrant for a moment. The strength that Jiang Chen had displayed was really terrifying. Who could imagine that he could block 4 half-step divine emperors with just a palm strike? Amitabha. This kid cannot be underestimated. Reverend Wuda's face darkened and said with a solemn expression. So what if you're strong? Let's see if you can get past me. No matter how strong you are, you're just a late hierarch. Reverend Gauda sneered and quickly attacked. He led the 3 half-step divine emperors and approached Jiang Chen. The long blade in his hand was invincible. 13th sword. Jiang Chen unleashed a slash, facing the 4